All right, let's try this again. What's good, neighborhood? How you feel? What's popping? What's going on? You back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man Marq Nash. He is I am he. Another one. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Make some noise for yourself. It's gonna be a good one. This gonna be a fun one too. It's gonna be a damn good one. You know why? Because I'm here and you're here with me. So this should be a good one. All right, so let's jump right into it. I'm gonna do a quick rundown of the topics. We'll run the intro and we're gonna share the link out. So got a couple good topics on the docket. Only three tonight. Only three. So we're gonna talk about this article that I read about Anthony Joshua having a new trainer in Robert Garcia, as many of you already know. This is some boxing talk first. And the article reads about him having about Robert Garcia basically being the X factor. So I want to know what you guys think of that. Do you agree with that? Do you disagree? So we got to talk about that. But also, your boy Money May, people have said they are sick of him robbing the bank. He is literally telling you, I'm robbing the bank. The bank being you, me, the listeners, people who like boxing. Some people don't like that. They're tired of it. So we're going to talk about that tonight as well. And then last but not least, and I know last show I said we was going to speed up through the boxing talk so we can get to the third topic, but that boxing talk got a little too good, a little too heated. So we ended up doing an extra hour on the boxing talk, but it's all good. It's all good. You guys enjoyed the show, right? So we're going to talk about this, though. The N-word. I didn't mean N-word. No, the N-word. And I don't mean neighborhood. No, we're going to talk about it. Some people are saying if black folks want other people to stop using the N-word, you need to stop using it first. NAACP had this campaign they've been pushing a long time, bury the N-word. So we'll talk about that. We definitely are going to talk about it. It should make for some interesting content in this space right here. Because in this space right here, a lot of people can say things on here that they would never say to your face, you know? They would never have that conversation with you. So we'll talk about those things, right? But I'm super excited about this episode. So y'all know what I got to do. Got to share the link. See, if y'all was sharing the link for me, I wouldn't have to do this. So let me get out here. Let me share this link. And we're going to blast this show out. And hopefully we'll have a very productive episode. We'll get a good conversation out of this. Hopefully I can learn something. You can learn something. And we have a good show. I went to the dentist today. As I told you, I had to get some work done over here. And I feel good. Other than the fact I am hungry. I have not had one meal today. I had a smoothie, ice cream, a milkshake, I guess. And now I'm drinking this right here. They don't pay me for this. So I'll just show the back up. I'm drinking one of these smoothies. So bear with me. I might be a little grouchy tonight because I'm hungry like a mother. See, look at me. I'm saying the N-word already. Oh, man. Put a case on me. Put a case on me, man. Put a case on me. All right, let's start this show. It's your man Marq Nash breaking beats. Let's get it. Back.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you late. Off, y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These hoes is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, get walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, get walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures. You and your protocol. You and your policies. None of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas. You and your standards. You and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers. Going postal with Popo on camera. His weight got him enraged. Stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit. You ain't shit, mother. Man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, get walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
This is madness.
Yeah. What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? How y'all feel out there? What's the deal? What's the deal? Let me get that background music pack popping. Let me get that background music popping. There we go. How y'all feel out there? Make some noise for yourself. Yeah, you made it, baby. You made it. Absolutely. You within the sound of my voice. That means you made it to another day. Everybody didn't make it, man. You already know how I go. Man, it feels so good to be back here in this space, man. I hope this broadcast finds everybody in good spirits, good health, good prosperity. God knows we all need it. I am your humble and gracious host. I go by the name of Marq Nash. Make some noise for me. Yeah, make some noise for me, baby. What it drops at? Make some noise for me, guys. There we go. All right, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time. All right, so let's get into it, man. Let's get right into it. Got to do a couple drops real quick, couple shout outs. Shout out to everybody who's here early. Shout out to my sister girl behind the mic. What's up with you? Shout out to Con Shonery. What up? 1010 in this building. 1010. Salute to you, NMFI LLC. Shout out to you. He said, salute to Marq Nash in the chat. Salute to you, my brother. He said, Cos Mike 1. What up, man? He said, robbing the people. Talking about Mayweather right there. All right, we're going to get into it. Definitely got to talk about it. Let me see what else. I'm missing anything real quick. Let's go through them. Con Shonery, he said, should black folks stop using the N-word? Interesting topics. Con Shonery, I wouldn't have it no other way. My neck. No, I'm joking. Is it too early? It's a joke. All right, too early, right? Too early. But we're going to talk about it. When we were kids, everybody called everybody the N-word. Believe it or not, black folks, white folks, Asian, Spanish, etc. I do believe you, my guy. Let me see what else they're talking about. He said, "Oh, that's me. Welcome to all the visitors and the neighbors. Appreciate everybody for pulling up." I need to delete that one. I barely use this crickets, man. I need to delete that one. Appreciate it. Kyoto, what up, man? What up, Mike? D Young, he said, I got Usyk in 10 rounds. Damn. He gonna stop him? All right. He said, damn, I hate this job. Absolutely. Con Shonery, cheers to you, mate. Seen and unseen. He said, damn, I hate this job, my ninja. Okay, I see you already. Clips, shout out to Clips, man. My guy, that guy, Clips. What's popping, man? All right. He said, salute to my brother Marq Nash. Salute to you, my brother. He said, the word explicitly is misspelled in the disclaimer. Really? All right, I'll fix it. Or maybe I won't. But I'll check it out. I copy and pasted that from somewhere, so I didn't realize. I need to check it out. Didn't even proofread it. And it's been up for I don't know how many months. So we'll check on it. Lisa Bell, peace to you, my sister. How you doing, gorgeous? Make some noise for her. My guy Reggie O with the Killer Show all the way from Vegas. I was watching Reggie's live, man. He was talking about the housing market. Big ups to Reggie right there. Definitely need to talk about that. God Body Sports, what up? God Body Sean, aka God Body Sports. Appreciate you, my brother. He said, nigga, and my Antoine Fisher. Nigga, hug my neck. Bro, I still die laughing at that, bro. Antoine was like, get your hands off of me. You couldn't break me. I'm still standing. I'm still strong. Love that movie. I cried at that movie, man. True story. I was on a date. That movie is the only movie I ever saw opening weekend and went back the very next weekend and saw it. We went twice. We saw it that weekend. That was the first time in a movie, too, I heard so many people crying at one time and multiple times. People cried when they did that Who Would Cry for the Boy, when he did that Who Would Cry for the Boy poem. He said, I cry every day. I cry every day. And then Denzel hugged him up. And then another time when he came back home and he saw all the food laid out and it goes back to the part at the beginning of the movie. Oh, man, you could hear everybody in the movie theater had the sniffles then. You hear everybody got a sinus problem now. Everybody sniffing. Y'all crying. I get it, though. I cried, too. It's okay. Okay, Usyk, AJ. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about it now. Matter of fact, I'm going to drop the link, too. I'm going to drop the link early because this is going to be a neighborhood meeting right here. We got to talk about it, man. Is Robert Garcia going to be the X factor? Are fans tired of Floyd Mayweather robbing the bank And last but not least, the topic of the night: should black folks stop using the N-word if they want others to stop using the N-word as well? So the link is out there, and we'll talk about it. Let me just finish these shout outs. Reggie, Lisa, D Young, Seen and Unseen. Okay, God Body, Sean, Constantine, boom, boom, I'm done. Everybody else, they pull up, I give you a shout out at the end of the show. Or maybe not. Maybe should have got here early. Let's go right into this article. Boom. This article is from Sky Sports. Anthony Joshua versus Usyk. I'm about to say Usyk. Usyk. Why AJ's new trainer, Robert Garcia, makes perfect sense for the rematch. New coach, Robert Garcia. Blah, 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 blah. Put him on the screen, too. Let me put him on screen. AJ. Robert Garcia. I want to know what you guys think about this, too. Is he going to be the X Factor? Man, yo, shout out to Robert Garcia, man. Robert Garcia, man, when you see him right beside AJ, bro, he's super small compared to AJ. I mean, we already know AJ's a big dude, but seeing him beside Robert Garcia, who's naturally a small guy anyway. But when you see AJ, I mean, you see Robert Garcia around other people, he looks like an average size guy. All right. Oh my God. When you see him right beside him, you be like, where's the rest of his body? Like, damn. All right, I'm gonna leave him alone. All right, let's get right into this article. And it reads as such. New coach Robert Garcia has one training camp with Anthony Joshua to prepare him for Oleksandr Usyk's rematch. Former Garcia, the fighter Chris Algieri, excuse me. Hold on. Chris Algieri explains that the trainer can impact Joshua and change his approach. Sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. I didn't want to blow my nose in the microphone, let y'all hear all of that. All right. Now, Usyk handed Joshua a punishing 12-round defeat. If you guys remember, that was last September. He won the unified titles, which is the WBA, WBO, and the IBF heavyweight titles. You guys already know that. Now, Joshua did step up to the plate and sign up for his rematch clause. Some people are saying, hey, man, he can't beat him. Beat him once, you beat him twice. But Joshua has been successful in his rematches. He, as you know, he successfully got his titles back versus Andy Ruiz a few years ago. But here's the deal for real. Can Robert Garcia make a big difference? Now, you know, he parted ways, he being AJ, with longtime coach Robert McCracken, and Robert Garcia has joined his team. Now, some would say Robert Garcia himself, you know, being a world champion, but also having a different style of fighting. Also has a different approach to the fight game and has a high pedigree. I mean, world renowned. I mean, I believe he had more world champions than Robert McCracken. Some are saying if anybody can help AJ, Robert Garcia is the one. Now, some people in the U.S. are like, nah, man, should have got with one of the brothers. Yep, that's what they're saying. You know they made. Come on, fam. You know they went straight for the color. He said, man, he should have got one of the brothers. Should have got Virgil Hunter, or should have got pick anybody. Pick one of them, right? Should have got one of the brothers. But sometimes the fighting is not, the fight itself and the trainer itself is not necessarily about the guy's color, race, or fight style. It's all about the motivation. It's about the chemistry. It's about what you can get from the communication. Shout out to Monica Hill. Peace to you, my sister. What's up? Sometimes it's about the communication. It's about the, I guess I would say the chemistry, right? Got to have some chemistry. Now, I'm going to read a little bit more of this article. I kind of inserted myself and injected my own opinions here and there, but that's what we're going to do. Chris Algieri, who has trained with Robert Garcia himself, understands the logic of the decision. He said Robert is a consummate professional. He gives you guys so much of himself, a trainer, a former fighter, a former world champion. Same thing I was just saying. Let's fast forward. He said, I initially was surprised that was happening, that Robert was going to train AJ, because Robert is not known for training heavyweights. Okay, a lot of people have said that. Some people was like, oh, why are you going to go with that? A guy who doesn't train heavyweights. So Chris Algieri does bring that up. He said he doesn't have a lot of heavyweights in his gym, but as I thought about it more in terms of my personal relationship, that's what we're talking about, y'all. Personal relation that matters. That matters. Give him. Thank you, Chris Algieri. And y'all know I ain't the biggest Chris Algieri fan anyway, but he has a point here. He has a great point right here. I'll read on. Shout out to everybody pulling up. Smash the like button on the way in the room. It really helps with the visibility of the show. Let me move forward. Now, where was I at? Relationship. It makes sense. He said, he's one of those guys. He understands the fight game. He has an eye that's very special, that he can see things in the ring, that he can see talent in the fighters. He can see how to implement those things as well. He's the kind of guy, personality-wise, there we go. That's that word again. Personality, right? Personality-wise, when you speak to him, and then he dots. I trust this man. He's going to look out for me. He's going to do what needs to be done. See? That's what I'm talking about. The relationships it's a lot of times it's not as much of how many heavyweights you train. Man, can I trust you in my corner? And I mean that literally, metaphorically. Can I trust you in my corner? So it makes sense from that point. Maybe not so much on paper, but in terms of personality, it does. That word again. Garcia can have an impact on Joshua, although their new partnership only has a limited time to gel. He said to get the real change in a fighter in one fight, in one camp, is truly, truly, truly difficult, especially someone at AJ's level. This is what Chris Algieri is saying. But again, speaking from the athleticism of AJ and the personality of Robert Garcia, if they were connected and bonded up here mentally, pointing his head, in terms of their abilities to communicate, listening to each other, boxing on a lifetime, blah, blah, blah. He said, listen, boxing a lot of the time has a lot to do with simple fundamentals. But the semantics matter. If AJ understands what Robert is saying wholeheartedly and believes in him, that he's giving him the right instructions, he can make the difference. If there's any kind of communication issue or it's not enough time. He said, this guy goes on, he says, people on the outside are saying he's got that Brandon Rio style. So Joshua is going to come forward. He's going to use his physicality. He's the bigger man. But as y'all know, Rios was 135, and, he was a monster then. But as he moved up in the weight, I mean, let's keep it real. Tim Bradley was stopping him, with body shots. He wasn't built for that weight. But they say he was just blah, 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 Rios with money. He was just running through guys, beat them up. Okay, they saying the same thing I said. So a lot of people think that AJ can beat Usyk if he uses that Robert Garcia come forward, stay behind the jab style. But I don't think this is Chris Algieri. He said, I don't think AJ's that type of fighter. I don't think he's that durable punching tank. That guy who likes to just come forward and give us a good fight, give as good as he gets. I still believe he's a great athlete and a great boxer, but he can go out there and just be a boxer, puncher, a true boxer, and win the fight. It's a little early, but I'll take it. Let me see this.
Jerry.
What's up, Jerry? What's up, Jerry? Let me plug you in real quick. What's on your mind, big dog? Okay, bear with me. Let me plug you in, Jerry. I said, hold on. Let me plug you in. I'm gonna put you on air. All right. All right. Check 1, check 2. Talk to me, Jerry.
Yeah, that's my first time catching your show, man. Let me go ahead and subscribe to it.
Appreciate it, man. Welcome home to your home away from home.
Yeah. Usyk and Joshua. I like Usyk. Usyk's a little bit overrated, in my opinion. I've seen his other 2 fights at heavyweight against Chisora and Tim Witherspoon's nephew, and I wasn't impressed with neither of those fights. I mean, the Chisora fight was a horrible fight. I tried to watch it again the other night. You know, you couldn't even watch it, man. It was just clumsy. It was a horrible fight. Yeah, he beat Joshua. People act like he just dominated Anthony Joshua. It wasn't the fight I seen. Matter of fact, what I seen was they was trading rounds off until about the 10th round. Fight looked fairly even to me. So right about the 10th round, Joshua ran out of steam. And that's the problem with Anthony Joshua. Not only does he have a shaky chin at times, I mean, I've seen him I've seen him take good shots, big shots, and take them pretty good. And then we've seen him, you know, take a shot that don't even look that big, and he doesn't always take it that well. I wouldn't say he's got a bad chin. He might have a bad temple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I don't know why people get carried away with their enthusiasm. I guess that's just fans being fans, man. But, you know, I don't see this as no walk in the park for Usyk. He's still smaller than Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua, a big, strong guy, man. And he's pretty fast for a guy that size. Usyk's best strategy, in my opinion, is I would make him chase me for a few rounds just to use up some of that energy.
Hold on, who would make you if you was who you would make chase you? Say that part again.
If I was Usyk, I would make Anthony Joshua chase me for a couple rounds.
Why? He didn't have to do that the first time to beat him.
Well, you know, again, it's not like he dominated him. I mean, you got to expect Joshua is going to come with something different in this fight. He's already shown that he can come back and beat a fighter. I mean, Andy Ruiz did a far better number on Joshua than what Usyk did. He did a far he whipped his ass way harder than what Usyk did. Now, granted, Usyk is a more skilled fighter. But you got to know, he didn't go out and get Garcia and spend the last 6 months just sitting around on his laurels, man. He's going to come with something a little bit different, and I give him props for taking the fight right away, just like he did with Ruiz. That takes a lot of guts to fight someone who just whooped you the way Ruiz did and get back in there. But and I'm not saying AJ is going to win. I'm just saying I didn't see the first fight as a domination. I thought Usyk won. Yep, I did. I thought Joshua got tired at the end and he couldn't keep up the pace. And so Usyk pulled away by 3 rounds at the end, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. What you got?
Shit, I'm right there with you for the most part. I thought it was a close. I thought AJ was competitive at times. By the end of the fight, though, I knew Usyk had won the fight. Though I wasn't one of those people.
Yeah.
By the end of it, I was like, "Oh, Usyk won this."
But, it was clear that Usyk won. But I go around, in the evening looking at and reading stuff and people just act like Usyk just whooped the hell out of AJ. Never even knocked him down one time. And AJ has been down. Let's face it. He gonna come with something a little bit different. In this fight. Next up is probably Ryan Garcia. You fighting this weekend, and I gotta be honest with you. I'm a fan of Ryan's. I think the guy's got all the talent in the world. I've watched some videos on him sparring and doing some other things, and man, the guy's got super fast hands. He's got a super powerful left hook. He's a pretty boy, and he does that Instagram bullshit. And
you got a crush on him or something?
Well, I just think he's got a lot of talent. You don't go 3-3 with Devin Haney, amateurs or no amateurs, without having something going for you. He's had people act like he's canceled a half a dozen fights. That's just not true. He canceled the one because he had the mental problems, and then he got injured and canceled another one. That happens. Fighters get injured and they cancel fights sometimes. So people make a mountain out of a molehill. Because
what was the injury again? What was the injury exactly?
It was a hand injury.
Did he have to get surgery, or did he get surgery?
I'm not sure. But when Tank Davis fought Pitbull Cruz a little while back, and Pitbull Cruz ran him all out the ring, what did he say after the fight?
I hurt my hand.
Oh, my hand. Did he get surgery for it? No.
I don't think so.
See, I didn't know. What I would rather a fighter do is not take a fight if he's injured real bad or bad enough that he thinks it'll affect his performance, rather than to take a fight and then blame the loss on the injury, kind of like Lomachenko did. I don't want to hear the excuses after you lose. If you make the weight, you take the fight, you fight and cash the check.
That's what I said.
If you lose, yeah, you don't get to make excuses and say, "Oh, I was injured." I've been around a lot of professional fighters in my time, and I can tell you something that they stay injured. All of them. They stay with busted hands, broken
Man, why you don't
knuckles.
click the link, join the panel? You been on the phone 8 minutes. Click the link, join the panel. You gonna talk this much shit? Respectfully.
I'm on my home computer, man, and I'm not very
you ain't
computer
good
savvy.
You on your phone? You
time
calling
I
me
try
from
to
the phone
click,
though? Ain't you on the phone?
I'm on my home phone.
Yeah, you can. Oh, you on the house phone? Okay. Damn,
Yeah,
they still make house phones? You bullshit.
Yeah, that's what. That's what people told me. They say, "Man, you're the only motherfucker I know that still got a house phone."
I didn't know they still made them shits, man.
But when I get on other shows, they seem to be able to get me heard on the panel along with the rest of you.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you on the panel now. I got you on the panel. You live on air. I got you plugged in.
Who else is on the phone?
Oh, nobody there. I just dropped the link. But you good though. You good. Go and finish up your last thought. You calling from Randallstown. I used to live on Lynn Haven Drive up there in Baltimore, man. In Randallstown. Yep, Lynn Haven Drive.
Well, then
man.
You know what it is here in Bmore, man. We got a lot of boxing fans here in Baltimore.
Absolutely.
I seen Rockman graduated from Randallstown High School.
I know.
Good buddy.
I know.
Yeah, graduated.
I seen Rockman got a day in Maryland, Baltimore too. He got a day. I seen Rockman Day up there.
He's got a what?
He got a day. You know how you got Hassan Rockman Day.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get off of work though. Like they treat that shit like it's not. You ain't get no day off of work. I mean, you might get fired if you call.
That's another subject. I just seen last night. I didn't know, but this Jake Paul is going to be fighting Rockman's son. What do you think of that?
I did an episode on yesterday, and we're gonna talk about that more as the fight progresses. I don't want to move around too much because I want to stay on topic on this right here because we got a couple more topics I want to get into tonight.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about that about Mayweather robbing the bank. Are fans tired of Mayweather robbing the bank? Give me a quick thought on that. 30 seconds or less on that.
Mayweather robbing the bank. Who said that?
I mean, he calls it robbing the bank.
Who Mayweather does?
Yeah, he called it robbing the bank when he goes in there basically.
Yeah, I mean, very simple on Floyd. I've been watching Floyd since before he fought Gennaro Hernandez. I've been a Floyd fan since he turned pro. Everyone knows, it ain't no secret, but it's worth saying again. Floyd had two careers. When he was a lightweight, he was the baddest motherfucker you ever seen. Not only he was a boxer then too, he was a defensively responsible boxer, but he also was proving himself and he wanted to whip your ass. And so he did both. He boxed your fucking ears off and he whipped your ass. Right. Once he fought Oscar, the stakes got real big and he became a different fighter. He became a totally defensive fighter to the point, I gotta say, and I can appreciate a master boxer like Floyd, but a lot of them fights were boring in the second half of his career.
All right.
The only thing exciting about him was what you anticipated could have happened. That's why when you hear the greats of yesteryear, like Ray Leonard and Tommy Hearns and Hagler before he died, they would speak on Floyd. They would give Floyd his props. They know he's a great fighter, but they didn't even rank him historically. When they talked about where would he rank, they wouldn't even put him in the group with the kids back then.
They got to now though, because he hadn't fought as many fighters and as many champions back then neither. But I think Sugar Ray definitely gives him his credit now. My last question for you.
They all give him his credit, but they don't know how to rank him historically because, and this is why, Floyd had the full attention of the entire boxing world for 10 years, and he was getting paychecks like no one had ever seen before. He had many chances to seize greatness, and he let them slip by.
I got to disagree with you on that. It won't 10 years. When he fought, it
was just about 10 years. When he was pound for pound number one.
That happened after he beat Oscar, and then he fought. Then after that, he fought top guys.
Yeah, we know who he fought. He fought everybody, but here's the problem. When he fought Cotto, I remember him saying at the end of the fight, I really felt like I could have stopped him, if I would, if I would have pressed a little earlier.
If I pressed a little earlier.
Right. Then when he fought Mosley, said the same thing. I really felt like I could have stopped him. When he fought Zab, he said the same thing. I really felt like, here's the difference between Floyd in the second part of his career and the first part of his career, or comparing him to the greats like Leonard and Hearns, they would have stopped him. They would have took a few chances and stopped him.
But also
wouldn't take the.
Not even that, but he had those hand injuries too. Those hand injuries
Yeah,
count.
but man, come on, man.
I'm keeping it.
He was getting injections for those hand injuries. All fighters have hand injuries. It's just all of them don't complain about it that much. I've seen Devin Haney interviewed a week or two after Kambosos. They were talking to him, and they were talking about the Tank Davis Cruz fight, and Tank claiming his hand was injured, and Haney held his hand up. His knuckle was all fucked up. He said, man, I ain't trying to hear about no hand injury. My fingers were broke when I fought Kambosos. But you didn't hear him say nothing about it.
But that doesn't take away from somebody else. Some people get shot in the head and drive themselves to the hospital. Some people get shot in the head and die. So you get what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Right, but some people have a convenient excuse when maybe they don't perform up to par.
Fair enough.
And they can say, my hand. But the Floyd said the same thing. What it was is he wasn't willing to take the chances anymore that he was when he was a lightweight. When he was a lightweight, he was willing to take the chances. But after Oscar, the stakes got so high, and it's hard to blame him. I mean, I don't know if I can really blame him because the motherfucker finished with a warehouse full of money and a storybook career. But, I do understand why yesterday's greats don't really know how to rank. Here's a good example.
And after this, I got to let you go after this because I got two people waiting right here.
Okay. Well, you can't get them on the panel though. Like
they on the panel, but I'm gonna clear the line so I can take some more calls.
Okay.
But finish your thought. Finish your thought. You can call back though.
Well then, lastly,
finish your thought.
When Ray Leonard fought Tommy Hearns, now everybody knows Tommy Hearns was a murderous puncher. He was skinny. He didn't look like he could punch, but he could knock a donkey out. Well, when Ray fought him, he got Tommy hurt, I think right around the third round, and Ray didn't hesitate. He threw his hands up in the air. He went straight into Tommy and unloaded on him. And even though Tommy was hurt, that's when a puncher like Tommy Hearns is at his most dangerous. He had them great big long arms and the height. He was dangerous against them ropes while he was hurt. But Ray didn't concern himself with that. He went right in and seized greatness and got the job done. That's why people still talk about him to this very day, old school guys like myself especially. I seen that in Floyd up until he fought Oscar. After Oscar, it was all about what he would call stealing money.
Fair enough.
And that's what he called it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Shout out to my guy. You said Jerry, right? Or Terry? You said Jerry.
Yeah. Jerry. Yeah.
Jerry in Randallstown. Appreciate you, man. Make sure
you
you call back.
Should have heard about me.
I think you called in I think you called in when I did the Jake Paul weigh-in. Face off, right? Yesterday. I did a daytime show.
I just found out about that last night.
Okay. Well, cool. Thanks for calling in.
Last night.
Don't be a stranger, man.
Buddy. Well, how can I get on?
Huh?
How can I get on the panel up there?
It's a link in the chat. All you got to do is click the link from your computer. You got a microphone on your computer or a headset, or does your laptop have a microphone built in? Just click the link. Simple as that. All right?
All right, buddy.
All right. Thank you, man. Good call. Good call. All right, Reg, you was here first. You got the floor. Talk to me, Reg. What's on your mind?
Yeah, no, that's slander to do with speaking about Floyd is a bunch of BS. But I'm glad you brought up the hand thing, because that's the two versions of Floyd. It ain't about just the money. It's about the dude being smart along with that injury. And I think some people just hate when they see a person reach a certain status financially that they become critical of that person, as if they're not giving their all. But also on top of that, when people speak of Floyd not doing this, what about the opponents? They know this dude ain't coming in there to hurt them or try to get him out there, press forward and knock his ass the hell out. And you didn't see that happening. The dude dealt with injuries along with not one going there and, break your damn fist every fight, because that's how you make your money. You have to keep in mind to prolong yourself. But Floyd did enough to put enough of a touch, on opponents that people appreciate it. I don't think people are blinded by the success of everything. A lot in America, you deal with a lot of jealous ass people. I think America has an infatuation with being jealous of people. And but when you really factor in, like when with his fights, like even I was watching the Pacquiao fight the other day, he did great boxing. I thought it was a good fight. You didn't see the other side from Pacquiao. Pacquiao's a knockout artist. Why he ain't knocking the hell out? But it's only on Floyd because where Floyd money sits. But it ain't about robbing the bank. The sport of boxing has always robbed the damn bank. So I don't know how Floyd factored as being the only robber of the bank. It's been the history of boxing. But go ahead.
I just want to say this before I pass the show more. When people say the last 10 years of his career and all that stuff, let's be clear who he fought these last 10 years of his career too. Like when he because I wouldn't say he totally, matter of fact, I'm looking at it now. He did run it. I think the caller was right. From 2007 to 2017 when he retired. Yeah, that was all him. That was 10 years running. From Oscar to Conor McGregor, that was all Floyd in boxing. But he fought guys like Oscar. He beat an undefeated Hatton. Fought Juan Manuel Marquez, Shane Mosley. Like back to back, like those are two Hall of Famers. Mosley, Marquez. Oscar De La Hoya, Hall of Famer. Victor Ortiz, nah. Miguel Cotto, Hall of Famer. Robert Guerrero came out of jail, fought Robert Guerrero for his belt, took his shit straight out of prison. You know what I'm saying? Beat Robert Guerrero, took his belt. Fought Canelo Alvarez, probably he's going into the Hall of Fame first ballot. Beat Marcus Magana. People say he won't this and that and third, but he had just fought Adrian Broner, looked spectacular, took his shit. Got paid twice off of that. Fought Manny Pacquiao, and then he had two walk-away homers. Andre Berto, which was a long-standing beef. That was some personal shit. And beat Conor McGregor for a cash out for the 50th fight.
Yeah,
you don't gotta like it, but we seen guys right now in this era who ain't got none of that on their record. That many Hall of Famers just back to back within a 10-year span. In a 10-year span, about how many did I name? About 5? Come on, bro.
You still get niggas crying over this other fight they waiting for. A lot of niggas just got hate for Floyd because of that money shit. It ain't nothing else. The names you named were great fights. And even the people who ain't going to Hall of Fame, they were ass kickers. Maidana was an ass kicker. And he ain't got to just be a Hall of Fame. Even the greats who people would name over, they ain't satisfied. They ain't fight all great fighters. They got people on the list because boxing ain't full of all great fighters. You got people who can't go into anything else. They can only fight, and this is the field they go in. Are they elite level? No. So you're gonna get the sport filled with guys who are campaigning, who may not reach that level, but you go to sleep on, they'll whoop your ass.
Gabe Rosado.
Exactly. So you're gonna get that. But a lot of people, like I said, have this jealousy within them, and they hate on certain people when they achieve certain success, or when they ain't down for the causes, or like Ali as far as his activism. You ain't gonna get that shit. But when you gotta give a person their credit when they done their thing, like you can't knock what Floyd has fought. He didn't fight the black fight. What was the other black fighters out here doing? Fucking over themselves, not taking the sport serious. So what's the fucking point of fighting them? Like
you gotta keep winning too, man. You gotta keep winning. You keep winning, y'all will meet at one point, right?
Exactly. And a lot of these fighters, where they talking about Floyd and fight the black, well, a lot of these fighters doing the same shit. Saying it's national sport, ain't the hood. Do that shit in street beefs, but you fight what is out here, what's gonna maximize your money. Now, if it's a black fighter up there, then you fight him. Just because you're talking about if he can beat them, or this person can talk enough shit, you think he can beat them based on what they do in the gym. There's also another side. There's money into it. It ain't just Floyd talking about the money. You get the networks. You see even Canelo try to pull that shit, and you had networks telling Canelo like, fuck no, we ain't filming that shit over here. We need to make returns on this shit. So certain things you got to do and get in there with people that's going to generate money.
All right. Shit. Hell of an opening statement, Reggie. Oh, hell of a statement. Talk to me, Michelle Moore. What you think? I got a couple topics on the docket. We didn't even get Reggie's take on the AJ thing. What fancies you, as they say in the UK? What would you like to jump on first?
Well, I'm just gonna comment on what you and Reg was cooking on. I mean, Floyd did what Floyd did, man. Floyd fought the guys that was there. Anybody they said could beat Floyd, he fought them.
Right.
So, what else can a fighter do?
Well, they'll say he'll say they didn't fight our boy. What our boy we met at the weigh-in, the Punisher.
Paul Williams. Well, the Punisher told me you was there. I talked to the Punisher. The Punisher told me the fight just didn't get made. Floyd didn't duck me.
He didn't duck him.
The fight just didn't get made.
Yeah, he debunked that multiple times.
Yeah, the fight just didn't get made. And people forget that he had lost, and then he had the motorcycle accident, so the fight couldn't get made.
For sure. What you think of
But like Red said, man, you know, people hate on Floyd because of his personality. Everybody doesn't like everybody, and that's true. You know what I'm saying? But that don't take away from what the man did in the ring. The man was a bad motherfucker, man. He beat everybody they put in front of him. What else can you do?
some would argue it's the time where you fight somebody too.
Man,
What
that,
do you think
Look,
of
man, let me tell you something. And this has been my stance, and you know this. If a motherfucker sign a contract, go through training camp, and make the ring walk, no excuses.
I've been saying that. I said he made weight. That means he trained. He made weight. He got paid. He got his ass in there. He lost. Because if he got his hand raised, we wouldn't even be talking about that.
and what you mean they mean by the timing? What that mean?
They'll say he aged some guys out. He waited till some guys had losses. He fought him at the weight, at a different weight. Like fought a guy at 47 when you probably could have fought him. They could have fought at a earlier time. Other guys look a little vulnerable, but what people don't know is some people say he ducked Costa Tzu. He never fought Costa Tzu.
A
I
lot
was like, Costa Tzu
him.
didn't want it.
No,
It was a time where he was calling. If you watch enough Floyd fights, you can go back and watch. He was like, I want the big names. I want Costa Tzu. I want Shane Mosley. I want Oscar De La Hoya. He was calling them dudes out. They was always a weight apart, and he would go up to their weight, and then they'll go up.
And then also you factor in this shit because this is the thing that bugs me with boxing fans. You see this with the way they speak about current fights, and even with some older fight fans, they bitter about a lot of shit. Is that you start not seeing shit happen in this dude's career until he broke away from Bob Arum. So when Bob Arum's in the picture, imagine with what wasn't happening that could have happened. Is that on Floyd? Nobody gives Bob Arum a fucking bit of hell for that shit. He stopped a lot of shit from happening.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you think Floyd gets a lot of this disdain because some people don't like the fact that he said he was greater than Ali? Like he the best ever.
Of course he gonna get that, especially from older fans. They gonna really reject the nigga after he said that shit. And then some old fake righteous black Negroes on YouTube gonna hate him for I like Gucci, which is some cool shit. But the niggas who think they're gonna find activist leaders from celebrities are the biggest fucking fools themselves. Why? Because they got money. That makes them the righteous leader of people. They can get the fuck out of here. Half these niggas ain't even educated. So what the fuck makes you think they your fucking conscious civil rights leaders?
Oh my God. Don't get me on that.
Yeah, they know they can say shit to rile y'all up because they ain't with you. And especially Floyd may deal with it where he like, fuck y'all causes. Because a lot of times you're going to get hate from motherfuckers that look like you. So he, on the other side, ain't with a lot of shit niggas on. Maybe some white people are cool with him. Maybe he done did business with them. He ain't going to reject them. That's like when you get into this N-word shit. I can't wait to get into it. But a lot of motherfuckers just find hate based off of what people say. But it's the sport of boxing. You watch what they do in the ring, who they fought. That nigga fought good people. Wasn't none of these people ridiculed until certain statements the niggas start to make. And once certain wealth was accumulated and him flaunting that shit, it became a problem.
Show more. What say you?
Say that again, brother. I was doing something. What you say?
What do you think Floyd get a lot of this hate? Or I ain't gonna say hate because people hate when I say hate. Do you think some fans might have turned on him when he starts showing what's the word? Opulence? Is that the word? Opulence?
No, when he starts showing arrogance.
No, I mean like when he starts showing all the money. Started showing with stacks of money, look at this picture right here on the screen.
Because he was always there.
That's arrogance and narcissism. That's what that is. But that's nothing wrong with that. Ali was a narcissist.
What about with him saying how Ali got such and such losses, or Ali he lost to a guy with 7 fights. They would never put somebody
that's where people lost.
But look,
that's where people lost.
He said they would never put somebody with 7 fights in there with me, and he's not lying with that. The fans would not accept a guy coming in there 7-0 fighting Floyd Mayweather.
Just because it's true don't mean people like to hear it.
Fair enough. I had a cousin, man. She was looking terrible.
And number two, will Floyd give a guy with 7 fights No matter what he's done in the amateurs or in the Olympics, would he give a guy with 7 fights a shot? Ask yourself that.
I don't think a lot of times these guys don't pick the fighters, man. We talked about that. The promoter, the matchmakers.
No. See, now that you can't do that with Floyd, just like you can't do that with Ali. Floyd can fight whoever he wanted to fight whenever he wanted to fight him. Because Floyd was the guy. No, he was the guy.
After he beat. How about this? How long did it take us to get the Pacquiao fight? He been wanted that fight. We all wanted to fight.
And look, nobody give Pacquiao hell for none of that shit that delayed the fight. But it ain't about
even though him and Freddie Roaches came out and admitted it was us.
Yeah,
we didn't want to do the random.
Of course, they didn't want to fight Floyd.
Lying about the fact that Pacquiao held that shit up, but
they tried to age Floyd out. They tried to age him out. It didn't work.
Yeah, and it ain't just about giving anybody opportunity. You had a certain money bracket. You got to come with some shit. You got to have a country behind you, certain fan bases. This nigga making stupid money. Pay-per-view becomes a thing.
Well, hold on now. Victor Ortiz came from motherfucking Nebraska. He didn't have no country behind him.
Yes, he did. He was an exciting fighter. That Berto shit elevated, lifted him. You had fan bases because around that time, what you had is people looking for the next thing that was going to knock him off. Victor Ortiz had a huge following behind him, and that's why it was even a huge draw into that fight. They thought he can do it. He knocked Berto ass out. There was shit going behind him.
Kansas.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Reg. They probably did think it. I didn't. I knew that was going to happen.
The same shit with Ricky Hatton. They was hyping Ricky up. He up there.
I didn't think that nigga was going to win either.
I ain't gonna lie.
Not you, but
I thought Ricky was going to give him some problems.
Now, I'm going to tell you who I thought was going to beat him. I'll tell you who I thought was going to beat him. I thought Mosley was going to beat him.
Oh, man, I
thought Mosley
down with Mosley crap. And that's when I started becoming a fan. I'm admit, I was never, I was a fan of Floyd's, but I kind of was like, the arrogance used to bug me. And I was like going for Zab Judah when Zab fought him. And I'm thinking Zab gonna do it. And then I watched the way that motherfucker made the adjustment, start beating the fuck out of Zab. I say, damn, this nigga good. I always knew he was good from like Angel Man Freddy and all that shit. But I thought Zab would get him. Then he when he got into that damn that Sugar Shane is when I was like, this nigga bad. He got hit with that punch, and I was like,
people forget. Because people forget,
Red. Knock him out. Wait, hold on, let me say this. I was like, he about to knock him out, man. Shane got him. Shane gonna knock him off. He got out, survived that fucking round. Shane ain't win shit after that shit. And I said, man, this nigga is it.
Well, people forget that Shane just came off a fucking destruction of goddamn Margarito. He destroyed him. He beat the shit out of Margarito. Fucked him up. I thought Shane was gonna get him, but as we all know,
he was
like
doing
Reggie
good.
Said, after round 2, the fight was over.
And let's be clear, the way Mayweather, people always remember this one shot that he hit him with, right? He caught him like 3 times. He caught him.
Yeah, he caught him twice.
And then Floyd held on. There was another time he caught Floyd, and Floyd buckled, and his knee almost touched the ground. And Shane hit him again. And that's when Floyd held on to him for a second. And then after that, even in the rest of that round, Floyd walked to him. He didn't respect the Devin Haney. He didn't do what Devin Haney did for those last 2 rounds versus Linares. Like, just get on your bike, work your jab, just stay out the way. Stay out of the way. Man, he walked right to Shane.
That's boxing. That's smart boxing. How do you take away power, Mark? How do you take away power?
Smother it.
Because you smother it. You come right towards it.
Or make that motherfucker miss enough where he get tired. You could take away his power with some body shots too. But you got to go there and you're going to risk getting hit. Man. But yeah, you got to smother that shit.
And the crazy part is this nigga conditioning, because I thought he was going. I don't see how he recovered from that shit. That nigga came out that next round and was reinvigorated. He
also, not to cut you off, Ray, I just want to add one caveat. Also, Shane Mosley kept trying that one shot all night. He was looking for it. After that, he just kept trying to do it. His coach kept telling him, Shane, just let your hands go. Set the shots up. Let your hands go. Stop looking for one shot. One of these guys, you're gonna look all night. It ain't gonna be there. Go ahead, Red. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. It was good. But no, that was the thing. Like when Shane caught his ass, I thought Floyd was gonna be concussed because he caught him multiple times. I was like, man, this is it. Shane got him. Like, he's gonna come out this next round, he's gonna be fucked up. But even when he got caught in that round, he was smiling at Shane. Even when he was hurt, he held on properly. It was like this dude knew exactly what the hell to do. It's like they play out these scenarios. And that's the thing that people miss with this dude is the fact that, yeah, he may flaunt and all this other shit. You distracted by it, but what that nigga does in that gym is a different thing. What he studies is a different thing. Like, these dudes know the history of this sport. He studies it. He knows what to watch for, and therefore prepared him when he got in this moment where anybody else would have been swinging like you see most fighters do. They be swinging. They try to move around straight backwards. He stood there and knew how to grab and grapple this dude and smile with him, try to play it off, not knowing that the body was displaying that he hurt bad, but he was trying to play it off. He poker faced it, grabbing, wrapping this dude up, and he started to even recover and smiling, start to let the jab go a little bit the round end. He came right up after that, and he put an ass whooping on Shane for the next 10 goddamn rounds. And it's like, I had to respect him after that. But I always respected Floyd. I always liked great fighters, but I also used to have to where I used to want to see them defeat, even like good football teams. Back in the day, I used to hate them Florida motherfucking teams. And I'd be like, damn, these motherfuckers just that good. And that night, I was like, this motherfucker is just that fucking good.
I want to add, hey, look, my man said prime for prime, Bud versus Mayweather. Here's the thing. I got to say Mayweather because I saw Mayweather fight all-time greats.
I say
Or
Floyd
modern
at
day greats.
35.
How about that? Modern day greats, if they're not all-time greats. But they
I
Hall
say
of Fame.
Floyd. I say Floyd at 35. At 47, Bud stops him.
Floyd without the injuries, man, Floyd about to beat that nigga.
Floyd at 35 is damn near unbeatable.
Yeah,
Floyd at 35 is damn near unbeatable. At 47, Bud knocks his ass out.
But would he be able to hit him? Because even at 147, he made it to where at 47 he made niggas look worse without even having to stop.
Bud catch him. But he fought nobody. He fought nobody
like
at 47 as good as Crawford. Nobody.
And also he never met somebody who low key trying to follow his green print, or as he would call it, that clean boxing lifestyle. All them who don't blow up in weight, like those guys, like they just look different after the fights, in between camps. I mean to say, but it's almost like trying to, like, even in other sports, like guys like who would win Ali versus such and such, right? But these guys, if it wasn't for Ali, you wouldn't even fight like that. You know what I mean? You wouldn't you would just be doing that damn James Sullivan type fight. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker was fighting like this still, man, and just coming in behind high guards and just wailing away. Like, Ali added so much finesse to the game, man. When I go back and look at some of those tapes, it still blows my mind, yo. I was like, this motherfucker was amazing. It did, like, even when I remember people was trying to say it was a phantom punch where he knocked out old boy, but now we got so much power of replay and technology. Like, man, he just caught him with a punch he didn't see and caught him coming in. I don't think that was no Sonny Liston when it was fake and he took a dive. I don't buy that. I don't even buy that dive shit. Sorry about that. I think it was 100% legit. Go ahead.
Yeah, he hit him. I think people bring that dive shit because of Liston's connections with the mob, and they just thought Liston was such a bruiser and this and that. They see this old baby-faced ass youngster, full of life, talking that big shit. They was like, ain't no way. He took a dive. The mafia made some casino fix or some shit, but they know damn well he caught his ass.
Right. He said it's hard to hypothesize when Floyd never lost, and he never lost many rounds even. Like, right, the man ain't had no close fights, man. Like, on the scorecards, he was one of the best I've ever seen in making adjustments in my lifetime, like in real life, in real speed. See, because a lot of those old fights, I already knew what was going to happen. I know who won the fight, so I'll be watching it, but I'm watching it different because I already know, Foreman's going to win this fight. You just know who's going to win, whatever the fight might have been. Holyfield's going to win. But I saw some of those fights in real time. Let me get y'all take on this, and I can move on to the next topic. Robert Garcia, is he going to be the X factor in Usyk versus Joshua?
It's possible.
No,
Go ahead first, show. Go ahead, show. You said no. Break down.
I
Tell
said
me why.
no
Tell me why.
because it's not. I don't think Garcia is smart. Garcia is smart enough to know I don't want to try to change this guy because whatever he does is what he does. I got to try to enhance what he does and give him a different mindset. That's all he's working on. At this stage of Joshua's career, you can't really teach him nothing new because he does what he does. You know. Now can you make him more aggressive? Can you give him a different mindset? Yeah, but that's the only thing you can give him. His skill is his skill. He does what he does. I just don't think it's going to be enough to beat this guy. This guy, for a heavyweight, is special. I don't think anybody beats Usyk, honestly. If he's right, if Usyk is right, don't none of these guys beat him.
Not even Tyson Fury?
If Usyk is right, don't none of these guys beat him.
Damn. No, with me, I think Garcia can change some shit in him, and I think he selected Garcia because of Garcia's temperament. I don't think AJ's one of these delicate dudes you got to deal with. As big as he is.
Damn, Reggie, you call the nigga delicate?
He is, man. You see that shit all the time, man. Some people physically strong but mentally weak as fuck. And
you can't say he's mentally weak, Reggie.
What you mean? You didn't see the first Andy Ruiz fight? He lost that shit because of mental weakness.
No, he was already concussed in sparring. Everybody knew that. It was the rumors coming out that he got injured in sparring, like knocked out in sparring in Florida, in Miami before the fight. Came into the fight with a concussion.
Yeah, that was part of it too. But you were starting to see this shit fade even before that.
I just want to say this: you don't win a gold medal, get knocked down by Klitschko, get up, stop him, beat Charles Martin, beat Parker, become a three-belt world heavyweight champion of the world and a gold medalist, and be mentally weak.
I feel you on all that.
You don't even get in shape like that if you are mentally weak, Reggie.
I feel you on all that, but
built like an action figure. He has some mental fortitude. I can't let you get that off.
Mental weakness is a thing. Mike Tyson talks about it. It's a lot of these athletes who talk about it. It's a factor they deal with. I mean, you ain't gonna call him a coward, but when he get in certain environments or places, you get some of the most gangster motherfuckers who can enter an environment or enter against a motherfucker who's probably someone similar is a foe as them, and it can bring out certain mental shits to where they question it. It happens, it's part of human nature. But in this one, like you were seeing it, that Klitschko fight, it changed some shit. He went against Martin, who wasn't that much of a competitor, but when he fought Takum, you start seeing certain shit. You seen Joseph Parker, you start seeing shit. He can call a timeout in the fight. Then he leads to this one to get hurt by a Joey DeWelko. That shit changed something in him. Then him needing to bring sports psychologists to help him needing to change the music. And he talks about it. That mental shit started to fuck with him, became fragile. He's physically strong. In areas he's mentally weak. It's a common thing with certain athletes and pressure. It ain't just saying he's weak, it's the pressures that's put on them and shit. But so that's the thing of dealing with someone who has to handle him delicate. Ronnie Shields wouldn't been a fit because Ronnie get in there, motherfucker, get your ass up on it, put your fucking, he'll do that shit and he'll break AJ. It's like an NFL coach, a player who may drop a pass and have a coach, God damn it, motherfucker, berating him, and now his mind is out of it. He's dropping every damn thing. These are the aspects that they deal with from psychology. That's why he's bringing them sports psychologists in there. Those are things you got to factor in. And just to hear it, most people assume it's like, oh, you calling this big nigga a coward. No, it ain't that. But they're going to deal with that. Any of us who been in fights, you had certain doubts, you worried about certain shit, and especially a person who probably been knocked out if they fought somebody. I'm pretty sure when they get in another fight, they worry about that shit. The crazy motherfuckers don't give a shit. They go right back into it. AJ comes from a little bit softer touch side of life and shit. So a dude like Robert Garcia would know how to deal with him. You don't hear Robert Garcia, even in his fighters in the worst moments, is a dude who's going off on him or tripping like that. So he needs somebody delicate like that. And Robert Garcia is a dude who's constantly training with the sport. He knows the sport, knows what he can do with AJ. AJ's got to fight big, and I think that's the thing he's gonna try to get out of him. If he can't get that shit out of him, I don't think there's nothing no one can really do to help him. He should have listened to Lennox a long time ago when Lennox spoke about where you graduate from amateur coaches and move into the pro side. And he waits to 2 losses, get at this stage in his career to try to get a pro coach. But that's my thoughts on it.
All right. Shelmore, you want to add anything else to him? I'm going to let Mex get the floor real quick. Go ahead, Mex. Get your bars off. Is Robert?
No, I mean, he got it. He hit it on the head. AJ, I still don't believe that at this point in his career he's going to change much because what he's done has gotten him to this point. So I just think Garcia is probably going to work on his mental and give him a different mindset. That's all he can do. That's just my opinion.
For sure. Go ahead, Mex. Talk to me. Can Robert Garcia make a difference in will he be the X factor in this fight between AJ and Usyk rematch?
Yeah, I mean, I think he can be. I think this fight's gonna be a lot closer than the first one. I think AJ actually has a legitimate chance at winning too. I think with the whole war thing in Ukraine also being a factor of Usyk coming back from that, and then just like Reggie was saying, he got AJ's a bigger dude. Fight big, clinch, put your weight on him, get in his face. You know what I mean? Like try to learn how to cut off the ring at least. You know what I mean? Enough to get within arm's reach, because AJ's a big dude. He still got pop. You know, like as far as his chin and his mental and all that stuff. I mean, we'll kind of see how that goes. But I think he's determined, and we saw what happened with the Ruiz rematch. I mean, he played it smart, won very easily, even though it was a boring fight. Used his size. So I mean, he could probably do that same shit. But Usyk is a way better boxer than Ruiz is.
Yeah, this ain't no goddamn Ruiz.
Yeah, nah, Usyk definitely ain't Ruiz, but I mean, I think it'd just be a closer fight this time. I mean, I'm gonna watch that shit for sure.
All right. What's your take on Mayweather? You think fans tired of him robbing the bank?
You said what happened?
What's your take on Mayweather? You think fans are tired of Mayweather, quote unquote, I guess, robbing the bank?
With Tank?
Robbing the bank, as in like doing the exhibitions. People saying,
for the exhibition shit. Nah, I think he's free to do whatever the fuck he wants. He's the GOAT. Shit. The GOAT gonna do what the GOAT gonna do. I mean, this ain't nothing new. What was he in the middle of his career was doing WWE and Dancing with the Stars. Why are people surprised at this shit?
Because he got $1 billion now. These niggas jealous as shit.
He's gonna have 2 when he's done.
And the other crazy part is nobody complains with Robert Kraft type motherfuckers making money for 100 years. Bob Arum making it for damn prehistoric motherfucking turn of events and shit. Nobody complains when none of these suit wearing people are making money for long periods of damn time. But now it's some athlete. That's what used to trip me as a kid, where people always, oh, they're filthy rich. Oh, they're just such rich crybabies and this and that, and they need to shut up. They're making all this money. Somebody write these fucking checks. And nobody says shit to the check writing motherfuckers, but they say it to the ones who receive a check. Like, that shit is crazy, but it just shows the ignorant side of when you're dealing with ignorant ass fans. It's like even when I was talking about that housing crash shit and about how you deal in these situations in America, because the average people in this country are just dumb as fuck. And this is why you can bring people in to provide them with information. Everything should be great. You should invest and buy this. Everything looks good, and you buy it the next week. Them knowing that shit, it crashes. But you didn't pay for it because you didn't look at the signs on the wall that said, in 1 week we gonna be crashing. But it just shows the dumb side. Like, and that's why a person like that, or even people who get in that position, have to be like, fuck what anybody says, fuck what anybody thinks.
Go ahead, Sheldon. I had to reach your mic, man. It was bumping.
Yeah, I'm outside. So yeah, go ahead. I was gonna say that to you, Reg. You know I'm moving to Vegas, right?
Oh, when?
Probably the next year, maybe 14 months, because I was trying to get a house last month, and the realtor out there told me no. It's a bad time right now.
Salute.
Wait about 8 to 10 months.
salute.
the shit crashed. You know the shit crashed like 2 weeks ago.
One at a time.
You know the shit crashed like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's
Interest rates went up. Everything went bad. So he said, no, it's not a good time to buy. Just wait like 8-10 months, watch this shit play out, and then try. But not right now.
You ought to go buy that motherfucker a supreme steak from Roof Chris for even being that honest. Any other little scumbag would have tried to sell you a house out here.
For sure. Go ahead, Sheldon. I just got to mute it in between while you're not talking because it's whomping real bad.
I got you. Yeah, man. No, it's cool. I got it. I just don't like when people bring it, the money into it. Look, the motherfucker made money. People bought his fights. I can admit I bought a lot of his fights to see him get his ass whooped. It just didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So you can't buy the man's fights and pay the money. Now you complaining about the motherfucking money. He been making money. That's how he makes money. Ain't like Floyd finna be a doctor or a neurosurgeon or none of this shit. Floyd fights. That's what he does. He gets paid well.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
I mean, it's always broke motherfuckers hating on somebody with more money than them. That's. I mean, you rarely see rich people hating on people that are making just less than money than them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a certain mindset, and I was there at one point in my life when I was younger. I was taught to hate rich people, but when I got older, I said, well, one day I want to be rich. So how am I gonna hate my future self? Like, fuck that shit. I got love for everybody getting their money. As long as they ain't selling their soul for it, fuck it. And if they are, I mean, fuck, it ain't my pockets a lot.
You keep calling black people the N-word, you ain't gonna get no millions. They gonna get the black folks ain't gonna buy it, and you gonna get canceled.
Why you gonna start this shit already, Mark? I see you.
I ain't starting it already. I'm just saying it's the second hour of the show. It's the power hour. You ready?
I'm ready for whatever. You know me.
No. Now, Mex, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna tell you like I tell everybody else. Once you click that link, you put yourself out there, and you're open to other people's interpretation, right? That's not That's not just you. That's me. That's Lottie Dottie, everybody. But also, I need you guys to have some kind of decorum, some kind of respect for each other. If you don't respect yourself, you don't respect the person you talk to, at least have a little respect for me and the hard work that I'm trying to do over here. All right. So I'm gonna ask you guys, if you're not talking, try to keep your mic muted, especially because that's when you have a knee-jerk reaction. Then you just cutting people off every word. Now, granted, I know it's gonna happen. It's gonna get a little heated. It's gonna get a little hot at times, but we gotta have these kind of conversations, and I'm okay with it. I'm built for it. And it's gonna be a little argument. I'll just tell people, look, once we start insulting people, where does it end at? Bitch, nigga, motherfucker, I pull up where you stay with the AK. Like, nah, man, we got to have some kind of decorum, but we're gonna have these hard conversations. Reg, show more. I got Mex here, right? Which is interesting. Now, let me preface this. Some people would say Marq Nash.
Hold on, Mark.
Go ahead.
Fuck that shit. I'm finna pull up on you right now, nigga.
All right.
I'm finna jump on a plane, come to Georgia right now, nigga.
Right. Nah, they ain't gonna do that. They'll probably see me at a fight, and then it'll be on. That's probably how it's gonna go. Cause I ain't running from nothing. I'm gonna still be at a fight.
Like the tank fight, Mark. When I see you, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you.
I mean, that's what that nigga told you. He ain't tell me that.
Yeah, but what happened when I saw him?
You want to take a picture with you? You want to take a picture? Man, it's just the internet, man. Take a picture. You just motherfuckers don't want no smoke. They just want to meet you in person half the time. You want to take a picture. Be cool with you, man.
Exactly.
All right, so look, let me say this. Oh, yeah, but I do plan to meet you in person, Reggie. I'm coming out to Vegas, though. So I'll see you when I pull up.
Oh, yeah, man. Anybody pull up. Any motherfuckers I be talking shit to I don't like, man. I'm peaceful, man.
Yeah, I'm peaceful as fuck, too.
Yeah, unless you come sideways that we can fight, and then I'm peaceful after that shit.
Nah, it's all good over here, man. I ain't trying to fight nobody, man. I don't support violence outside of a boxing ring or an octagon. But, I am a man. I will defend myself. But then again, too, if you threaten me, I might set it off, though, because I'm just saying it is what it is. I can't be taking chances with motherfucker. He might be as good as he said he was. You know what I'm saying? Might have that one hit Twitter. Motherfucker had my ass looking like Mayweather, and this gift is on the screen. Like, bam. Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? Now my wife got to jump in. We're gonna be jumping. My wife gonna jump in and cut you. All right, but look, let me talk about this, man. Now, some would say, Marq Nash, why you always got to talk about race? Why you got to talk about the goddamn racism? I come here for boxing talk. Well, you can leave. But seriously, though, no, we talk about race. People will talk about race in boxing all the time. This guy's racist. Oh, you were the slave master as a promoter. But a deeper part of this conversation is we always talk about racism, but yet some would say we treat ourselves worse than each other. Like black folks, we treat each other the worst. We give each other the worst customer service. We always want the homie hookup and things of that nature. I prefaced all that to say this. The question of the night is this. Should black folks, as we like to say, black folks, stop using the N-word if they want others to stop using it? This is left over from a conversation we was having on the Monday night show. More, I gotta mute your mic, my brother. Let me finish setting this up. All right. This comes from a conversation we had on Monday night show. On Monday night show, Mex was here, and we was talking about and he was speaking about, he does use the word. He said, I use it when I'm with my homeboys, I'm with my homies, round the way, we kicking it. I say it to them, they say it to me, no problems. It's only a problem here on the internet, right? He said some people don't even care if people say it if they think they can beat their ass. If you don't think, you're not gonna tell Dwayne Rock Johnson he can't call you my nigga, and he be like, well, I'm actually Samoan, I'm not a nigga. Whatever. You're not gonna tell that to Brock Lesnar if he in front of you. Some people would say, according to Mix. So my question of the night, and I'll change the survey, is what do you guys think of this topic? And Shelton Moore, you're the oldest person on the panel. I think you might be the oldest person on YouTube, but that's a little joke. But
that wasn't funny, motherfucker.
The jury's still out. The jury's still out. We'll see what the emojis look like when they put the last emojis up. Now, some would say Mex. Now, before I finish, and let me finish setting this up right after this. Some people will say Mex, Marq Nash should not be on this panel. It should be an all-black panel. It should be a black-only conversation. To that, I say, YouTube isn't black-only. This channel isn't black-only. Look at my complexion. I'm probably not black-only somewhere, right? But more importantly, when we're having these conversations and we're talking about should black people stop using the N-word if we want others to stop using it, I think it'll be fair. It's only fair to listen to brother Mex. Some people call you Mess now. It ain't Mex, it's Mess. It's Mex. What's up, Mex? M-E-S-S. They say you messy as fuck. But I think it's fair to listen to your yeah. I said some people. I say that. That was me. I'm talking about some people call him Mess. Nigga, I say it. But Mex, aka Messy Mex, aka Mextasy, that's what he calls himself on IG. I think your opinion is important to me because you are say he was like, man, I don't even know what I am. I know I got some Latin somewhere in it because that's where this curly shit come from, but I don't know. You can say you grew up in foster care and things like that, right? Or were you adopted? Which one? I forgot. Both.
No, my mom was.
Your mother was. Okay, so I think those things right there makes your perspective different because I don't like to operate in an echo chamber. Some people like that. They want everybody around to be like, you said he's the best, I say the best, you say he's the best. If you disagree, take him out, block him, take his wrench. I don't operate like that. Now, so some people ain't gonna like that. But to those people I'll say, I'll call back or call me back. Call me back 410. I think that's Jerry. Call back, Jerry, and let me finish setting this up. Let me set this topic up. Matter of fact, I'll call you back. So with that said, Shelton Moore, give me your opening statement on this topic, and then we can move forward, and then we'll pass it around. Should black people stop using the N-word if they want other people to stop using it?
Well, how can I tell you not to say something that I say every day? You know, if I don't want...
It's staticking bad right now. What did you do with your mic? It's staticking now.
I'm staticking? Can you hear me now?
He must be by electric device. You buy a TV or something?
You bought a TV?
Yeah. We
I
turn it
didn't
up.
know that's what happened. The TV does that.
Yeah,
But
sometimes you get interference.
it's that volume. The TV is up loud too. But we can. It's whomping. That's what that whomping is. That TV. You got to turn the volume down on the TV.
Can you hear it now?
We can work with it. Go ahead. I see
I
you ain't got that smoke that said the battery change yet. I want a refund on my money. Send me back
you get it.
Send me back my $2.
How can I tell you not to call me something that I word? How can I tell you not to say a word that I use every day? It just don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't. People been. We've been using that word. Shit, I'm 55 years old, and I don't know when we started, but we've been using it my whole life. So it's a word that we use now. If you of another race and you call me that, you might have some issues. I'm gonna just let you know that now. But I don't. If it don't apply, let it fly, man. If you're not a nigga, it shouldn't offend you. You know what I'm saying? Because the root word, the word means an ignorant, stupid person. So if you're not a nigga, why does it bother you?
All right, Reggie Owens, you give me your reply.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to mix.
With me, like we was having a discussion the other day, like the nigga word, I don't trip off of that shit like that. And I need to stop saying it so much myself. That's like I was saying in that conversation. Nigga wasn't a word that even black people just use openly like that, because we dealt with, especially, and it's a thing regionally where you come from. Many people from the South will apply that where we come from and the slave thing, and they will apply that. But when you move west, it becomes a different thing. And many of our people who moved to the West have migrated from out of that. But as you got younger generations, they kind of in the 80s, when I'm a young kid in the 80s, and I remember hearing that, where even when we played with Mexican kids who were even being you didn't have a large population of Mexicans, but they were being brought new into our environment. They didn't use it like that. We didn't let other people really use it, but black people didn't openly use that word like that as often as you hear it. Some people will say it. It'll come up out of cool talk between people who deem themselves cool. Oh, nigga, you tripping. But it wasn't like a greeting type shit. And it wasn't a disrespect. Or you be nigga this, and it wasn't commonly used, and you didn't use it around older people. Even black folks who spoke that shit, they didn't speak that shit around maybe their mothers, and especially not their grandparents, because of the trauma associated with that word, even though we wasn't saying the Nigger word. But then we started, as we see gangsters and shit using it, and it being played off as cool, it gravitating towards music, and it just start finding its way as being more commonly and openly used. And as we evolve in this society where we're intermixing a little bit more, and they're hearing that language, you get other people picked up on it, because now you start hearing black folks over time. Because I remember even in the 80s, if even a Mexican or anybody used that word, you're going to get beat the fuck up. It's going to be something to come from. It was more some shit that black people used, and it was ignorant as fuck back then for us even to use, if it's such a painful and hurtful a word to use. If it hurts our parents and it hurts our grandparents, why the fuck are we using it like that? But then it'd be, as I say, if it gravitates towards more trendy shit, cultural trends and music and hood language and shit, and then we have hoods with other people in it, and we're saying it to them as well. We call them our non-black friends, our niggas and shit like that. Of course, they pick up on that. You're gonna have people pick up on language that is deemed part of a culture, and that's what it is. It's not one of calling you something like you a slave or you derived from slave. A lot of people who use the word may not even associate it with that shit at this point in time, because you look at videos, it's white boys who greet each other. What's up, my nigga? You definitely hear the Latinos. What's up, my nigga? You definitely hear the Samoans. So the word has taken off, but it should be a word that's used like no, it should have been stopped in the 80s when it was starting to be used, because it's heavily starting to be used on the West Coast. I don't know how it was on the East Coast. And I know damn well people in the South didn't use it, because we have Southern relatives come out there. The shit was shocking when they hear that shit. So as we migrate across this country, the use and impact of that word comes different. But in California, like I say, many of our people come from the South. And so therefore that word wasn't so much used until you start having this breakdown in the societies and shit, to where younger folks and older folks kind of bridge themselves apart. But that's my thoughts on it. The word, when I hear it, impact, it depends on who the fuck's saying. I don't want to hear no preppy ass white kid using that shit and trying to just get by with saying the word and using it as some joke. Then yeah, he fuck around, get fucked up. But it just depends. It ain't no word of hurt like that. And I'm not from the South, but that's my thoughts.
All right, Mets, give me your opening statement.
Pertaining to the question in particular, or pertaining to myself?
The question on the docket. However you want.
Well, I mean, I'm not big on telling people what they should and shouldn't use. I mean, like I said, if someone does feel offended by it for whatever reason, and that's not just necessarily that word, but language in general. I mean, sometimes just cussing in someone's house is offensive, even if you're not cussing at somebody. So I think, you should definitely, know your surroundings and shit. But I don't know. I think it's just, I guess to say it's a unique word. You know what I'm saying? Because it can mean so many different things without meaning anything racist at all. You know what I mean? It could be just a general, could mean my friend. It could mean men, males, dude, a group of people. So I don't know, but I think it's a very easy word to trip on if you want to trip on it. So I mean, I think it is kind of hypocritical to tell no one else to use the word if you're gonna use it all the time yourself. I mean, I think that's a bit hypocritical, but to each your own,
Hey, Joey Chaz, my brother, please stop spamming my chat with the same thing over and over. I see it. I saw it the first time, the second time, the third time. You don't have to keep typing it over and over, Joey. We read it. Let me play this real quick. Reg, did you ever see this viral clip of this spelling bee? Did you guys ever see the kid at the spelling bee having to spell this word
with niggas?
Niggas. Right? Now this is key because people.
Before you play that too, after you say your point, Mark.
People will say the word derives from niggas, and how the word was taken from you and used in a negative connotation, but the word itself derives from negus, Negus, which means a god, a king. This is in ancient Ethiopia, right? So let me play a clip of this audio, and I played a clip of this video, and we'll come back with some more commentary. Let me see. Boom. I want y'all to check this out. I don't know if y'all seen this before. Some people probably seen it, some people haven't.
Amharic. A king.
What is the definition?
A king. It's used as a title of the sovereign of Ethiopia. Negus.
The sovereign of Ethiopia. The sovereign people. Negus. Also known as a monarch.
Negus. Could you use it in a sentence?
The Negus ruled Ethiopia until the coup of 1974.
So the Negus was in charge for a long time, right? All right. Fast forward. He's gonna. So you see it on the screen. Negus, a king used as a title of the sovereign people, but also is also known as a monarch or what they would call like a god. Now, I said this to say some people will argue like, man, the word meant something else, but now it has a negative connotation because of the way it was used in oppression. Reg, what was your comment you wanted to say about that?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it before you played it because nobody knew what a negus was until this white boy spelling this spelling bee, and you start having niggas coming up for how the N word derived, and even some niggas try to make a clothing line out of the use of that word, because a lot of people want to inject that word to be kind of the word that will replace the N word, and it's crazy that N word conversation becomes a thing after that damn punk from was he from Seinfeld, the comedian who sat there berating the people at his comedy show, calling them N-words and shit, and then Oprah and them try to come out and want to put a spin on, not trying to, I think it was Kramer or some shit who was going on this little racist rant at at the comedy club improv and shit and trying to twist that. So that when they heard the white kid say it, a lot of people ain't never in their life heard this word niggas, and then when they hear it's behind the king, people start spinning it, acting like they knew it. But I don't think nigga derived from that. I think nigga derived from nigger.
Okay, well, you know that, but this is pre that though. This is pre nigger.
That shit.
But no, I'm saying, but nigger is pre, like, you don't know it, we might not know it, but it's pre that. Also pre that is naga. Are you familiar with naga?
Naga.
You ever heard that word?
Naga.
Never.
Okay, it's in Indian mythology. It's a member of the sediment race, but also it's part human, part cobra form. It's a mythology. In mythology, a male, it's like half man, half serpent, and they are nagas.
Naga.
And they're black. In that culture. Did you know that? I'll show you on the screen. Let me take here's a naga right here. Some devilish looking shit, man. It's kind of scary, actually, man. But and I'll take a picture and put this on the screen for us. Matter of fact, I'll just share my screen. Look at this, yo. So it's some things that, like, I didn't even know some of this until
there's nothing on the screen, Mark.
I'm sharing it right now, my brother. Bear with me. Zoe Williams did a show. You know Zoe, right? Zoe did a show. He was talking about this as well. But look at the nagas right here, man. Did you know this, Red? You ever seen this before?
No.
Yeah, look at this, man. Look at these nagas. Half man, half serpent. Dope, right? Look at this right here, the Golden Warrior. Shit. Shout out to Tay Jones, the Golden Warrior. Yeah, Tay Jones probably didn't even know this. Yeah, man. So it is some mythology goes on in those words, but these words are derived from other things. The word nigger is some Southern American shit. It didn't start that way, bro. I don't think it started well. That's just what eventually it became. Show more. He said Eclipse, stop it. You didn't. Oh, I missed it. He said Nagas were the blue snake people of India. Shout out to Clip. Shout out to Show More. He said Nagas are black people. See? My brother Jerry. Use the chat. I saw you was using the chat earlier. You can use the chat. I'm trying to I ain't opened the phone lines back up yet. And I think I texted you already, said I would call you back. So I haven't opened the phone lines up yet. I'm trying to rock with the panel. Give me your take. Matter of fact, fuck it. Let's do it. What's up, man? Yeah.
Loading and loading.
No. You. Well, I saw you got to refresh your computer, but I did see you in the chat, and I even typed you back. But go ahead. You got the floor. 2 minutes on the clock. Turn the TV down. Turn the TV down. Turn the TV down. Because I'm hearing myself twice. All right. Go ahead. 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
Well, I just thought I would comment on. I'm a white guy, and some may say that I shouldn't comment. I agree with what the other guy said. It's hard to tell people what they can say. We got freedom of speech in this country, but I can tell you my personal feeling is it's a dirty word. When I was coming up, I grew up around a lot of black folks. They wasn't saying that. They wasn't calling each other that. I mean, it's not.
How old are you?
And I'm 53.
Okay.
And nowadays they're using it so much that other races and youth are feeling they're using it also. It's an ugly word, and I would hope for black folks that they would stop with it, or at least tone it down, because I mean, you hear it in conversations where it's just every other word. And how can you be so offended if somebody else says it, but it's all that's being said amongst a lot of black folks? It's like it's just overused. It's one after another with it. So that's what I would say about it. I think it's a dirty word, and it would be best not to use it so much, because now it's lost it's losing its meaning. You know what I mean? It's a bad word, and it comes from a bad origin. And I just don't know how it got to be such a big part of pop culture. Like I say, when I was coming up, it wasn't like that.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Jerry.
All right.
Thanks for calling. Jerry from Randallstown. All right. I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Boxing Scholar. I see him in the building. Boxing Scholar, what up, though? It's my guy right there. Yeah, I was chopping up with the Boxing Scholar earlier, and we was kind of talking about this earlier, off air. He said, Shell Moore said he learned something new tonight. Okay, learned about niggas, and he learned. Whoa, sorry about that in y'all ear. Hey, that timer is supposed to shock you, and it damn sure shocked and scared the hell out of me. I always said I was gonna change it, but then I left it there on purpose. So if the caller talking, they know like, oh shit, my time is up. But I'm supposed to stop the clock before it get to 0. So I do apologize for that. Some people heard that noise and they was like, Marq Nash.
I want to hear that.
Shit is loud, bro. I'm sorry. Daryl Clark, I'm so sorry. He said, I plan to, bro. Let me finish up. All right, cool. Jay-Z, the Canadian Jew, Usyk. All right, so I'm gonna say this, man. Some would say, yeah, true enough. You can't tell people what they can and can't say. It's America. It's a free country. We have freedom of speech. But you go to places like Germany, you can't. We have more Nazi symbols here in America than they have in Germany. Did you know that, Reg? Mex, did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't play that. Some countries, yeah, you have freedom of speech, but you can't. Even in America, they have certain things that they call "quote unquote" fighting words. It's almost in brackets like that. I was watching this. I like to watch those audit the police type videos, and the guy broke down like, yes, once the guy did that to the police, or he was threatening, and it could have been considered "quote unquote," I guess, fighting words. And once you start, I got you, Reg. Once you start doing things like, you can provoke people. But my question is, like the caller said, I don't know where it got like this. It got commercialized. It's in all your favorite songs. You put that beat behind it. Nigga what? Nigga who? Nigga what? Nigga who? You got the whole stadium saying it. A whole stadium. And you're gonna tell the stadium you can't go out there. Then what happens in the shows? When you go to rap shows, you ever been to an arena or like a Coachella type thing where it's, or like a festival, it's packed. And it ain't all black folks. And the word is being said, people are all right with it, long as the beat playing. They singing right along to Drake, Lil Wayne, and there's white folks all around you. There's black folks with you too, and they singing the lyrics word for word. Nobody's fighting. I'm just keeping a buck with y'all. Nobody is fighting. He said, I'm going to start calling niggas. Okay, for sure. Shout out to Show More. But it got commercialized. So that's why I posed the question. If black people, or should black people, stop using it, so then that argument would be dead on his face. Because for people like Joey Chad saying it's too late. What you can't no. First of all, it's never too late for anything. But matter of fact, it is too late for some shit. It's too late for me to be a pro boxer, probably. It's too late for me to join the NBA or the NFL. Some shit, it might be too late for you for it. But I will say, if black people globally got on one accord and say, no, we're not saying that. Just like how y'all don't wear cross-color jeans no more. Y'all don't wear Karl Kani no more. Y'all stop making that shit cool. Y'all don't wear FUBU no more, so people don't fuck with it. And there will, quote unquote, that license that people think they got to say it. People will be like, man, we don't even say that, yo. Like, we don't do that. We don't say that globally. But is that possible? Do you think it's possible? Mex said no. See, Mex, it was the people one time said, hey, man, we're going to be slaves forever. My grandkids going to be slaves.
I think the first question needs to be asked is, when you hear it, I think for the people that have a problem with it, do you see it the same as the ER, or is it different because it's an A? And the way I was taught were they're two different words. The ER is never acceptable under no circumstances. Even when it came to reading out loud in class, some of them old school books would have it in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you skip over that shit real quick. But growing up, like you said, it's in all the music, it's in all the movies. And then when the whole hood is calling each other that's how we call each other friends and shit. It's never been disrespectful. It's never been taken the wrong way. But then it's like, when you get out that element and then you see other people from other places, their culture is different. Like you said, it's like, I could understand people that grew up in the South having a more of a problem with it than people that grew up in California, because the cultures are vastly different. And even between Southern California and Northern California, because Southern California, there's a lot more beefs with blacks and Mexicans. Northern California, they're a lot more integrated, a lot more, like, all together. Like, the Mexican gangsters, like, speak completely different. They don't speak like, hey, what up, bro, none of that shit. They're like, yo, we out here, bro, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a whole different culture. So California in general is, I guess, unique, but I think people know when it's being said disrespectfully, whether it's ER or A, and people know when it's not. And my thing is, when people cause problems when it's not, you can say, hey, bro, don't call me that. I don't even know you like that or some shit, if it's someone you don't know. And then they should respect that, most definitely. But I think people know when it's coming from a bad place and when it's not.
So they get a one nigga rule.
What you mean?
It's a one nigga rule. Like, you get to say it one time just to test the water, stick your toe in the water, see if it's okay. And if once they say, hey, bro, don't call me that, or hey, man, don't call me that, then don't say it no more. So you saying you get a one nigga alibi, a mulligan?
Almost as close to what you said. My thing is, if you're saying it to purposely test waters, then it's not natural to you. It's not. If you're doing it to entice and be like, let me see what I can get away with over here, then you probably shouldn't be saying it at all. The thing is, when people say it naturally the whole life, it just comes out. Just like cussing comes out. Like, well, I just said, fuck, my bad. Like, fuck, oh, shit, I said it, whatever. Like, that's what you talk. You can tell when someone's been saying it their whole life, and when someone's testing that shit, when someone just met their friends and got the card to say shit, like, there's a whole different way. It's just like people, just like language in general. You can tell when someone naturally spoke Spanish their whole life and when they learned it from class. Even if they're really good, it's a whole different vibe. So, very close to what you're saying. Yeah, I think if you fuck up and say it, comes out and someone's like, hey, don't say that shit around me. If you respect them, whatever, say, yeah, okay, no problem, bro. I didn't mean nothing by it. All right, bro. Leave it at that. I mean, it happens. It's happened to me at people's houses and shit. I'm just like talking, we playing video games, some shit, and then mom comes in or grams comes in, hey, what the fuck I thought? You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like, it's never said offensively. So for someone to take it offensively, it's just, I don't know. It's just like you're looking to trip on something.
And look, the offense to that shit is going way out the window. There ain't no offense to it. But even it used to be dumb back in the day when like I say, back in and I'm a kid born in the 80s. It wasn't used that much, even though it was used back in the 60s and shit. But you had so many people in the 60s talk hip ass language. And they would be saying niggas, but it wasn't widely used amongst the pimps and street pushers and shit. Hey, nigga, where my motherfucking money? Are you getting over on somebody and shit? They use it like that, but it wasn't a commonly used words. And other races, especially white people, didn't use it because of such divisions in this country. A lot of white people got their ass whooped around this kind of new wave of blackness. Black people didn't play this shit, but white people wasn't going around saying nigga. They're going around saying nigger. And they'll get their ass whooped. But then even like in the 80s, where it'd be like older people will hear a group of black people say that shit, and the black people will tell them, but it ain't the ER word. We ain't saying it like that. Don't mean this. But they be like, but can't nobody else use the word. So it was crazy. So why would you use the word if it's having an offense that the elders are telling you why you shouldn't use it, but you tell the elders it don't mean that, but they can't say this shit because you take racial slight to it. But over time, all that shit kind of passed. And now everybody use it. It ain't even got to be people in groups with other, it ain't even got to be a mixed race. You hear whites call each other nigga. You hear
Asians out here crazy with it.
Asians, all races of people use this word. And people may use the word to say, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Or can use it in a way of we got problems. Like, there's so many uses on how they use the words. Like, but everything's become generational now, and that's the thing. Even back then, it was a generational word, but it wasn't a commercialized word. But the more you hear it thrown in hip hop lyric and shit like that, now you dealing with consumer bases. Hip hop's biggest consumer is a white fucking audience base. So over time, what the fuck you think gonna happen with the use of that word?
Let me change
that's usually, that's what happens naturally when cultures are integrated in any environment. You're going to start getting a mix with people that normally weren't a part of that culture or picking up on shit, and vice versa. So it's like that's it, and that's why I said like, yeah, the race thing, I get it, but it's more of a cultural thing because most people that grew up in a certain environment speak a certain way, even if it's different slang and shit, but they speak differently than people who are born in suburbs or born well off, regardless of color. Majority of the time, if we playing the odds. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's out here, you know, but I understand because most of the people I run into are just, I think my generation is probably the first that started maybe non-black people saying the word and it being accepted, but you would have like your couple, right? Like everyone grew up with like a white dude or Mexican dude in their crew. It's like, he can say it at the same time, you know, type shit. And then from there on, from the 20-year-olds, the kids nowadays are 13 and shit, it's all over the place. It's spread like a wildfire, you know? And that's why I think if motherfuckers is sitting here, I mean, you realize that there's men trying to be women and women trying to be men. We ain't never seen that shit before either, the way it is now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that are changing. This ain't then, and don't have the same offense to it. But people are gonna take offense.
Why do you think it doesn't have the same offense? And how would you know?
I think, I mean, and I obviously, you know, am not black, so I can't talk about the offense it has to me because obviously it doesn't. But it does in a sense because I have black brothers, and I've already, you know, before my brothers even pop off, a lot of times I pop off on that shit before they do if I hear it, period. I've heard motherfuckers say shit to my brothers, my brother not hear this shit. And, you know, whatever happened after that point to him. Like, we don't fuck around like that. But I would say I think the difference is as a younger black person in the country right now, you're taught your offense. You're taught to have offense to it. You know, you're taught at a young age. If anyone ever says this to you, fire on them, right? And as a kid, you're not understanding, like, why? Why is that a bad word? Then you have to learn about the history of it. You have to see it. You have to see the movies, you have to hear stories, talk to family members. But that's different, I think, than people that actually lived it. You know, if you live those situations, whether it be pre-60s, whether it be, you know, grams and shit, I think the offense to it is a stronger emotional connection than someone that sat down and told you, hey, when you hear this, you should have offense and you should have it because of these reasons. Versus someone that went through it and said, I don't even got to think about it or be taught about it. That shit. So that's why I say older people usually have a problem with, and I would say fairly anyone saying it, because most old like my grams from North Carolina, when she comes down, she don't want to hear nobody say it, black, white, otherwise, AER, no kind of way. She don't play no rap music. All she plays is gospel music, all that shit. Because that's the thing too. It's hard to say you shouldn't say it, but all you listen to is rap. You support it.
Interesting point. So Meg said it's hard to not say it if all you listen to is rap music. Well, you need to buy the Walmart version.
Hell no. Them Purple Hills.
No, the Walmart version will probably let you say nigga. They don't let you say I'm gonna sell some dope or shoot AK, but they bleep out the custom. But I think they probably let the N-word fly. Man, okay, so we got a couple chats out there. They said oh, no, we're not about to read that one.
Read that shit.
No, I ain't about to read that. It's just, come on, man. Okay, I'll read it. Mex is probably gay. But let me say this right here. I took a survey on Monday, like I told you guys I would, and I put this in my community tab on the show, right? We got a neighbors tab over here, and we got other content that's up there that you can't see unless you're a member. So we definitely got membership. Membership start at $2.99. So sign up to be a member, and it'll surprise you. The first thing you see, you're gonna be like, damn, how you put this on YouTube? I was like, it was already on YouTube. I just shared it. So let me share my screen, and I'm gonna show you the survey. Took a survey right here. Who's that? I see Punch in the building. Shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing, aka Mr. Moonshine himself. What up, my guy? He all the way out of NYC. I know they say it all the time. Like, I think depending on where you live at in this country too, the more you're gonna hear it versus where you're not gonna hear it. You get what I'm saying?
I feel like no one has a problem with Puerto Ricans saying it anymore, right? I mean, that's pretty fat jaw here, you know, say what you want. Most Puerto Ricans
can't say nobody because some people got a problem with it still.
But I would say, I mean, you can probably answer this better than I can, but would you say that the overall percentage of it have more of a problem with Mexicans than Puerto Ricans saying the word? Like New York Puerto Ricans can pretty much say it openly, right?
As far as I know, I don't know. I don't live in New York, so let's be fair. I don't live in New York, and I can count how many times I visited there. So I don't think I met enough people from New York to say that. But I'll take a guess and say Dominicans too.
Yeah.
I say Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. I think a lot of people don't trip when they be saying it. Because the way they look.
Because they have a little more Afro connection from being from the island.
I would assume so, from what I see, but I could be wrong though. But some people will still get upset.
See, that's the other thing I don't understand too, right? So is it a culture thing or is it just a skin color thing? Because if you came over from Africa or if you came over from the islands, that's not really part of your culture to say it, you know, for it to be in your culture the way it is in African American culture. But or is it just, hey, you're my skin color, so fuck it. Even though it's not natural to you, you just picked it up 2 years ago. Fuck it, run with it.
Punch said the N-word today is used. It's nothing but used as a slang and power trip. Nah, it's still used as a slur though. We still see it used as a slur. You can find it used as a slur if you're looking for it every day on certain channels. All they do is show you some shit where people are being racist and they using the N-word. So so I gotta disagree with you on that. People still use it as a slur as well. But we took this survey, right? We got almost 1,000 votes on this survey, right? But peep this though. 53% is very close. But 53% are saying yes. Black folks should stop using the N-word if they want others to stop using it. 53%, right? We got almost 10,000 subscribers. Actually, this is about 10% of the audience right here. We got 9,000 and some change. So seeing this 900 votes, that's exactly about 10%, which is a good number of votes because I like this too. Because what I hate about this is you can change your vote. You can see I hate that. That's why I like the YouTube survey doing the show. You can't change your vote. But what I will say about this survey is, and we're gonna read some of these comments too on this survey. It's gonna blow your mind. Blew my mind. It's gonna blow your mind. When you watch Family Feud, they don't even take 1,000 votes. It'd be what? We took a survey of 100 people. We asked 100 people. We asked almost 1,000 people. 53% are saying yes. Somebody said Punch was asleep doing Charleston. That was funny. He said, Punch, aren't you? Oh Lord, let me leave that alone. They up here on the smoke. They on free smoke. They free smoking in the chat. It is what it is. Let me show you guys a couple of these comments that we're saying. Somebody said it's kind of impressive to see the poll 50-50. It's only a matter of time before the ratio gets ruined, bro. And he was right. You were right. All right, I commented that in real time. All right. Clip Corleone said, hey, look, to think anyone can control someone's speech is outrageous. But we're not saying you controlling anybody's speech. We're talking about black folks controlling their own speech. Will that stop other people from using it? Never said that. Somebody said a better question is, why do they want to say it?
It never heard of it.
Wrong button. That's the better question. My man said, why do they want to say? Who is this?
Can I answer?
Yeah, Emilio's dad. Go ahead.
I could say personally, I've never wanted to. I never care one way or another. It's just as I learned language throughout my life, that's what everyone around me called their friends. And I mean, usually most of the time I was the only black person kicking it in groups of black people. So, I mean, obviously it has a big part to do with it, but there's never a want. I know it was never like, hey guys, you think it's cool since we kicked it for a year now if I say this shit with you? Like it was never nothing
like that. You 1,000% ask like
hey,
that.
bro, did I pass my probationary period? Can I say it now with you?
Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
That's you, Max. You 100%. That sounds you hit the script too perfect. Hey guys.
It's been a year.
Been a year. It's been about a year. I've been good. You know, I let you guys smoke my Black and Miles. You always.
I backed you up in 3 fights. I'll let you borrow some money that you never pay me back from.
Bro, you fucked up my sneakers that night at the club. You know, I let you borrow my J's. Yeah, you 1000% said. I don't know how to ask, bro. That'd be a skit. I need to do that. Let me write that down for somebody's thing. I don't even think I got a white friend here in Atlanta that's cool enough to say, man, I don't want to do. That's cool enough to do it. I'll probably have to hire somebody. Let me write that down. Can I say the N-word skit? All right, but go ahead, man. But so
that's all I'm saying. For me personally, it's never been a want, but I know that there are people that, you know, maybe their whole life never grew up saying it. Maybe until they went off to college and met a couple of people, they started saying it. But like I say, you can always, for the most part, you can tell when someone kind of got the pass later in life and when someone just grew up in that environment, said it their whole life. So for me personally, it's never been a want, but I think that there are definitely people out there that have had that want, like, oh, I wish I could say it, or maybe if I kick it the right people, or get jumped in this game, get a couple face tats, you know, some shit. I don't know, but
damn, that's the way. That's how you get to do it. You get jumped in, get some face tats.
I mean, you know, if you see a white crib kicking it, you're gonna assume they might let him, depending on the gang he's from. You know, you're gonna think, if there's any white person I think that might be saying it, like, you know, you're gonna see a suit and tie white guy and be like, he says it, you probably be very uncomfortable.
Peep this though. See, everybody is taking them. See, maybe I'm reading this wrong. See, Emilio's dad sounds like he's saying the better question is, why do they, i.e., others, want to say it? But it can be read as easy as two, because the question is, should black folks stop using the N-word if they want other people? So if they want other people to stop using, and he capitalized and put they, right? They want to use it. He could be saying, why do black people want to? You get what I'm saying?
So you answer that question, Mark. You answer that question. That one's on you.
Huh?
That one's on you.
Why do black people want? That's a good question for the chat. For the people out there who do use the N-word, because I know a lot of y'all niggas use it. Why do y'all use the word? Why do y'all want to use the word? I was talking to the boxing scholar. I don't want to steal his talking points, but I'm gonna say it. Boxing scholar, he was like, well, y'all be for the people who say y'all use the word. Boxing scholar be like, what do you say? He be like,
it never heard of it.
Wrong draw. He be like,
that's day one. That's day one right there. Y'all niggas say nigga. Why I can't say nigga?
Like that's day one. People always want to do that. But for boxing scholar, he also says,
say it. Go in and say it, motherfucker. You want to say it, say it. But there will be some consequences.
Right? So it is what it is. I'll pass to you guys, but what do you think of that? Did you think it could be read that way as well?
Now, looking at his name being Emilio's dad, he's probably not black himself. So if he says they, I would think, yeah.
See, I peeped all of that. I peeped the context clues. Somebody
Sherlock Holmes that.
And then Dawson Boxing said to reclaim the word. Emilio's dad said good ass answer. So he might be thinking who wants to claim the word? The black people want to reclaim the word, or maybe the white people saying it want to reclaim the word. Like, hold up, y'all niggas having too much fun with this nigga word. Let me get that back. Somebody else said this. He said, sharpen the edge, sword. He said, yes, but nobody can make them or really judge them if they don't. But yeah, if they want the word to stop being used in general, they should stop using it as well. It doesn't matter if black folks use the word, laugh out loud. Everyone should know the consequences. Shout out to K-Mon. Girl behind the mic, she was like, to be fair. Liam said, like all words, it fully depends on the individual. I have black friends. I can freely say the word around. Not calling them that, of course. He said, but I have black friends who tense up, even if you say the word black in reference to the color of a car. I think that's a little hyperbole there. Like, I got to put a case on you on that one. Put a case on him. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, but how? He said, if I can say French words without being French, then I can say racial words without commenting on race. I don't know if I look. You had me up into that last part right there. He can say racial words. Got to put a case on you, Lim. I feel like your comment though. Here's one that stood out to me. Use at your own risk. That was funny. You said the word itself meant black. Meant black back in the 1500s and 1800s. I thought they used the word more, but I could be wrong. He said I can't remember. Oh, but he might have been talking about niggas too when he was talking about it. He said I can't remember the exact time frame, but white people literally made it a racial slur. It wasn't a racial slur. So people made it one. So when they say it, we are taking the word back. So no, we don't need to stop. If you aren't black, you need to stop saying it. Somebody said the Jews stop saying kike. I don't know. I'm not Jewish and I don't hang out with a lot of Jewish people. No strings attached. That's a silly question, but you took the time to comment. Silly question instead of answering.
Jews don't call each other kike. I'll tell you that.
Somebody said, if y'all can say nigga, I can say it too, my niggas. And people actually liked it. They was like, right. Some people feel like if y'all can say it, I can say it. Got my guy Real Rap in the building. Real Rap, what up, though?
Yo, Mark, what's good, bro? Can you hear me?
What's good, my G? Talk to me.
Yo, peace. In my opinion, people have been what's the word I want to use, man? They've been socially programmed in order to use that word further. Like, if we came from Africa, right, and we spoke another language, then in my opinion, just thinking, it would have to be other words that were just as popular. Because if we were saying a different form of it, like what you pulled up earlier, like the word naga, then like that means, in my opinion, it was promoted, in order to be used as much. And not just that, the other thing that I wanted to say was, if you look at the LGBT community, there's a word that we used to use a lot that as the time has gone, we don't use as much, and it's promoted a lot. So the third thing is, a lot of times people want to do, or they want what they can't have, or if they feel like they can't have it, you know what I'm saying? So other races, like saying the N-word, that's not going to change, because black people say it, and black people black people aren't going to stop doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to like pop culture, black people run pop culture. It just is what it is. But that's my question to you, Mark. Why can't we say, I'll just say that the F word. I never thought I would say that, but why can't we say that? And like, does that have like similar undertones?
You lost me.
All right. Let me give you an example.
I don't know what you're talking about as far as the LGBTQIA community.
I mean, not just them, but I'm just using them as an example.
F word I'm thinking about.
Yeah. That's the F word I'm talking about. But look, I'll say it like this. Like, if a female calls another female a bitch, and a man would, come behind and say the same thing to a female that he may not know, like in that type of way, that female that gets called a bitch is gonna feel some type of way. But they can call themselves that all day long. Same thing with the LGBT community, IA plus whatever. They can call themselves that name too, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with us. Like, if you black, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel, in my opinion, it's a word that anybody can use, but if you black, I feel like you definitely got the go ahead. But then at the same time, you can't be a hypocrite and feel like, well, other races shouldn't say it if you're saying it. So, like, does that make sense?
It does make sense the way you put it, but I don't think that is the majority of the. I don't think that's popular opinion.
That's definitely not a popular opinion. That's my perspective. But I digress.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, salute to everybody. I tried to call in. You got me blocked. I think you don't want me to.
That shit is not. Look, even if somebody calling, I'm telling you, the only people that are blocked are people
that
big homie? Spamming. So if you
Well, you may have accidentally thought that I spammed you, which I ain't never.
No, I got to do it on their call. I can't accidentally do it. There's no
What
X.
can you go in and see
I'm
if
looking at it right now. It says you are not blocked. And matter of fact, this right here don't even show you even tried to call. Your name, your
twice?
name, your number. I'm telling you, bro.
Okay, all right.
You call the number
Anyway,
on the screen, right?
yes, sir.
That's crazy.
I know it's all good. That makes me want to jump on right quick while I'm at work. I want to say this. I heard Mex say that other races don't call themselves derogatory names, which is a lie. He said that Jews don't call themselves.
No, he didn't. I was reading
He
content.
did.
Oh, you did?
I thought I heard him say. No, he did say they don't call themselves kike. That's
Yeah, I
for
did.
sure.
I did.
You're wrong. You're wrong. They do. They just don't allow other people to call them that. That's the difference between them and us.
I've
I
never
know
heard of
because you limited. I
people
know
I've
you
been
want
around.
to know.
Okay,
I'm
wait. You said
teaching
hold
you.
up. Wait, you said you didn't hear it. Let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead.
I'm trying to teach him. Okay, so other people always have little nicknames within their race of how they demean each other. Like Hispanics have it, whatever that is. Asians have it, whatever that is. It's just that the word that was put on us, that was meant to demean us, because we're such a great people, we took that word, flipped it. That's what they say, and made it a term of endearment because it was meant to be negative. But it was not a term of endearment for other people. It's for us, not other people, not other races. You don't call us that. What you do, and because our culture has been exported all over the world, sold packages and exploited for the masses, they think that they're part of this culture, so they think that they can participate by using some of the verbiage and the language that we use, and you can't, because then you start to step in. Because let's say we claim that word, which I don't, but let's say we all claim it and we say nobody can use it, that's cultural appropriation, this is ours. Then what? People get mad because black people are doing something exclusive that they don't like, and black people should never do nothing exclusive, because who the fuck are y'all to do something exclusive? Who do y'all? Y'all can't do nothing exclusive, so I'm using it too. And that's how people treat us, because we don't have a army, we don't have these these defense leagues and these people to look out for us that like other people got, and to keep people in check. The NAACP, they supposed to do that. They don't. The Urban League, they don't. Nothing. We don't have anybody to advocate for us. And if we did, we wouldn't have people thinking that they can just come around us and talk like they want to talk and say what they want to say just because they feel like they can.
All right. Max, you want to reply to that? Then I'm gonna go to Boston Scholar.
Yeah, if I mean, other than your personal experience, which I wouldn't know, I've been around a lot of Jewish people, Jewish culture, celebrate Hanukkah, ate kosher food, all that stuff, household, spend the night, all that shit. I've never heard it. Now, I do believe that within each race, people do use derogatory meanings amongst each other. Like I've heard Mexicans call each other wetbacks. I've heard Jews call each other kikes, like joking around or talking shit. But I've never heard it be like, yo.
You just said you never heard it in one breath, and the next breath you heard it.
Go for it, Brian.
Let him speak, Brandon. He said, right. I thought he said he didn't hear Jews say that.
Yeah,
no, I said I haven't. No, I haven't. I said I haven't heard it as a term of endearment. I've heard it of people talking shit and talking to each other. I heard Italians like, you fucking wop, like when you drop some shit, you clumsy, they gonna talk some shit. My black brother, he calls a bunch of black people ERs hard. Because why? Because of the whole thing, well, I can say it because I'm Mexican, or I can say it because I'm black, or whatever, right? But I'm talking about as a term of endearment, as like, yo, I would die for this guy. No one says, yo, this is my type right here. I'll ride for this dude. No one says that shit. So yeah, they've used it, and when they clown around, oh, you fucking kike, oh, you're a kike, your mom's a kike, oh, that shit, because why? They're all Jews. They say that shit. But no one says and introduces people like that and really has that heartfelt connection with someone like, this is my woo-woo right here. No one says that. Mexicans don't say, this is my wetback, this is my stick. They don't say that shit. There's no one else. There's no white people that say, this is my crack right here. Like, no one says shit like that. But over here, since that power got taken away with changing the ER to the A, and it got the rap music, all that shit, motherfuckers and Jews, like that's what it was. But I'm saying it could be different. I don't know. Like, I don't live in Texas. I don't live in your neighborhood, in your environment. I don't know how it's like. Nor have I used the word with you directly, Brandon, nor would I, because when you come on here, I don't even hear you using it. So off top, I would have never even think of saying it to you in a conversation. You always say, brother, brother, brother. That's it. I'll probably say brother back to you most likely. I would know just based on that. Like, even though I grew up over here, like I'm not gonna come up to you and be like, yo, what's up, man? I don't know you. So I don't know. I think people have a lot of problems with shit that's not even directed at them.
Yeah, Queen P, he told that story several times. He said people nicknamed him Mex because he looks Mexican. No different from, I guess, Canelo. People called him Cinnamon because his hair color, or Chino, Marcos Madonna. They call him Chino because he looks Chinese. They said he looked Chinese as a kid. So people that's what he said. That's his story. But let me go around to my guy, the boxing scholar. What up, my G?
What's up, man?
Welcome home. Welcome home. Talk to me.
So basically, man, what I want to add to this is, I think the play is white people they're trying to reclaim a word that they never stopped using. If y'all think for a second that white people don't say nigger in their households, I got a bridge in Alaska I want to sell you. Just give me the money. Cash at me the money first. They definitely still use the word nigger. They just want to reclaim the right to disrespect black people in the public. That's all this is about. NWA, as we know it, is the first group that started using nigger. The word has been around since the 1700s. And they blaming black people for using the word. It doesn't make it like it. The timelines are not even adding up. The problem is they never stop using it. And I'll give you a prime example. A super predator is the white people's way of saying nigger. Play the clip of Trump saying my African American, Mark. Play that drop real quick.
I deleted it.
Oh, damn. But that was Trump saying nigger. That was Trump saying, look at my nigga in the audience. They've never stopped using it. This is white people marching and protesting for their right to still use the word publicly, because they're still using it privately. They just want to be able to use something publicly that they feel like black people have the upper hand because they're able to use it publicly. But to be honest with you, a lot of times that rappers use it in a song, it's for art. Meaning like this, Kanye West's song without the word nigga, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke nigga. It wouldn't sound right if he would have said something else. No broke brother, no broke this. It's art, man. And the people who were discriminated on to get that word, just like the B word, I mean, people want to use the word, but they don't want the struggle. Okay, we'll allow everybody to use the N word if y'all allow everybody to treat y'all like niggas. Y'all don't want that, do y'all? That's why That's why cultural appropriation exists, because y'all don't want the struggle. Y'all just want to use the word. And it's the same thing with the B word. Women have to deal with a lot, cat calling, having to walk across the street when they see somebody that could potentially, I don't want to say it because I don't want to get Mark flagged, but it rhymes with 8. Like, they have to deal with all these struggles that they have to use the B word. And nobody's protesting that because they understand that it's specifically for that group. Now, Brandon would probably agree to me that it's up to the black person whether they want to use it as the endearment or not. It's not endearing coming from anybody else that probably used that word in private, derogatory anyway.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Facts, boxing scholar, you cooking. No, he is 100% correct. And that's why I brought up cultural appropriation, and people don't see it that way. But when the word can be flipped at any time, and depending on who mouths it coming out of, maybe that's why Mex said, because I don't use it, when he's around me, he won't use it because he sees it out. Now, if we all took that approach and we started phasing that out, then we take it from everybody else. But their excuse is, y'all call yourself nigga, so I'm gonna call y'all a nigga. Nigga. That's just what it is. So once we get to the point where it's like, okay, it's gonna start with me. If I can't stop using the word, I'm gonna temper it down so much to where it's gonna fade out. I saw Method Man doing an interview recently, and he said he took the curse words out of his rhymes. And he said that it made him think more and it made him a better lyricist because he had to think more. We all know that Malcolm said this in the 60s. He said when people using cuss words, that's because they can't find nothing intelligent to put there. Their vocabulary is limited. So we need to expand our vocabulary. If we still using words like that and trying to flip them in, let's expand. Why we can't be brother? Why I can't be sister? Let me tell you why. Because I'm not gonna harm my brother like that, but I'll harm a nigga. I'll blow a nigga brains out. I'll kill a nigga. Fuck a nigga. But my brother and my sister, I'm gonna have a little bit more respect and a little bit more care for. So that's the thing we should be looking at too. It changes our mindset. Our whole mindset changes.
Okay. For What About Me, my God, What About Me? Two things. Shout out to What About Me. It's not my job to quote unquote go hard at people. He said I went easy on somebody. Ain't my job to go at people and go hard on people. My job is to host, facilitate, and try to learn something, right? And entertain. We're gonna have a good time, but that ain't my job to just sit here and be going at people. I'm trying to have a serious conversation, right? And also maybe you can get somebody to learn something, right? Get more flowers with honey, right? So, and the other thing he said, geez, it's 2022. Nobody is trying to lynch you, snowflakes. Do you know it took over? They just now passed the anti-lynching bill in the House and Senate. We went over this on Monday. It took 100 years and 200 attempts, and it just got cleared both houses of legislature on March of 2022. So people are still getting lynched in 2022. You can Google it. It's probably not publicly pushed as much as mass shootings, but yes, people are still getting lynched, bro. Like and we don't know who did it. It's happening in Atlanta. I mean, in Georgia, in certain spots. It was some lady. I forgot her name, man. Was she a politician? What did the lady do? Somebody knows. But they found her son lynched, hung, naked. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, well, he must have killed himself. She was like, nah, my son didn't kill himself. You want to go and you want to come in when it hung himself on the tree. So people do still get hung in America in 2022. Go ahead, Brandon.
When they lynch us, I'm sorry. When they lynch us, that's a symbol because they can kill us easy. They just blow your fucking brains out. They want to humiliate you. I have a book, and we all should. I encourage all black people. Matter of fact, all people who listen to the sound of my voice to go get. It's called "Without Sanctuary," and it's the compiled account of most of the lynchings of black people in America. And what it shows is white people standing around, smiling, having a whole day around a black man getting lynched. It's a few pictures of black men with their penis stuffed in their mouth because you know they have a fascination with black penis. And also, after they finish, sometimes they would make a chair out of our skin. Sometimes, I think for a while they had Nat Turner's brain for a while. I think it's back with his family, but they would wear our teeth around their mouth. Around their necks. We were souvenirs to them. They would have a piece of our skull or something like that, and they would send out postcards saying that it's going to be a lynching. All white people come around. Let's enjoy. So it's always been a celebration when it comes to harming black people. They found fun and fodder out of it. So the anti-lynching bill was a waste of time and a waste of paper because it has no teeth. And as long as black people
Has
or
he
they could
signed?
have passed
He hasn't signed it yet, as far as I know. Did he sign it yet?
I thought he signed it.
Okay, he already signed it.
So here's the thing. So when it comes to black people, we don't need an anti-lynching bill. We need what the 13th Amendment tried to tell us, the 13th, 14th, which is what it is originally designed for, to make us a protected class of people. The Asians got a whole Asian bill specifically designed for them. We have nothing specifically designed for us. And when we do, we have people saying, why do black people, why should y'all just get a bill designed for y'all? Anytime it's something exclusive for us, which the 13th Amendment was exclusive for black people. The 14th, it talks about us specifically, and we should be a protected class of people, and we not because everybody's either upset when we get something or they just expect us to be the lowest class of people on the earth, which is expected of us. So that's what I believe.
Go ahead, Reggie. You bet. Okay, well, I'll say this. It's crazy that we had the 13th Amendment, which was passed in 1865, right? But in 1965, people are still fighting for civil rights. Does that make you guys picking up what I'm putting down? 100 years later, people are saying, just be civil. Can you not throw rocks at me while I'm trying to go vote, please? Can you get your German Shepherd off my daughter? Stop using the water hose on us. We're just trying to go to school or trying to eat at a restaurant. It took 100 years for people to just have civil rights.
It's a debatable that do. My
Go
bad.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's a debatable issue right now whether they should take down statues of Confederate soldiers who they say, oh, it's not racism. But if you actually read what they said, I mean, they were convinced that they were racist. How you gonna say what they don't believe that they are? That's a debatable issue. And they still have Klan meetings in Texas. I don't know what world these people be living in, but like they experience of what's happening versus the Black experience is totally different. Like Brendan said, we need something exclusive because the Constitution was exclusive to excluding us out of shit. So why wouldn't? And then you have generations, like you just said, even after bills were passed where we were free, they didn't pass for Black people to get civil rights to 1965. So you have generations of white people going and negotiating with the government to get bills to become middle class that Black people were not exclusively, they didn't have no exclusive rights to. So why wouldn't they get that? Anytime Black people get something, everybody shows up and throws their hands up. Oh, there they go. There they go. There they doing it again. That's they one. That's they one racism. But nah, I mean, that's
Black
why
lives
I always
matter. All lives matter.
all lives. It's
No
always
lives.
something to count. Yeah, it's always something to counteract Black people. But when it happened to Asians, it was a no-brainer. Let's pass this law. They shouldn't be treating Asians like this. With Black people, it's all lives matter. Blue lives matter. And then one thing that I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna wrap it up. One thing that makes me be dismissive of people in the comment section is they put the word snowflake. Because I already know what they're about. That term is a Republican term. And they say that liberals are snowflakes and they're always sensitive, et cetera, et cetera. Liberals did not storm the Capitol for a fucking fair election. Y'all are the snowflakes.
Hey, look, I'm just telling you, man. My man said people ain't getting lynched in America right now. I'm telling you, man. This happened. Family of Black man found unresponsible penalties bearing your part. Expressed frustration by local agencies. People say he was lynched.
Hey, Mark. Hey,
Hold up, brother. You cut me right off as soon as I started. Let me say this. Family of the man found unresponsible penalty bearing your part. Blah blah blah. Dante Perez. They said that the police ruled it as a suicide. Like he went to the park, stripped himself naked, and hung himself. So yeah, people have got lynched, man. It was somebody, I think it was here in Atlanta, somebody got found hung. People will call Kendrick Johnson and Valdosta a lynching. They would call that a lynching. That kid, he just got found dead in a high school gym. Cameras got deleted. His organs are missing. People will call that a modern day lynching. His family didn't get any justice. But go ahead. I just wanted to say that last part. Go ahead. Go ahead, Real Rap.
all right, look, just real simple. In your real life, do you and other people on the panel, if you greet somebody, do you greet somebody with a salute outside of YouTube? It's probably no. It's probably that answer's probably no. YouTube taught you how to greet using the word salute. You know what I'm saying? Like in my real life, I don't see people using the word salute. It's the same thing. Like what I was saying earlier, like kind of to go off with what like Brandon was getting at, that people are programmed to use this. You know what I'm saying? Like people are programmed to use the N word, just like people are programmed to use the word salute on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And it's through this social media, it's through TV, through music and entertainment. Like that's what that's about. And that's why I say, like, you know, if you don't want people, like, it's not a if you don't want people to use it, because that's not gonna happen. Is, you know, are you gonna be a hypocrite and be in your feelings if you use the same word that you don't want other people to use? It comes down to.
Or is it possible if Black people collectively stop using it? Like I used the example earlier. I was like, we stopped wearing Karl Kanan FUBU and cross color jeans, and people stopped wearing it. We stopped wearing our jumper. Crisscross had people wearing their jumpers and pants backwards. The world stopped thinking it's cool, and people stopped doing it. Is it possible? Is what I'm asking. Reg, you back yet or no? I think Reg's still on the phone. Reg's on the phone with his sister. He'll be right back. Go ahead, Brandon Washington.
I think that it's possible. Just like you just gave a great example of how we collectively, when it comes to these fashion and what's hot and what's not, we decide that because we drive the culture because we're in entertainment. So we the front face of it. So we decide if that's cool or not. So in the 60s and 70s, they had a big push to call each other brother and sister because they was getting tired of being called nigga, or they got tired of the derogatory term, so they showed some love to each other, and they wanted to, and that's where the brothers and the sisters started, the Black conscious movement, that type of thing. So of course, if we decide as a collective that that's taboo, and we don't have to decide as a collective because the collective started up of families. That's the community. So if my family don't use it, cool. Then your family don't use it, and then eventually it fades out. But the thing about it is, the entertainment that America exports is called hip hop. I think it's pop more. I guess it's America's pop music now. So when people see us or you out of the broad, they think that that's a term of endearment because they just hear rappers saying it. But we got to know that the rappers, once again, I go back to the record labels. There's no way, like Dave Chappelle said, he talked about it in stand up. He was like, they was like, yeah, why come I can say the word nigga 100 times? Well, he was like, but I'm not, he was like, but I'm not a nigga though. But I'm not a nigga, but you can allow it to be said. So the record labels, they won't let you say nothing derogatory about Jewish people. I just read something today where they mad at Ice Cube because they called him anti-Semitic and said that the deal that he signed with the NFL about the black contract with America should be null and void because they call him anti-Semitic and anti-Asian. That's what Ice Cube gets. So everybody's always protect themselves and they never forget. They talking about lyrics from 1991. But they never forget. We should never forget the people who violated us. We should keep a running tally. And also, I'm gonna say this: when it comes to the civil rights movement, it was a failure, and I'm gonna tell you why. And it was a failure because we didn't have nothing to market by, nothing statistic. We didn't have any charts, any data. So when they walked into LBJ's office, Martin Luther King, and he was like, "Oh, y'all want to vote? Cool. I'll let y'all vote. Y'all want to be equal? Cool. Y'all equal." But we had nothing to say. In 5 years, this is the data. This is how many people were here. This is we have none of that. We have nothing to track our progress. So it's just nothing in the air. It was easy. It's just words in the air until we start tracking our progress and how these people treat us in America. We don't do
that. I hate that the onus of the word is on black people. Like I said, NWA was what, 1990? Jim Crow happened in the 70s. The onus of the word is on white people. They just want to reclaim their word back. That's all that's about. Like they put it on black people. Who are the CEOs that are approving this music? Like you just said, Dave Chappelle said, "But I'm not a nigga." If country music wanted to use a gay slur in their shit, they would shut country music down for a whole entire week. There would be no country music on the radio. But rap executives and CEOs who are white, let them use the N-word and probably encourage it to use the N-word. Like I said, if that word wants to get stopped, it would have to start with white people. And I don't think it's ever going to stop because they're demanding that they be able to say it in the public right now. So that word's never going to go anywhere. If black people came together, they would just continue to say it in private, continue to teach their kids that niggers, there's black people and niggers, which who decides, who differentiates who is who? They just throw everybody in. They throw everybody into that box when they say stupid shit like that because ain't no tattoos saying nigga with an A or nigga with an ER. So how do you differentiate? You must be throwing everybody into that same box. So that word's never going to go anywhere because white people control a lot and they control narratives and they know how to spin. That's why the onus of the word is on us. They blaming rap music and it ain't even rap music is as almost old as Tupac, and they blaming the word that's been around 200 years on a word that's barely older than Tupac.
Well, Jim Crow was in the 20s, like the early teens in the 20s.
Hey, bro, please, man. You want to come back to us after you finish coughing? That's the
Nah,
regular road. I thought you was hitting the drops over there. Just Jim Crow in the 19. Okay, damn. Go ahead, real rap.
Yeah, my bad. I was smoking.
Water, my brother. Take your time. Take your time.
But anyway, it's the promotion, man. I mean, it's my perspective. You know, it's not a it's not gonna be looked at as the truth or whatever. But um, the thing about the word nigger is we have promoted that word through our own people. Like somebody said the other day about slavery, the difference between being a slave versus being like a rich slave, like a $40 million slave or whatever. Like you still gotta look at the person that's writing the check. You know what I'm saying? Like you could look at somebody that's rich or whatever, somebody that's got, wealth or whatever, but who signs their check? So it's just like it's the same thing. Like people keep bringing up rap. Well, there's people behind rappers that sign their checks. So the last part of what Boxing Scholar was saying, I could agree with the closing part because white people are never gonna stop saying it because at the end of the day, like there's an energy behind that word, because there's emotionality that comes out of it. Mark was saying earlier about the like the clothing and stuff like that, like the FUBU and the
Nah, man. Cross colors.
Cross colors, Carl Kanai. Well, look, we would still be wearing those clothes if it was still being promoted. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing that makes clothes a fad is look, clothes come back and forth anyway. It's like a cycle. Like for instance,
That
like
Carl came back, yo. Sorry.
it then came back. But look at the style of clothing. At one time in the like to go off what y'all saying, the 70s, 60s, niggas was wearing tight ass pants, high ass shorts and shit. Like, and look at the clothing today. It then came back in the skinny jean era. Niggas wearing tight ass jeans. You know what I'm saying? The only difference is they sagging it. That's the only difference. But clothing fads come in and out of style all the time. So unless you're getting a constant promotion of that brand, then yes, like the brand may go away, but the fad will come back and forth. So if you look at the word nigger, I'll land my plane on this. Reggie was saying, and it's true, at one time in the 60s and 70s, black people wasn't saying the word nigger like that at all. And it came back into fruition, into its popularity through music. You know what I'm saying? And through different art forms. So until it stops being promoted, it's not going nowhere.
Go ahead. Anybody want to jump in? Deuce, you hell.
Yeah.
Deuce in the chat.
Yeah.
Deuce said, I'm a baby making chicken bone eating nigga. Know your truth and love in your power. Oh my God.
I think hip hop has a lot to do with this shit. I think it definitely started off as more of a culture attached to race, but over the years and currently in 2023, it's more of a culture attached to hip hop. And hip hop is the number one genre in the world, regardless of country, regardless of area, right? So now the culture that was started and pushed along by black people is now worldwide. So now you have the language coming with it, and I think once again it's a generational thing and a cultural thing because come on, we all know black people that don't even sound comfortable saying it when they say it. The people that grew up their whole life not saying it, and then you meet them in high school or college, and they were sheltered, but they're black, so they get to say it, and when they say it, it's some Carlton ass shit. Like we all know that, like them people. So it's like it's a culture thing. It's just like who'd you grow up around? What was that?
Like Fred.
What happened?
I said like
Fred.
that boy Fred.
I mean, yeah, there's we all know, say regardless where you from. So at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. Like I've just been, I don't know. It's different. Like hearing it from you guys, like I understand, like it's different because that's why I like being on these panels because I've never been off the West Coast. I've never, I've been up and down from Washington, Oregon, and Cali my whole life. So
yeah,
I like talking
on the internet. You seen this shit. You seen what happened when
but I like actually talking to people, like people from other places. You know what I'm saying? So you from Atlanta, and Brandon's from Texas.
I'm not
you
from
raised
here.
out here for the what?
I live here. I'm not from here though.
Okay, well you out there. I mean, you would be able to tell me more about it than me hearing looking at forums and shit on the internet. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a cultural difference and a generational difference mixed up in one, and that's why I think there's a lot of older heads have a little less patience for it. A lot of people that grew up in different environments have a little less patience for it. I think a majority of people that grew up in California, unless you want like some LA, Mexican black beef, you know what I'm saying, then for the most part, it's kind of like, yeah, that's nothing new out here.
Go ahead, Boston Scholar. My man in the chat said, he said the rapper, what's my man Jerry say? Jerry said, that's because that is all the rappers want to say. Fuck out of here trying to blame everything on me and my white folks. Respectfully.
Everything stops at white people's desk. Everything. If the rappers do, most of them do not distribute their own music. They don't press up their own music. They don't get it to the radio. They don't have a budget behind them. It's an old white man in an office that's telling them what's hot and what's not on the streets. So black people do not run hip hop. We the face of it. We've always been the face of everything. We don't run nothing. We helped build this country. We wasn't running it while we was helping to build it. When you talking about black music, we created damn near every genre of music that's ever been popular in the last 60, 70 years. We created jazz that swept the whole fucking world that everybody wants to emulate. So now when you go to the jazz page on Apple Music, you don't see number fucking white people. Benny Goodman and fucking Kenny, what's his name? Kenny G.
Hey.
Hold on, hey. Kenny G fire, bro. Kenny G fire, bro.
He's not. He's garbage. Listen to Miles Davis. Listen to Monk. Listen to all the real originators.
They're fire too.
Listen to Coltrane.
More than one person could be good at stuff.
Yeah, he's like Eminem. Eminem is the best rapper alive, right? Fuck out of here.
No. I mean, he's really good at making words rhyme.
That's about all. And Kenny G's good at making fake ass jazz music with no soul. But anyway, the point that I'm making is we've always been, we created rock and roll. Who's the face of it? Who's the king of rock and roll? Come on, everybody.
Elvis.
Okay. He stole music. We've been stole from and exploited, but we've never controlled anything. Because if we controlled our own images, it wouldn't look like what they portray us to be. Because a lot of us are not like that. What it is they put Honey Boo Boo, which is the worst of them, trailer park trash, fucking meth head, no teeth in their mouth. They got one show of that. That's the only side they show of us. We used to have shows like the Cosby Show, things like that, but they had to look for dirt, or it's out. You got to tear down black people. You have to tear away at them. Right now, I heard T-Pain say something about Tupac. You got to tear away at black people legacy. But you know what people ain't talking about? Hunter Biden, crackhead ass. Had that been when we saw pictures of Sasha, one of Obama's daughters with tattoo, looking, goddamn, looking like she shouldn't have been looking. I just leave it at that. The internet went crazy, but they ain't said a goddamn word about the president's son, grown ass son, weighing crack on a scale and fucking prostitutes. What kind of country we live in?
Is that current? How current is that video?
2 days ago.
No, I'm saying like how current was that him weighing the crack up?
That's current. I mean, it just released to the public. That's the first time the world got a hold of it. I don't know how old the video is, but it's sad.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that. We talking about
I thought we already knew he was on that shit though. We already knew his family was like, people know that already. I don't think.
But what I'm saying, it should be pushed to the forefront. They always sweeping their dirt under the rug. It's underreported. But when it comes to our dirt, how the fuck did R. Kelly get all over the goddamn news? We don't have how the fuck did it's a double standard. That's all I'm saying, and I hate it.
Smoking crack fucking prostitutes is not the same as being charged with maintaining a criminal enterprise and trafficking underage girls.
Here's the thing.
We talking about kids.
Do I personally believe that R. Kelly had a harem and he's using RICO, participating in extortion, and he's actually using women for interstate commerce for illicit reasons? Do I believe that to be true? Fuck no. what it is, that's just something to enhance on him. Just like they made up something for Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson was fucking on a white woman. They didn't like it because he was traveling. So it was like, okay.
R. Kelly's no Jack Johnson,
So,
man.
so there's never been a guilty black person in your eyes, Brandon?
Yeah, so I don't want the conversation to go there.
Okay,
there they go.
Okay, let me answer your question.
No,
now,
let me do the super chat real quick. Right of the Storm, he said, salute to Marq Nash. Growing up, my parents always taught me that I can't change others. I can only change myself, but I get everyone's point. Shout out to Ride of the Storm. He's an ally. That's what you call an ally.
I got 5 on it.
Shout out to Karma Serene. Peace to you. You was right too. It was that McDonald's shit was a skit. You was right, Karma. I told you I was gonna tell everybody I was wrong on air, and you was right. And she said racist Mex is back. Go ahead, Mex.
I'm going to
Brandon. It was
Brandon. Don't answer. Brandon, that's a gotcha question. We're not going to entertain.
Hey, let him answer it. Let him answer it. He's a grown man. Let him answer it.
This is what we will say. Everybody will acknowledge.
With you, Brandon?
Everybody will acknowledge that there's a different set of laws for black people than there is other people. Case in point, the guy from Harvard that I can't say the word, it rhymes with 8, a girl behind a trash can and was caught. They looked at him like he's just a kid. You know what I mean? He got caught up. He's just doing what boys do. Do you think that if he was black, that would have been the same? Honestly. That's the man.
I'm not gonna answer that either because that's a gotcha question too.
We know it's not. We live in a country where a dude was lynched for whistling.
I don't know because my own brother got in the shootout at Applebee's. Hold on. My own brother, my own cripped out gang task force brother is on record as being a gang member, got in a shootout at Applebee's, and both the shooters, my brother and the dude he was shooting at, got off.
We didn't talk about that. We just said
okay, but we want to talk about one case only. I can talk about one case where both black people got off, and the justice system served them very well, both on camera.
We talking about somebody who got guilty of sexual assault on a female behind the dumpster, bro.
Nah, he said it is a separate like the justice system.
He brought up that example, but I get it, Max. You gonna do that.
As I'm saying, we can all bring up one example at a time. Of, I know this. Well, I know this. I know this happened. Like,
I got you.
Bro, I just said I asked that in jest because Brandon just kept saying everyone that got brought up was like, well, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. So is there anyone you thought did it? Did OJ do it?
I forgot, Max. You was here. You here to defend America. I forgot you Captain America. So anyway,
I'm here to try to lower the race and shit because it's like the main people crying about racism start carrying that over where they look at the world through that lens, and then naturally you start becoming kind of racist yourself toward other races.
What is the topic, Max? What's the topic say?
The topic what?
What was the topic of the show?
Oh, the show was the word.
Okay, so you don't think that people are going to come in here and talk about race? So you're here to keep us level-minded. You're here to save black people from themselves. In other words,
I mean, some of y'all out there.
For
sure. Some of you guys walk out your house every day like the white man out to get me. The white man out to get me. The white man out to get me. Like that can't be healthy.
Shit, it's safe though. Keep you safe. Keep you on your pivot on Brandon.
Max, how do you know so much about black people? We've only been black all our lives. How do you know so much about? How do you know what I do in my everyday? How do you know I wake up like the white man? Let me go out there and do what the white man don't want me to do.
I didn't say you directly. I said some of y'all. If the shoe fits, lace it up.
Well, look, but how do you know what they feel? How do you know that, Max? How do you know?
You hear it in the conversations. Every single conversation gets switched around to something racist, whether it applies or not. It can be implied if that's the way you see the world. Most likely, it's very easy.
How do you know if it applies or not? How do you know the black experience though? Who are you to speak for the black experience? Some would say.
I'm saying, okay, like perfect example. Yesterday, when something got brought up, like, he said something racist.
Monday.
Oh yeah, Monday. Shit, it's been 2 days already. Yeah, but when something got brought up, he said something racist, and I asked, well, did he? And like, well, he thought it. It's like, so now we know thoughts. Like that's what I'm saying. It's implied. Then, so yeah, if you're a black person that feels like, well, one time I ran into a white dude that just same situation. He was racist, so I'm assuming the same shit. Okay, cool. But in that particular video, he didn't say anything. Not that I know of. He didn't say anything racist. Maybe he was. Maybe he was a fucking head KKK member of this whole fucking county. I don't know. But in that video, he didn't say anything. So to be like, well, he thought it. And then it's like, well, his disposition. Well, the undertone. It's like, yeah, if you look at life like that, it's very easy to line up a lot of things. It's very easy to line up a lot of things if you look at life that way. Because it's the easiest card to pull. And that's any race. Mexicans, whites, and otherwise. Like, I could be on here probably pulling the card all the time. Like, everyone comes for me, comes for my neck every night. If I was black, you wouldn't.
The same way you're coming at our neck. See, this is what I'm saying, Nick.
This shit.
I said we were going to have a conversation and exclude everybody else and only talk black people. And you said that would be racist. This is why we don't include y'all in our conversation. You just said that you're here to keep us level-headed from not seeing our problems as the white man. Who anointed you with that power? Please tell me.
I don't have a power. I'm trying to lend a helping hand. If you think that I'm trying to have a authority over you because I'm trying to help you out, bro, like, hey,
You should be here to listen.
You
should be here to listen. I would never go to a women's rights place and go in there and take over their meeting and tell them how to feel. I would be in there listening if I was at their meeting. You're in our meeting and telling us how we should feel.
Hold on. Women need guidance, so maybe you should step up. You feel me? Keep going, though. Whatever analogy you want to use.
So what I was going to add a while ago, Mark, is that not only do white people put the onus of us with the N-word on rap, they also, I know you heard this one. I know every black person on here done heard this one before. Where black people were so worried about slavery, why did they enslave their own people? They're always trying to put the blame on us. Like we responsible.
They won.
Like we responsible for the N-word. We responsible for slavery. They have no onus. They didn't play no part in it. They didn't inherit no land from it. They're not the beneficiaries from slavery. We'll just say it here on this throw. It's black people's fault.
Go ahead, Real Rap. I saw you.
Like Trump said, we got caught.
Go ahead, Real Rap.
To go off of what Mex and Boxing Scholar, if there was a black person up here that said something that you didn't like, you know, a lot of people would just call him a coon. Like that's what happens when a lot of times we don't agree with one another. We don't agree with somebody's perspective. You know, that person, he or she, you know, is a traitor, a coon, or, you know, this and that. It's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It's like this. The thing with criminality is they use black faces once again to promote it. Like when I sit on the internet and look up numbers, statistics, videos, there's a lot of other races that go through what, you know, we go through. So the answer, like the question that Mex put out with traffic stops, that's how I know, you know, there's a lot of black people that are afraid of white people or cops or whatever when they talk about traffic stops. I've never feared for my life getting pulled over by a cop, but I've heard a lot of other black people that said that they did fear for their life, or they fear for their life coming into contact or interaction with police officers. So, you know, when you have that vibration, you know, that turns into the emotionality, and that's what turns into having a circular conversation. Like the person that had the super chat earlier talking about their upbringing, that's just what it is. That's the truth. Like you can't change how other people feel outside of yourself. So, you know.
I tend to think different. I think you can change people outside of yourself because you bring knowledge to them. You teach them. When you teach, that fosters, then they look outside themselves, change. So when knowledge comes to me, I change my perspective. I change who I am based on the knowledge that comes to me at that particular time. So I think that that's a misconception that we believe that you can't change nothing outside of yourself. If that was the case, the government wouldn't target black leaders. The government wouldn't have targeted black organizations because it didn't make a difference what they taught them. They would stay the same. So they knew that, and the United States government has always had a special interest in black people. They watch us. They comment on our production. Oh, look like black people are doing well. We need to offset that. This is actually documented. The war on drugs was a fake war to war on black people. This was talked about by one of Nixon's aides. You can Google it. I forget his name. I think his name is John something. He blew the lid off of it and said that the war on drugs was a war on black people. We just needed to disguise it. But we actually just wanted to go after black people. We've always what you've been called anti-American, un-American. They've held congressional hearings on us. They targeted any black man that stood up and that had any sense of who he was and any black bone. They was targeted. W.E.B. Du Bois, targeted. Paul Robeson, targeted. These are all, they have mountains and mountains and mountains of FBI files on these people. All of us are targets. Anytime, the most recent thing, Daniel Monahan, one of the famous, I think he's from Hawaii senator. He said the way to deal with black people is just ignore them. It's called benign neglect. It's an actual policy that came from Washington, D.C., the government, on how to deal with black people and the ills of America. It's called benign neglect policy. And they talk, and they really actually have a policy on how they deal with us. So we are targeted people. This is not paranoia. When it comes to being afraid of white people, it's not afraid of white people. It's afraid of what they can do to you with no recourse. That's what it is. It's not that I'm afraid of a white man. So when I come in contact with them, I would say, if not afraid, there's apprehension there. When the police pull me over, I don't know how this interaction gonna go, no matter what I do, because I've seen people on video talk to the police and they still get their fucking brains blew out. So we're not paranoid. This is not a misnomer. We have video document, and from the highest levels of government, black people have been a target, i.e. COINTELPRO.
Exclude me from that group of black folks fearful white folks. I'm not in that group.
I didn't say fear. I talked about what the symptom of what they do, and that if it is fear, it's warranted because they've killed us with impunity. So if that doesn't make you weak because you're afraid of the people, or you have apprehension anytime you deal with the people who have oppressed you, that don't make. I mean, everybody has a natural enemy, and
who are those people, Brandon? Who's oppressing you right now?
Okay, here's the thing. When you talk about a system of white supremacy, which we've been talking to you about, we've been talking about mechanisms and systems
My
of
bad.
white
I was asking
supremacy.
specifically like the people.
Let him deliver his message.
I just told you, Max. Here's the thing, Max. Here's the thing. You made a statement the other day, said there's a difference between black people and niggas, right? And I told you wasn't qualified, and I thought about that. I said, well, if Max was in Africa with all black people, how do you determine who's the nigga and who's the black person? In Africa.
Ooh, boy, that.
Culture. Culture again.
Hey, but even when you bring up
man, he got him with that one, Reggie.
Hold on, you gotta let this breathe, Reg. Let it breathe. Hold up.
But that's the exact question I asked earlier.
No, you made a definitive statement saying that there is a difference between black people and
folks ain't niggas, and all niggas ain't black folks.
You said that, Max.
But if you were in a room full of all black people, what you gonna say? How do you, or you in a country or a continent? You on a whole continent. How you gonna pick and choose who's the black person and who's the nigga, Max?
Culture.
Hey, and I want to say this, which y'all bringing up the N-word.
Okay, hold up, Reg. I want to get this. I want to see what his psyche is. Okay,
Reg just came back.
I want to say this because I think niggas go too far with offense to the N-word. Because I don't know if Real Rap, when I was listening, did you bring that up about how even in Africa now you have them calling each other niggas?
Nah, but that's true though.
But when you look into the African continent, you listen to a lot of the videos, you have people over in Africa that use that term a lot. They call each other niggas. And
that's because of us.
They copy American culture.
The cultural reach of this use of word. And they don't have anything of understanding slavery, none of that. They hear it as a cultural use term that sounds cool from inner city Black Americans. You have UK blacks who use that same word. I think people go too far with placing old age, oppression, and hurt behind that word. That word has fucking migrated into some other shit.
But people still use it.
But people still use it derogatory, Reg.
slur every day. You can watch Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Indisputable. Every day he got a story about some racist shit that don't happen, and they calling people white folks or Asians or even Latinos or calling black folks nigga, trying to get a rise out of them or just trying to disrespect them, bro. It happens.
And you got to deal with motherfuckers who gonna disrespect.
No, we ain't say you.
But look,
that's different, Reggie.
But no, it's not, because the only nigga ain't the only
but
word
that ain't
to
what you just
disrespect.
said though, bro. You made it seem like it's not happening no more. You said that word is transcended or some word. No, it still happens, Reg.
No one's acting like it ain't a word to this. People still use bitch.
I thought you just said that. I thought that's how we got here. Because you just
no,
said
the use ain't got that type of fucking offense. But if you dealing with a motherfucker,
That's not true, Reg. Reg, that's not true.
Man,
what you saying though?
It is very true. If people are going to disrespect you, they're going to disrespect you with words that go beyond just the N word. So how do you deal with that? Do you let a person disrespect you or not? But a lot of people who use this word from a cultural standpoint of it became commercialized. And a lot of people don't use it out of offense. Some people of certain generations, possibly, yeah. But then how do you go about your addressing of the word? A lot of people address people who ain't using it in offense in more stronger ways than people who use the word to offend them. When people deal with a white person using the word in disrespect, you ain't addressing them with the same kind of energy of confrontation. But when you have some old cultural appropriated person using the word in just their greeting or use of language amongst their group, people take stronger ways of, if they don't like the word, of how they approach them. But you ain't approaching a person who's using it to offend you in the same manner. And it's just people pick their responses to fights in real fucked up ways. Like, you got to fight, that's the way you take the fight. You got to bring that same fight to anyone's doorstep when they're using it, especially a bigot motherfucker who's using it from from an offensive standpoint. But we got to also look at it with the generational generationally, like, we're different. I'm 40, I'm different than a motherfucker in his 20s. Like, they say shit that's different. I come in the point in which the N-word became a word of use, and we kind of just let it go on. But younger generations, you got to educate them. You just can't approach them like that. An older motherfucker should know, because they come from a point where they used to get beat up for saying a word.
Well, I'll say this, Reg. Mark has had people call in on his show and call him nigger because they knew that it would insult him. They knew that word carried power. So regardless of where we think the world should be, the actual fact of it is people are aware that word is offensive. They're aware of the historical context of that word, and they know how to use it as an insult. Because I'm pretty sure if you go to other content creators like Punch Drunks, he's never been called a nigger on his live.
No, you said nigger. We talking about nigga.
Nigga, it's the same shit. The word just evolved.
Pick and choose.
No, Red.
People pick and choose.
No, Red. No.
No, oh, my
Red,
bad.
like tonight, brothers don't pull it up, don't say, Mark, you my nigga and all that stuff. We're talking about people that you know they hard ER on the phone, calling it nigger.
Yeah, of course, nigger. Of course. We talking about nigga. Ain't the N-word we talking about nigga? Of course. Nobody walks around saying nigger in some cultural way. That ain't even the way people speak.
Didn't Pac change the culture of that shit when he switched it to never ignorant, getting goals accomplished? He kind of
that shit.
No, he just made an acronym. No, he just tried. He tried to do his part, just like he tried to do the same thing with Thug Life.
I'm saying anybody that was young at that time coming up on Pac that wasn't older than him, they ran with it.
No, man,
they ran with it.
Mix, you ain't even old enough, Mix. You was not
what
there.
You mean?
Mix, how old are you?
36.
Mix. So that means when Pac died, you was
I was 10.
Yeah, that's 10. What I'm saying. You was like 2. You was younger than that.
Bro, I mean, this is what I was telling you. This is my life. This is my whole life.
Wait, how old is Max again? Did he say 26?
36.
36.
7th grade. And I'm 4 years older than you, man. So you weren't even in 7th grade. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like,
what does that mean, though?
I'm trying to tell you, nigga.
Like, that means you can't use the excuse because Pac used and tried to use that you can use.
No. What I'm trying to say is, you think because I was 10 years old that I never listened to Tupac music?
No, I ain't trying to tell you that. What I'm trying to tell you,
then.
Let me finish. What I'm trying to tell you is, off your original point, people that came up on Tupac and loving his music used the word because of that acronym. Man, motherfuckers don't remember that acronym like that, bro.
Fact.
No, I'm not saying because that.
You just said that. People
I'm saying Pac took more of the power out of it because when NWA came out, they were still aggressive about
But he
it.
didn't
When
though.
Pac came
But
out,
he didn't though.
No, bro.
Pac ain't
No, man. No,
with-
man.
No.
Pac
That is
didn't
false.
move trends like that in culture like that. He
I
did.
love Tupac, but no.
The dude that raised you, Max, you said he didn't use the word at all. So why not just honor that dude and follow in his footsteps? Why let Pac raise you and form your opinion?
because like okay, raised, yeah, but raised, nah.
Max, he got a good
No.
point. You said the
If
guy
you-
that raised you didn't like that word. Why not honor him and not use the word?
Would you like me to break it down for you? All right, since you guys must know, since this is telling me about Max Day, I got you.
No.
Yeah, raised. No, it's good.
you
I have no
good.
problem with it. I have no problem with it. I don't got shit to hide, bro. I don't got shit to hide. It's good. I'm good.
You're a part of this shit.
No, I got you. I'm ready. If you let me talk, I'm ready. Let's go. Because yes, he paid the bills, but what happens in most families when there's a man working all day and pays the bills? The motherfucker ain't home. I've been running the streets. I was like 3 in diapers, being found in the parking lot. My mom was passed out drunk. My mom had me at 19. Like, bruh, there was times at my birthday party, there's no kids. My mom partying getting faded. I'm in the room by myself, wrestling with my little wrestling pillows. Like, nobody watched us as kids. All we had was our headphones, our music, run outside with the neighborhood kids. Little snotty-nosed kids with fucking diapers on until we got older and decided to put fucking pants on. We weren't even in the house half the time. My mom would wake up and, hey, yell louder. So there wasn't no parent supervision. There wasn't no one saying this, that, and that. And it wasn't until we got older that my stepdad and his family came, because when his mom came back, when him and my mom finally got married, and grandma came back from North Carolina, the only time she came to visit the West Coast since he moved out there as a kid, and she seen us listen to Scarface and Pac and and my brother sagging their pants, this and that. She was very disappointed. So from that point on, Mama didn't like it. He tried the whole let's listen to gospel. We ain't using this song, but he always listened to Diary in his truck all the time. It was very, that's all we listened to was the Diary from Scarface, which he says it every other word. So he tried to be like, oh yeah, don't say that word, but bruh, it don't work. Too late. And I was out the house at 15. So really, it was really too late then. So that's what it is. Yeah, sometimes someone raises you, doesn't mean they're home. Doesn't mean they're actually raising you to teach you anything.
Oh, so you grew up fucked up. That's the problem. You grew up fucked up. Nobody taught you.
I grew up with me and mine, bro. Like, that's it. I grew up with me and mine. And the people in the neighborhood.
But
so
look,
I'm gonna have to disagree.
Brandon, the use of the N-word ain't always taught in a house. Like, it's a lot of people who ain't. My parents didn't teach us the N-word. We learned that shit from hearing other people say it. We'll hear it in the park. We didn't use that shit in my house. My mom from the South, they ain't play that shit. Like I said, it was a
all right then. Then that's the point. All right then. They didn't teach you that because they didn't play that shit. That's some shit you picked up on.
Brandon, regardless of your revolutionary heart that you want to speak on a stupid ass word, the word ain't the fucking fight. Y'all put too much crying into this fucking word. The shit is other shit that's more powerful than the fucking N-word that niggas say every fucking day.
Like 450 credit score is more powerful.
Exactly. School's
really gonna stop your movement.
School's fucking felon is more important than the motherfucking N-word. Kids not going to school is more important than a fucking N-word.
Guilty. That word means more than
kids committing crime is more important than the N-word. The thing I'm saying is with this N-word, we live in communities with Mexican kids who we grow up, we be cool with that use the word. They ain't saying the word out of offense. They hear this shit every fucking day. That's no different than me moving to Texas and I stay around there. I'm gonna pick up on certain terminologies, certain dialects, and I come back to California sounding country as shit. We adapt to certain shit. You adapt to environment. Now, if niggas are mindful and conscious of the use of this word, they'll stop it. When I was coming up, niggas didn't use nigga like that. It was taboo. When we heard that shit, we were like, oh, and even some older black folks will address you. But as time moved on, people separated, the teens grow older. There's less male supervision and guidance around them.
Ding, 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 ding.
But ding, 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 ding has already happened. Where has it been reversed? And now it has become normalized. People use it. And then you move from generation to generation. When they hear things, it may not have the same connotations that it has for older people. And if you don't nip it in the bud or put reason to it, you will lose track of it. And younger people do not use the shit to be offensive and shit. They use it as their everyday. It's no different. Hey, what's up, buddy? And that should have been the language that changed. Like I say, people did not talk like that in front of elders. And then after some point, they begin to hear the music. It becomes popularized. Then amongst other groups who are huge consumers in the
But why
shit.
come they don't use it at work every day? Why come they don't replace it with buddy? Why they don't call a white man that? Why come we don't use it on our daily vernacular? If it's not offensive, it don't mean nothing. Why come we just don't be, hey, when you see your boss at work, hey, what's up, nigga? Hey, nigga, you going to lunch? Hey, nigga.
Hey, some bosses
Yo,
do.
yo, I used to work with this guy, yo, and he used to
Some
do that,
bosses
bro.
do.
And I pulled him to the side, and I was like, bro, don't do that, yo.
You gotta ask the people that
like,
shit.
He used to talk to one of the supervisors. He'd be like, man, such man, you a cool nigga, man, blah, 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 blah. And I was looking like, it's my first day here, man. Like, this is what y'all got going on? An easy rental, nigga. I'm gonna be picking the trucks up, coming back,
That's how
calling
it
the
is.
white
That's
boy.
how it is at my job right now.
Like,
That's how it is at my job right now. I work with both my brothers. My black brothers both work security at the bar, and then one of the little homies works security at the bar too. And we got to remember not to call each other nicknames. And my brothers be cousin it and all that shit at work. And I'm like, bro, we at work. Like, chill, bro. Like,
So
my young boy move up.
That ain't the same thing as you and your boys.
I'm saying as far as your environment, like,
See, you know it's a
if you're at
time and a
work,
place. So you know
Always.
that's not a word.
Always.
See, if it was a word that didn't, if it was a word that didn't have meaning and didn't mean nothing and nothing, then you would use it freely around anybody. So you know it's a time and a
does
place
mean
when you can
something.
use that word. I
It
know
does
it
mean
does.
something.
I
Brandon,
know it does.
It's a
to your
term of
point, Brandon,
endearment.
to add to your point, Brandon, they'll say that the younger kids don't know the ER because they're listening to pop culture music and they say eat with the A, right? But when those young people get mad at you, they're gonna call you the A. There's no difference between the words. It just evolved like everything else does. Like when Kendrick Lamar came out with the song "Your Bitch," I can't go up to my girl and be like, "Your bitch," it means the same fucking thing. When those younger people get mad at you, go to the comment sections. They use Nigga. They don't say Ni because they don't know the other word because they're young. But they know that word is offensive, and they know that the historical context behind it. So they use that as an insult.
Facts.
It can be used. Yeah, it can be used. It's all about intent and context of when you use it and how you use it. But I mean, come on, we all know that Future song, "Fuck with your hair, God bless," and all the trap.
Never heard it in my life.
Sound the same.
Never heard of it.
Sound the same.
Never heard it.
But you just said that there was a difference between the words, and then you said you agree with me. It could
That's
be
the problem. You think we all listen to this bullshit, and we all into it like
I know you don't.
And I'm explaining why. Because we're multifaceted, dude. We're not just one thing. We're everything. So, like you said, I know y'all all know about Future. No, we don't. No, we don't all know about.
You don't, but
No, I'm saying
millions of other people do. Millions. I'm
trying to
sorry that
explain it.
Brandon Washington from Texas does not know. And since you are the
Nick,
vice
just
president
tell
of
me
Black
what I'm
People
saying, Nick.
Representatives, then I guess it don't exist. But
No,
millions
Nick.
of other people know that damn song.
Next, the point that I'm trying to make is you think that because of rap music, y'all all know that's what y'all do. No, dude, I'm telling you, dude, we multi.
Actually, I say we. I say we though.
You said y'all. You said
no,
y'all.
I said we all know that song would not sound the same saying anything else. That's what I said. We all know.
What I'm trying to make is the culture that's exported to everybody else of how they think we are we're not like that. The majority of us are not.
That's why I said there's a difference.
But I don't think it's even to push culture like this what we are. It's fucking shit sells, Brandon. Like, of course they're gonna push it. They ain't just pushing it to hear white people say the N-word. It pushes. The industry is about money. The rappers are speaking about money. Like, it ain't just that. Y'all put too much power with white folks. Like, it ain't that damn complex. It's the word. It's a word that's been fucking overplayed decades before. Even when we were young, we used the damn word and we didn't think two bits of shit about it. And at some point you were adults didn't correct this shit. We start coming from young, underage ass parents, and that becomes the damn problem. We come from young generations of fucking 15 and 16 and year old parents who had nothing to do with their parents. So our guidance with our grandparents was gone. All that history, especially from the West Coast. Y'all growing up in the South, the experiences are different. I don't know when did that word become big in the South, because I hear a lot of people out the South use that shit now. Like it's a word that don't hold that shit that we talking about, like the pain and shit. It's some different shit. It ain't to push this is how we are type shit. This the music selling. People around the world have gravitated towards the shit, so that's what they gonna push. A lot of people think the industry just trying to portray. Yeah, it's a fucked up way to portray black people, but when you have other forms of music. Now, when you put them up on the market, what are people buying? And therefore, what you think a damn industry is going to run with? Either you
number
gonna
one
compete,
genre in the world.
you get under industries that compete with these other genres and sounds and different type of artists. When they put them up there, and these one artist who is speaking positive shit with shit we want to hear, consumers ain't buying that shit, and that becomes a problem. And so therefore, you're trying to change the dynamics of shit and what's offensive, what we hear. You have to change that amongst the damn people. What are we buying? What do you want to listen to? And people aren't listening to the more positive spiritual sound. You can't even get a Luther sound without a certain look, because we have become so image driven and shit. It ain't just about an N-word. It's a lot of other dynamics that play in it. And like the real fight, we gonna talk about oppression or other shit we dealing with. When do we walk into schools to speak about school test scores, literacy rates? These are the motherfucking real things, not the N-word that younger people use. I've been starting to use the N-word like that because I'm starting to hear it more and shit. Before a long time, I never used the N-word like that, but I hear myself saying it more. And I'm not saying out of offense, saying it the way when I was young, and it would be when it started to become more normalized in how I say it. Don't use it to offend nobody.
My thing that kind of, I guess, not really a problem I have with it, but I respect any person that says don't call me that or whatever. And mind you, I very rarely call anybody that I don't know, because it is a thing amongst tight, close knit people. You don't just walk around unless you're saying general shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, bitches, you know, you're talking general, right? But I don't like it, and whether it ain't gonna stop nothing. But I don't like it when people come and tell me what I should be calling me and mine. This is between me and this person. And you're like, okay, hey, I don't want to hear that. Well, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my brother. So I don't like when people try to be grammar police when nothing's directed to them, and sometimes the conversation itself isn't even including them. But to each your own. People can still have a fence and still pull up and still say, hey, you guys don't be saying that shit. And I mean, depending on who it is and what the environment is, it might be like, all right, cool, bro, nice, yeah, whatever. Anyway, I mean, but I don't know.
So
it's definitely a hot topic.
Let me myth bust real quick. So Brandon, me and Reg have disagreed, and Marq, but he's the host. You know, he's been playing neutral, and ain't none of us called each other a coon. So that's a myth right there. They say when you disagree with somebody, they're a coon. So that's a myth right there. We just myth busted. But Reggie, I gotta say this. Normally when I see people get together and talk about black issues, because we have so much things, because we've been oppressed for so long, it ends up spilling into other issues. We got to stay on the N-word, Reggie. I get it, the school scores and all. I agree with you on that shit. We got to stay on the N-word. And in my opinion, if Mex is using it as a term of endearment, I'll use Mex, for example. Then if Mex gets mad at me, is he going to call me a bitch ass nigga? And does that have the same meaning as DER?
No.
It can become from what he always hear. You hear it when the young kids who use that shit, they gonna talk like that. It ain't him calling you using it from a standpoint some old motherfucker from fucking Farmers John's farm city. It ain't the same way. He grew up. You gotta understand, some people grow up in these environments and they hear this kind of language and they hear shit spoken. Now, a person like from the perspective you coming from, you gonna take it like this white motherfucker offended me. And he calling me this and that. Now, it could be he done heard his homeboys who he grew up and hang with 24 hours a day speak like this on a regular, and he can be just addressing you and using the language that he commonly hears when his homeboy disrespecting somebody or getting into some heated shit. You hear it all the time. It's that we have gotten older and we lose sight of how young people get down. Now, when do people pull young people aside and stop that? Like I said, back in the 80s, when I be a kid and I used to observe a lot of this shit because I grew up around hardcore gangster motherfuckers to where older people are, hey, young man, hey, young blood, or some shit like that. Hey, man, watch that. You know where that word came from? And it would stop that shit. Then after a while, that shit stopped. And now we have come to this point. There's other groups of people hearing this shit. They seen it in movies and this and that. And he will probably say that to you without being on some racial offense to you, but just disrespecting you. You just gotta look at the context of who you're dealing with, who's saying it. Now, if you're looking at a motherfucker come from a Joe Biden household or some shit, then yeah, you best believe you better be ready to stump his ass the fuck out.
So
I definitely use that term before for sure.
So the context of the word in its original statement was to demean a group of people, and it's never changed. It only evolved. When someone's calling you that term, they're trying to demean you. The fact that we get together to talk about Black issues and people show up and try to be the antagonist of what we're talking about shows that we don't deserve. It's American for Black people to be disrespected. Let's just put it like that. That's why people argue to say the N-word, because they feel like Black people don't deserve respect. If Black people are saying, I'm offended by this word, the gender people are literally changing the fucking language because they're uncomfortable with what you're calling them. The one word we can't get rid of, nigga. Come on, man, stop this.
No, but you can get rid. But there's other words to offend. He ain't even got to call you.
What about when you say real
call
ass?
you a bitch ass.
Say, oh, this dude's a real ass, and you take it offensively.
Oh, yeah. What?
If you say instead of bitch ass, you say real ass in a positive way, like, yo, this is my boy right here. This is a real ass. Like, you gonna take it offensively, or you gonna take it as like, yeah, I
appreciate it, Max, but please don't call me that.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, and with dealing with people telling them not to use the word and you offended by it, that person should respect that. That's even like what Brandon was talking about, why we don't go into work saying nigga, nigga, nigga. It's the same way why people don't go into work saying motherfucker and fuck all this shit and what the fuck you want next? Next motherfucker. I mean, there's a reason, but people know it's certain slang and shit that you don't use in certain environments, and certain people you're around, you don't use certain language. N-word is a slang used word. And it's used amongst younger generations of people. You don't find older people or people who come from like righteous walks of life that use that. It's the younger people using that shit. It's always been a younger used word. Rap music is a younger culture of music. Like you say, Black people have all sorts of forms of music. And now that you reach a certain point in life, you don't all listen to it. Like I was thinking about, like, even with the Cardi B shit, how she talk, all these women rappers talk hoe and popping pussy and all that shit. These young women who gyrate to that shit, sing like this, at certain points in life, they would never go back to it. A lot of them going to turn into fucking being old Bible thumping women and women calling the church. And as they just mature, they would never speak in them terms as they get older. But you're going to have the girls come behind them in the younger generation who are going to continue on with that type of music. It's a younger generation of music, but how do you change? You got to educate the kids out of it. But like the N-word, you got to look at the context of it, because it's a different used words. Now, Mex do engage in a lot of shit when it comes to Black issues that he shouldn't speak on, but the N-word is one of them topics of conversation that word is just used. And but if a person's offended by it, a person shouldn't use it. And even with Black folks who shouldn't use it, because that shit should have been stopped back when I was young, and it wasn't. It became cool.
Well, I'll say this, and I'll go back. It's going to be real short. I think it's fair to say that America would rather not call a boy, or a girl than a Black person a nigga. And I'll leave it at that.
I don't think that's true.
N-word is in that context, man. Like, I don't think it's in that context.
Are y'all familiar? Y'all familiar that they're changing the language, right? They don't like using pronouns with certain genders, et cetera, et cetera. They're changing that shit.
They not
Black people, a small minority of places, though. It's not the United States of America.
No. In professional settings, Mix, like if you work at a university, you cannot use those words. They're giving them
universities
training.
are the most far left environments in the country.
Mix, how much training do universities do on the N-word?
I don't know how many. I don't think it's commonly used at these same universities that stuff's happening because they're far left. I mean, you can look at the studies. The universities are the main. Main places
He,
are pushing far left agendas.
he, she, male and female have existed for probably 2,000 years, BC. Nigga, and as far as chattel slavery go, maybe 200, 300 years. They're willing to get rid of a word that's 2,000 years old than get rid of the word nigga.
But what I'm saying,
Their argument is they want to be able to use the word. They don't want to say let's get rid of it. They want to say fuck it, let's get rid of it if I can't use it. That's their argument. They want to reclaim that word.
Who's they? Can you
I'll
be
be
specific? Or you
Lex
just talking?
Lex is saying that. He said not don't tell me how to talk. I'll use nigga if I want to use nigga.
Okay. So that's only one. So who's the other person? If it's a they, you said they. Man, because this blanket shit of this they, this imaginary fucking fucking coalition of people, bruh. Like, what do you mean? Who's the they?
Mix. Let's move forward. Go ahead, Boston Scholar.
Bruh, nah, see why you don't put their feet to the same fire, bruh. I gotta answer everything I talk about when I ask the question. Let's push it. Let's move. Let's move on, right? Let's move on. All right, go for it.
This is what happened when you show up to talk about black issues, man. You showed up to talk about the N-word, bro. Of course you're gonna get there.
And what I'm saying is, like, let me say this, Boston Scholar. You don't have to answer nothing you don't want to answer, Mix. I ain't even told you had to answer shit. But what we're not gonna do is act like that's not something that's out there, bro. Like we gotta move forward with that. Like you asked who he brought you up as an example. That was prime example was you.
Then say me. He said they. Then say
no,
me.
He said you was one of the examples. And then you was like, all right,
then who is the rest?
But then we got to name everyone. How many more do you need, man?
That should be sufficient.
Well, okay. How about one more? How about one more?
I can name one. It was a guy I worked with. His name was Rich.
No, I'm talking about him.
I'm just saying.
He said they. They is more than one person.
You name one. I name one. How many more do you want?
As a group answer? Okay, fuck it. Everybody name one then. They probably got an A.
I could name one, but it might make Mark mad. But I'm gonna keep it real. Punch Drunk. He was in the comment section. He done been on air saying the N-word offensively, but he wants to fight for his right to say it.
So me and Punch Drunk will fight for a right to say it. All right. Cool.
You see what he just did? You see what he just did?
He's not trying to have a conversation in good faith. He's trying to just be argumentative and dismissive, Mix. You're being argumentative and dismissive. You ask who? You are one example. You admitted to it right now. That wasn't enough. I named one. Now you're saying, okay, well, it's not fair because you named one and he named one. Okay, now he named two. That's not enough because now is you moving the goalposts even further where it's like, well, so what? Now me and Punch will fight. You're missing the point. You're missing the forest for the trees. That's not his argument. His argument is what he said was. But you want an exact number. Like, come on, my brother. Let's move forward. Let's go ahead, Boss Scholar. Go ahead, get to your point, Boss Scholar.
So I'll just, I made my point. I'll just say, like, when we have these conversations, Max, if you're gonna show up and talk about our issues and be offensive, you go. If you fuck with the bull, you're gonna get the horns, man. You can't sit around and then play victim. Like, oh, I'm the only non-black person on the panel, so they're picking on me. That's what you're trying to spin a narrative, bro. Like,
I'm playing victim.
You're the minority on the panel that uses the N-word.
What that mean? Hold on, Boxy Scholar. What that mean? Max, what that mean?
I'm gonna choose not to answer like y'all, so let's keep going. Next question.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. That's what I figured. So.
Nah, Max, ain't no hoeing up.
Figure it out.
No, ain't no hoeing up, Max. You gotta answer.
Come on, Max.
Oh, now there's no hoeing up. Can somebody answer for me? Hey, Mark, can you answer for me?
Max, Max, I don't know what you mean. Like, are you saying people are victims? Just say that.
Who playing victims? Like, yeah, like what you mean?
Okay,
bro, this whole conversation is some victim shit. What do you mean?
Why would you even be here?
Because you take your shit out of context. You're taking somebody saying, "Yo, this is a rule," and then you're like, "Well, that's offensive to me that you think that your friend is that to you." Like that's what we're talking about. Like if we were talking about someone saying something disrespectful, then I get that yo, you're offending me. I know you meant that racistly. I get it. But we're talking about, can people just use it in general when they're talking about their friends, when they're talking about their peoples, and then you're saying nah because it's offensive even in that situation. How?
That's their opinion.
How are you a victim?
We just
how are you a victim because you overhear? How are you a victim because you overhear someone else saying that to someone else that has nothing to do with you?
Max, that's how laws work in America, though, Max. You can get charged for sexual harassment, and it ain't even the woman you talking to. Somebody else can hear that and get offended. That's just how the way of the world works. That's the law of the land. So, but people can be offended by seeing somebody else, something happen to somebody else. But my whole point is this, my brother, nobody told you like you had to be a part of a victim conversation tonight. I didn't ask you to click the link. You chose to click the link.
It didn't start off that way.
And I thought you was here to have a conversation with us. But now
I'm
it
here.
appears
I'm still here.
you think this was a whole victim. This whole conversation was about a victimhood. I thought we was trying to have a conversation.
Hold on. I'm not the one that brought the shit up again.
But you said it though. But you said it though.
I did. It was said first to me. It was said first to me.
So
And I had a reaction.
He laughed. It was like victim. I'm playing victim. Ha ha ha. That's what you did.
So Max, let me ask you something, bro. Let me ask you something. Were black people the victim of the crack epidemic? Yes or no? Don't dance around it.
They were one of them, yes.
One of them. See, you can't see, and Max proves my point that black people are not allowed to be victims in this country. Anytime that we try to, anytime that we're the subject of something like when they're injecting us to see how we react to syphilis, we're considered.
Yes,
you said one of them. You didn't say yes.
That's not what you said.
Oh, so black people are the only people that are victims during crack epidemic.
That's
no one else,
not
no
what
other
he
race, only
said.
them. But I was being specific. I was being specific. They were a victim, yes. Were they the only victim? No.
That's not what he asked you.
Mets don't even know what he asked no more.
Hold on. Hey, Brandon, big homie, bro. You don't need to tell me how I can answer and how I should be answering. He asked me a question. I chose to answer it the way I did.
I didn't tell you how to answer. I just told you that wasn't. You answered a question that was not asked of you.
I answered the question that was asked and gave a little extra 2 cents on the side free for you. The little sour cream on top of that shit. All right, no extra charge.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you next, I'm not telling you how to talk. I've never told you how to talk. I personally think you shouldn't do a lot of talking. I think you should do a lot of listening. But I always told you that because I don't feel like you respect this conversation and it's too nuanced for you. And also, you already have preconceived notions.
No, I just think you're wrong.
I know.
I just think you're wrong.
See, which means I can't teach you nothing.
Think I'm wrong.
You proving my point. You proving my point.
I can't teach you anything either, though. I can't teach you anything either. It's a two-way street.
Max, but you can teach me something. It just depends on the area. It depends on the area in which you're talking about. Like it may be things in boxing where you make a good point. So I don't just close my mind. And we see that by you talking, and Mark told you you're disingenuous because you already come in here with a preconceived notion. So basically, why are you here?
We've already had this conversation, so we know what the notion is. So yes, it's preconceived.
So
this ain't no brand new conversation.
So you're not here on good faith. You're here to push.
Brandon, I was here before you were, and we were having a fine conversation.
But you're here to push your agenda and your thoughts. You're not here to learn. You already have a preconceived
I'm here to answer questions and to bring up other thoughts.
You say you was here to save us from being victims a while ago.
Yeah, for sure.
Why do we need you to show up to do that? Why do you got?
I never said you needed me to. I never said you needed me to.
This is what I was trying to tell you yesterday, but it went over your head. We don't show up to tell y'all to pull yourself out of. You don't realize how American you are. You don't realize how American you are, Max. You say you're American, and I used to be like, oh man, he just. You really are American, bro. You know why? Because you bought into this notion that black people are sitting in the corner somewhere, crying about the white man. We're victims. We don't accomplish nothing in life. We good for nothing. We got 1,000 kids. You personify that narrative.
Shit, bro. Yes, I never said
bro.
None
you won't even
that
admit
shit.
that we were the victims of the war.
I said
on
yes,
drugs.
you were one of them. Yes, and you were.
Yes, you're one of them. Is not answering the question. That's not answering the question.
Lost that. That's where you lose the shit. The N word, I can feel that shit, but all the racial shit is where you lose fucking sight because they absolutely right about the targeting of black folks. Yeah, you're gonna deal with white people who are drug addicts, but they weren't the intended target of that shit. There's unattended.
That wasn't the question, Reggie. It wasn't. Was the crack thing intended for white people? It said we're victims.
You know how
we can rewind the shit. He said white people the victims of the crack epidemic. I said yes, they were one of them.
Were they the targets?
He didn't say target.
But our answer is
yes, they were. Yes. It's been proven already.
Everybody else is unintended consequences of this shit.
But everyone else is still affected. So since they're collateral damage, we should just forget about it. Fuck it.
No, it didn't affect everybody the same, Max. We got crime bills out of this. You think? Wait a minute. So you think the crack epidemic affected all races of people the same. When
It
black
affected
people were
all households the same who had people that were on crack in their household.
But Mex, it didn't though. Because it
didn't?
wasn't just.
No.
I'm explaining why.
The white crackheads, just their life is being
No,
awesome,
the
right?
white crackhead, but they didn't take them from their families. They didn't disproportionately lock them up. That's why Joe Biden apologized. All the authors of the crime bill apologized because they
So
realized.
now you're talking about the crime bill. I thought we were talking about the crime bill. The crack
That's
epidemic.
part of
That's the same thing, bro.
You don't realize. See,
It fits in that shit.
You don't
You're moving
realize
from the mid '80s to the early '90s now. So
it
no,
all
I
fits in.
didn't. It was two crime bills. First of all, it was two crime bills. You don't know what you're talking about, Max. It was a crime bill passed in 1986. See, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why I keep telling you, you need to listen and learn, because you sound ignorant when you're trying to speak on stuff that you do not know. What we're talking about is black people being specifically targeted and it being put in our communities. And then once they put it in our communities, they waged the war on us and they locked us up disproportionately against everybody else. They don't do that with Oxycontin. It's a fucking epidemic right now amongst they have an opioid epidemic, but they not going in with battering rams and shit. They not locking their people up left and right. They're not stacking they're not writing laws disproportionately to target a certain group of people. Laws are written to target us specifically.
I agree.
Max, are you familiar with Rosewood?
No.
Okay, well, let me tell you about Rosewood. Rosewood was where black people decided to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And they had an economy amongst black people where the black dollar was flourishing amongst black people. White people came in because they were jealous and burned that motherfucker to the ground.
Okay, so similar to Black Wall Street.
Same thing. The reason why the white people who say we're the victims, anytime that we go off.
What era was this? Just so you can give me a.
When you talk about the year?
20s and
yeah, like around the year, like 60s.
Yeah, I don't know the exact date, but the point out, huh?
Does anybody know? Was it pre-civil rights?
At the
post?
turn, so it's post-slavery.
Post-slavery? Okay.
Yeah, so the point I was making, Max, is that anytime that we try to get together and build our own, we have people that show up and tell us that you're not the victims of anything. Like, for instance, right? Reggie has an idea on what black people need to do. So does Brandon. So does Mark. If we actually try to get together and do something, we'd have a bunch of YouTubers trying to tear us down, saying that we're racist for only including black people, saying that we're not the victims of anything, that we need to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. And anytime we try to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, they show up to tell it. Like, we can't win with them. There's nothing we can do in America. All we can do in America is exist.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that. We can do anything in this motherfucker. Black people worry too much about what these other motherfuckers say.
No, that ain't what I meant, Reg. I didn't mean sit in the corner. I mean, there's nothing we can do to not include them. That's what I meant. They want to be included in everything we do. If we all got on the block and huddled up, just us four black people, they would call the cops. Oh, those people are up to something.
They call black codes. They call black codes. Black people should not congregate more than two or more should not congregate together. See, you see, but this dude.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna have to jump up out of here, man. I gotta get
That's
back.
crazy,
man. See, this the problem. Y'all let white or some non-racial motherfuckers rile you up. Don't run because this nigga laughing. Like, fuck.
No, I'm not running. The thing about it is,
let me say this: black people gotta cut that emotional shit at because a nigga laughing. March through this nigga. He gonna listen. He gonna learn. You gotta run for this nigga because
that's
gonna listen. He gonna
learn. To share. I'm at work and I'm trying to share. And if the conversation, if we're not learning nothing and not gaining, then I feel like then I'm not doing my part, and I feel like I'm wasting my time. You know what I mean? Like I'm talking.
Others are listening. This ain't about mix.
Oh, indeed.
You got other people who are out here listening.
I just laughed because you said an outlandish statement. That's it. I mean,
but listen. Everybody who see Mex on the show, they see through the ignorance of them. But it's to speak on these topics because you got to realize you engage with an audience, a global audience. It ain't just Mex.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, the people out there, Reg, are gonna do the same thing Mex did. Roll their eyes. Oh, he just said an outlandish statement. Black people are not the victim. And even if they are the victim, they're not the only victim.
I'm pretty sure it was a joke, right? I'm pretty sure it was a joke. He didn't.
One mic. Go ahead. Pass the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so they're going to be dismissive, just like Mex was. Whenever we bring up our issues, they roll their eyes. They huff and puff. Like they act like racism is hard for them. Motherfucker, try living it. You think it's hard for you? Try being the person being oppressed. Yeah, the thing about it, Mex, is you don't know what it's like if you go inside a store. You know what I mean? And a white person just demeaning you for no reason at all, just because they know that they're in America and they know their status. They're talking to you. They're saying everything but the word nigga, but you still can hear nigga because that's how they talking to you. You'll never see, and that's what I mean. You shaking your head. So what I'm saying is false, Mex. There's no way possible that could happen.
When they say LDBC,
Nah,
man,
that's
they mean
crazy.
nigga. They type LDBC. I watch them on these boxing. When I go to Showtime and they weighing in, watch them tomorrow on the Ryan Garcia. I mean, watch them when Ryan Garcia weighs in. Watch how many monkeys in LDBC code word nigga, 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 nigga. But once again, all of this is a figment of our imagination, Mex. We just making this stuff up. We study this stuff every day. We dedicated our lives to understanding race and understanding nuance. We read books. We watch documentaries. We spend a lot of pain and a lot of effort going through this, but we just making it up. It ain't nothing. I'm just making up our bullshit.
What
And
what
I'm a
what did I
victim.
say you were making up though?
I talked about the black codes and how when the dominant society sees two or more black people on the corner, I think in California you can't even walk 5 deep down the street. I
It's
don't think.
four more. Yeah, it's four more.
So why did you laugh and act like it was outlandish when you know that there's validity to what I said?
Because I think that is an outlandish thought process. I'm agreeing with you. Like when you say, "Oh, no, 2 or more black people shouldn't be congregating," I'm just laughing. Like, the fuck, that's crazy. Why would anyone think
But
that?
it's true though. It was called black codes. Did you know that? They called black codes. Google them. This stuff is the
Not
basis.
in
What I'm
California.
telling you is this the basis for a lot of the behavior and a lot of the tactics that even the police use. It's rooted in Jim Crow black codes. It's rooted in racism. It's rooted in those things. The policies that they practice, a lot of this stuff is rooted in racist Jim Crow era policies that they still enforce. They just cloak it different. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I'm saying I wasn't
Brandon,
laughing
that's
at
why
the
I
point
think
you were
it's
trying to make. You
important.
never got to it.
But look, Brandon, that's why I think it's important not to be riled by Mex ignorance. We know he ignorant. Over time, he will learn and grow. But there's an audience that listen to that and they have learned that, because we got to think of so many people in this country who may gravitate towards an ignorant side of shit in this country and white bullshit understandings of this country. But then you open the eyes, regardless of some of these niggas laugh or this and that, because there's also young black people who don't know a lot of that shit. And we got to think broader when we get on these shows as far as who we speak to. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing a live stream. It's only 5 people. In my mind, I view it as I speak to the world. It ain't just for me to care about the numbers or want to get approved. It's about the content, what you put out, because a lot of people don't know a lot of this shit. It's a lot of people may never heard of black code and you spoke of, who may open a book and look into that shit, because there's a deplorable side to motherfucking America. When I talk to 80-year-olds and 70-year-olds and shit, or even 90-year-olds who may be cognizant of shit, and when I hear them speak of certain ignorant shit from a white perspective, and I start speaking how we speak to them and open their minds and shit, a lot of them are fucking blown away by some of the shit they figure out, or they see some shit on the news. And I didn't think, listen, old lady or old man, this is the way this shit always been. Ain't none of this shit new. Maybe you've been hidden away from it, or you've been taught certain shit by your parents who failed you on shit. But so it's always good to school a motherfucker, whether they listen or not, but you let them know where you come from. So it's good to speak on this, like the black codes. I'm pretty sure this nigga Mex gonna pick up a book and wonder what it is, because there's a lot of shit that takes place in America that you would never get the true side of America without a black perspective. But you also got to make sure it's an authentic black perspective. But you can't escape the American experience without the black perspective, because it's always been a thing with the black plight. So, but I'll pass.
No, I understand that your guys' vibe toward me so far, and a lot of other people, is that I'm not getting or recognizing your personal experience, right? And maybe that's true. I'm ignorant to it. Like I said, I don't live in the environments you live in. I didn't live in the generations you lived in. And obviously, I didn't live in the home environment or culture that you grew up in. But by that same coin, none of you guys grew up how I did. None of you guys live in the environment I live in. And none of you live the life I live. So for you guys to have this I don't know, you think the end all be all of the conversation on race. No. And like the statement he made earlier, like, you don't know what it's like to go on the store. Yes, I do. I live in California. People hate Mexicans out here more than they hate blacks. I can guarantee you that. And especially where I live. I live in the agricultural capital of the United States of America. It's nothing but fields.
I thought you wasn't a Mexican. I thought you was American.
Look at me though. When I go somewhere, this is what people look at me at.
We've been trying to make the whole time.
You checkmated your own fucking silly.
I know you did.
How? What does an American look like?
You just checkmated yourself,
you
man.
What does an American look like? What does an American look like? Because I think it looks like anyone that's fucking American, black, white, otherwise. Well, I'm saying when we out here, the cops driving around, and I got a hoodie on and shit, they gonna think I'm a Mexican gangster, like just profiling me.
That's what was.
That's what we've been saying the whole night, Max.
Okay. So my point is, you can't tell me you don't know what it's like to just be profiled because of the way you look. Yes, I do know what it's like. I do, but I don't care. I don't run around my whole life like, oh my god, the cops is here. Like, I have nothing to be worried about when I drive around. If they pull me over, it's probably for a reason. My shit's legit. Give me my ticket. I'm on my way. Now, when I was on probation, I'd pray to God the cops to stop me because I knew what that meant. They touching my car to take me out, regardless if it was justified or otherwise. But what I'm saying is I don't live my life like this. Like, you know what? Anyone that don't look like me got it out for me. Anyone that don't look like me don't understand me. Anyone that don't look like me doesn't need to be a part of my circle. Like, I don't live like that. That's okay if you guys want to live like that. I don't do that shit.
You don't have to live like that, but you just identified that bullshit. And it's wrong for a person to identify you like that. And you just checkmated yourself because this is what was
for sure. But that's not the majority of my life, though.
Listen, this is what was being spoken to you on Monday's show when they were talking about that, where you try to play this American stuff, but you just admitted to when they look at you, you're identified as a Mexican, and that's wrong. And then you speaking about, you spoke about the oppression of Mexicans, so you identified there's an oppression against you, and then also to say that you're the most oppressed, you're still not the most oppressed. Because there's still things inside of society that you benefit from more than what a black person.
But I don't feel oppressed because
you don't have to.
Somebody
you have
chooses
to
to judge me a certain way.
But look, I don't feel oppressed because I don't deal with the cops fucking with me. I don't go through that aspect of America. But for me to ignore it and act like that shit don't exist, I'll be.
I've never act like it don't exist though. That's another thing you guys try putting on my shit. I never said it don't exist.
Let him finish about some scholar. I'm about to call you the black and scholar. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I've never once on any video, on any panel said racism doesn't exist and it's not a problem. I don't think it's an overwhelming problem. I don't think every interaction with someone that is not your race somehow is some racial, some undertone underneath everything that happens. No, I think sometimes people of opposite races don't get along and it has nothing to do with their race. It has to do with their personality, but then it becomes a race thing because you're not my race. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's so quick to jump to race shit as soon as something happens between two people of opposite race or different races. It's so easy. It's so easy to jump to the shit. If a white dude and a Mexican get in a fight, it's because no, it's not always because of that. It's because you're a piece of shit and I don't fucking like you. It has nothing to do with the color of your skin or what I think you are or what ethnicity I think you are. There's gonna be piece of shit people all throughout this world. There will never be a time we live in a utopia where everybody is perfect. Okay, so there will always be a time you can point out this person did this. This person got shot over here. This dude shot up this thing.
I wish you could get to that though, Mix. I sound like MLK. I wish he could get to that. Where
I wish, but it will never happen.
No. I wish we would get to a point where it's just, if we have a problem, it's because you are not a good person, or that, you know what I mean. But right now, we still have problems where somebody cut you off in traffic, nigga. You know what I mean? Yes, that's like the black person cut him off in traffic. He's like, it's their go-to. That's day one. When they see a person of this hue, that's the first thing they're gonna say to you when they really trying to make you mad, nigga.
I mean, they can for sure. And those people are pieces of shit, and whatever happens to them, they deserve it. But that's not me, though. But that's not me.
Who said it should take you out?
Because that's what motherfuckers be trying to put on me on here. Like, I'm this and I'm that. Like,
and nobody is trying to make you no punching bag, my brother. Don't don't go there. Like, but you have said some things here tonight to make people look at you with a side eye.
Such as?
Vic, you said there's some people out here on this panel that are victims or want to be victims. So that
okay.
when really they probably just trying to tell you their story, tell you their journey, tell you the way they see America through this black lens.
I see.
And you just said how you see it through your lens, right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's what it's all about, having a conversation and trying to find trying to listen to other people and understand them, not necessarily telling them be dismissive of what they might experience or say that don't happen.
I'm not trying to be.
I ain't talking about you right now. I ain't talking about you right now.
Okay. All right.
There was some people in the chat earlier saying things like nobody's getting lynched in these day and time. People, we have modern day lynchings, bro. Even if it what's the kid Ahmaud Arbery, that was a modern day lynching on camera. Just because they didn't tie the rope around him and hang him from a tree, don't mean they didn't hunt that man down, pursue him, and murder him. And the only reason they got caught is because they had a trophy, the damn cell phone video. That's it. So we do have modern day lynchings. But go ahead, I'll pass them. I think Spencer's got it.
So that you finally admitted, Mex, that people judge you by race, right? You just openly admitted.
Sure.
People okay. So this is what
we're doing that to me the whole panel.
So we're judging you basically. You're being judged because you're showing up to a conversation about the N-word and telling black people how they should feel. You don't get to turn around then and be the victim, because, like you just said, you said I don't know your story, right? So I'm not going to pretend to. You experienced racism, I'll give you that. But if you had a panel on YouTube where you were discussing that, I would not show up. You know why? Because I can't tell you how to live your life and your experience and what to be and how to be a victim. I can't tell you none of that. But you just got through saying you're showing up to make us have a clear head and not be victims all the time. I don't know how you don't see that itself. We're all grown, Mex. We're all grown. We know how to feel. You're showing up to tell us how to feel. Why? Why do you feel that this group of people on this panel needs Mex to tell them how to feel?
You don't need me here to tell you how to feel. What I'm saying is, I look from the outside looking in, because I don't see your everyday life. But from the outside looking in to what's been said and presented on the panel, that just seems like an exhausting way to live life, to look through the lens that everything is racially motivated. And then that we should be separate and certain people should be able to speak on things, others shouldn't. And then some people should be over here. And pretty much like segregation should still be a thing when you pick and choose for it to be. Because you know what? Tonight, we just want black people to talk about this and no one else. What would that sound like vice versa? You know what I mean? I understand you personally as a person, like if white people are like, we're going to talk about white issues today. We don't want no blacks and Mexicans on here. You'd be like, fuck it, I don't want to talk about this shit anyway. But most people be like, that's racist. When it's the other way around, it's like, nah, it's not racist. It's like, bro, like, what does it matter? Okay, so I'll give it a different opinion. Maybe y'all don't agree with it, cool. But when you go to sleep tonight, you ain't going to worry about anything I'm fucking talking about any motherfucking way. So, and vice versa. Like, I understand, like, with you, like I said, you have already requested, and I'm gonna respect the request of not using that word around you. If I was ever in your presence or pertaining to you, so be it. But when I get off this shit, when I'm over here and this weekend, when I'm with mine, I'm gonna use it, and I'm not gonna stop. And it's not gonna be some random person on YouTube that just gave me an epiphany. That's like, you know what, guys? I was talking to this guy randomly the other night. He told me I shouldn't say it, so I'm not gonna say it no more. No, it's not happening.
Why? Why not?
Because because that's who they are to me, and that's who I am to them. Like. And it could be any use of a word, right? I mean, when it comes to gangbanging shit, same way, blood, low, cuz, whatever. And you can say you shouldn't say that, you shouldn't say that, you should stop gangbanging. Motherfuckers gonna do it anyway. Yeah, it sounds good, but this is all I know. This is it. Like, yeah, I'm getting older, and I use it a lot less than I did when I was younger. A lot less. But in a lot less places also, especially now that I've gotten older and I have a kid now, and I'm trying to like eventually get a business. I'm gonna be the face of the business and shit like that. Like, obviously. But when I'm having a barbecue, when it's just me and mine over here, or we're at the park playing basketball, or we're like in an environment like that, oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, I've shrunk it down, but I don't think it's ever going to be fully out of my vocabulary and out of my system when it comes to certain crowds or people that I'm around.
So I wanted to address something earlier. Reg, you give people too much credit, bro. You think that people are really going to listen to this? Like, they seeing murders on camera, bro, and they still saying all lives matter, bro. You're giving people way too much credit, bro. They're gonna do what they always do. Excuse me.
But no, y'all get too much credit to groups who may have that opinion, think the shit stop with them, because it's always got people oppose that shit. It ain't everybody who speaks that all lives matter shit, and even those people don't believe none of that shit, and they really don't speak it. It's all bullshit to interfere and get in the way of emotions, like what Mex try to do. You march through that shit and you continue on. Just because some niggas say all lives matter shit, that stop you from saying fuck it, they ain't listening, we should say fuck the Black Lives Matter shit. No, you stand on your motherfucking soil. You stand firm on what you believe in and you speak on it. You don't listen because Mex saying he seemed like he ain't listening now. Niggas want to fall off the panel. Fuck what he think. He gonna hear you speak. And he gonna hear that shit, but it ain't just about him. This is an international platform. There's other people listening, and there's other people who want to hear the conversations about what we talk about. Just because he don't agree, because he exposed himself, like he don't think he wants to talk about oppression don't exist, and then he want to talk about what happens because when they look at him. So therefore, he's revealing shit as the conversation moves. Like he ain't stopping no conversation. The points we speak are the points we speak. We may not all speak on the same.
When did I ever say oppression don't exist, bro? Like
saying that shit on Monday's show.
I've never said oppression don't exist. When someone says they are oppressed, I say who is oppressing
That's been your whole
That's all
issue
I've asked.
with things since you've been doing that shit on Cow's show, and people been speaking on you because your ignorance.
Right.
You don't know enough about anything, because it ain't that you don't know enough. It's about what you have experienced. You come from a parent who couldn't teach you none of this shit. You didn't learn any of this. There was no history really learned from you. You ain't the only one. And then you come from this thing of identity issues. So therefore you don't learn the history of what you are because you haven't identified with what you are.
I don't have to though.
And
either, though.
No, you don't have to. But
who is anyone else?
But
Who is anyone
listen,
else to tell me what I am and who
no,
I should identify as?
But listen, you know what you are. You can hide from this shit all you want.
I do know what I am.
I could be dark as a motherfucker.
You told us on Monday you don't know what you are.
Exactly.
I know what I am.
Monday. You say I'm American.
I'm American.
But then you brought
but you identify as Latino and you get treated.
Yeah, I definitely have a Latino in me. Obviously, it's obvious. Yeah, I don't say I'm Mexican though. I can't say I'm Mexican. I've never lived in Mexico. I have nothing to do with Mexico.
But see, this
all. Never have.
Saying about where you don't have no knowledge of shit because you haven't been raised around knowledge. This is the first time you ever heard knowledge kicked to you, and because of the circle of people you hang around, y'all lost, y'all delusional. There's a lot of drugs mixed into what you do, and that becomes part of why things become so foreign to you. And I understand it. That's why I don't react over to you like that, because a lot of shit is based off of what you don't have experience and knowledge of. And a lot of shit that goes ill within this country is about what people don't have knowledge of. A lot of us come from a lacking of knowledge, even with black folks, but definitely with Mex, he don't have a knowledge of shit. That's why I'm like, people can't go overboard with their reactions of emotions because this nigga denies shit. He can deny shit all he want, but he denies it because it's just like the cognitive dissonance shit. He doesn't come from. He spoke to us about what his mother was like. And it's not the knocker. But what kind of knowledge can you get being raised in that kind of conditioning? That's why knowledge must also always be spoken, regardless of people seeming as if they don't accept it. They're receptive to that shit. It may take a longer process. But as he grows and grows out of certain shit because his behavior of drugs, I see what you do on Instagram, impacts that. The type of people you hang around, it is impacted by the same thing we talk about how the N-word is used. It's all impacted by that shit of the type of knowledge. When knowledge wasn't kicked, the bullshit came around. And that's what we get with the nigga word being so commonly used. So that's the thing with Mex. I understand where he come from. But still, it don't stop us from Brandon, the boxing scholar, from kicking knowledge. It ain't about him. And that's why I'm telling like Patricia and everybody in the comments. It doesn't stop with that. But you must also understand that certain people don't come from certain type of shit. They haven't been gained properly, and a lot of the knowledge is
but
missed
he had
out.
a good role model though, Reg. He just chose
that black dude, and didn't know
he just chose
nigga. No, that black nigga was just a role model of providing, because he also spoke about him not being there all the time. So it was just a guy who came in there to provide some economic stability.
But he provided him with the message and the lessons. He just didn't stand over him because he had based off what Mex said, he told him, hey, don't say that. That's not cool. I don't rock with that. Mex chose to do otherwise.
But that wasn't but that part of it wasn't until later. Like I was already probably 17, 16 when he tried to start with the whole we're not gonna do that shit. It's too late. Too late. Like I said, I was on my own 15, had my own apartment, home whip, all that shit 15. I was on the block at 15. So when I came back and he tried to tell me shit, me and him used to always almost get in fights just because he tried to just tell me anything in general. Like, hey, you can't go over here. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm coming back as a gift to my mom. My mom didn't want me in the streets no more. My mom said, I'm not stupid. I know that you don't have a job and you're 16 with an apartment and a car. You like come home. So I was like, she tried to get me out of the streets. Didn't work. Okay, cool. But that time it's already long gone. Like I grew up in the shit with in the household for a little bit, and then it was mostly away from the household. And then once I got kicked out and I was really literally just out on the streets, even that time staying in a homeless shelter, and I was in these environments, that's just how everybody talk. White, black, Mexican, otherwise, Puerto Rican, crackhead, sober, dealer, customer, everything. So by the time I get back into the real world, not on the block, and I'm getting real jobs with real bosses and around my mom and around people, parents and shit, I'm coming in with do-rags, all that shit. And I never sacked my pants or nothing, but, I got guns tucked in my shit and everything. Like, that's just the life I lived. I was always respectful, but at the same time, it's like, cool, like, yeah, like people try to take me to church, you can come to church with it. All that shit. That shit don't work.
To do with being called nigga, though, because you live.
What happened?
So because you live that lifestyle, that's why you and your homeboys call each other nigga?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the reasoning is behind it. Like I said, it's been since the beginning of vocab for me. Since the beginning of having a friend, a homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, since those days. Like, it's always just been what it was. I never thought about why we say it or why do we start saying or why don't we stop saying it or nothing like that. It's just, that's what it's been.
Well, look, since we're having a teachable moment here, knowing what you know now and how you hear people are saying, why won't you say, hey, look, without even making you don't have to do a PSA. You don't have to go to your homeboy and say, look, I'm not going to call y'all nigga no more because some dude on YouTube. But knowing in your mind how people feel about it, why would you not try to? Because you know how to not say it and have a real conversation. You haven't said it all night here, right?
Yeah, that's out of respect for all you guys.
Yeah. So, but when you're around your people, like, is it a way why would you try not to say it just to see? You can still talk to them, see how it go. You don't have to make a conscious a statement and say, hey, look, I'm not gonna call none of y'all nigga no more, okay? Why not just try it and see how the conversation go? Like, why is it like why can you just say so blanketly, like, I do it out of respect for you guys here, but when you're not around, I'm gonna let you know when I'm never gonna stop saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it. Like, why not try to do better? Like, let me say this last part. That sounds disrespectful. Like, you can't say out of respect for you guys, I'm not gonna say it here, but as soon as this over, I'm gonna do whatever, blah, 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 blah. That means you really don't have no respect for us.
No, because I think mutually, I think, first of all, I think it has to be a mutual agreement between the two people saying it to each other, right? I don't ever just say it to someone that's never said it to me and that doesn't want me to say it to them, or someone I don't know like that. So that's what I'm saying. If it's one of my good friends or my brothers or people like that, it's not a thought process.
What's the nigga test?
Huh? You said what? What's the what?
What's the nigga test? How do you test to see if you about to be able to use? How do you find?
That's what I'm saying, Mark. Like,
how do you test the waters to see, like,
for you guys to even think that there's a thought process that goes along with that? There isn't one. There's not a test. There's not a. Hey, I just met Mark today, and I'm gonna see if I get away with saying this to him. Like, no, it doesn't happen like that.
But look, you just said you do know how to turn it on and turn it off, correct?
For sure, yeah.
So how do you know who you can use it in front of and who you can't? What is the first day that it happened? And like you just said, and you like, oh shit, he didn't say nothing, so I'm gonna keep saying it.
I don't know. There's not much thought that goes into this shit like that. Like, when you kick around someone so long, that's your partner. That's your partner. Like, there's no thought process in it. Like, if I just met you first day meeting you, I'm probably not gonna say that to you. But that's not even like because I'm watching it or I'm like consciously deciding not to say it. It's just I don't know you. I wouldn't call you my friend either. You would just be Mark. I wouldn't say the homie.
So is it safe to say one day it just slips out? And
one day it's a mutual a mutual thing within conversation between two people. And if it's not, it's very well known if it's not. If it does, if me and you know each other a couple years or whatever that day comes, and I do say, you know what, hey Mark, hey, meet my brother, this is my woo, and you're like, hey, bro, I'm be like, oh, okay, I know you got a problem with it. All right, cool.
Right, that was the nigga test.
I mean, no, that's you saying something.
I don't think
me respecting your wishes.
People test the word nigga.
I don't throw it out there. I don't
People don't test that shit.
And be like, let me see what he says. Let me see what he does.
Facetious,
like,
I'm being facetious because he
I
knows how to turn it off and on. So that means he tries it out to see if it's okay today.
Like even me and my brothers like collectively try not to say when the kids are around and shit like that. Just like we try not to cuss or don't smoke in front of them, conscious decisions like that. But when we talking, when we playing Madden, we talk about, oh, bro, you see this bitch over here? You don't think about nothing. You're talking.
Okay.
It come out. That's it.
Fair enough.
I don't be like, oh, I'm gonna say it again. Let me see what happens. Like, what the fuck? You guys think I take track? Today I said it 7 times and no one said shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are so, not you guys, but I'm saying a lot of people are so fixated on, he's such an outsider. He must know. It must be a planned fucking thing. He means it racistly. Like, there's all this thought that goes into it every time it comes out of my mouth. Never.
I don't even think
like,
they think you mean it racist.
It's just like cussing. It's like cussing. You don't cuss in front of your grandma. You don't cuss at church. You don't cuss in front of your mom. Try not to cuss for the kids. You don't, like, it's a conscious decision not to. But then when you also know, like, hey, I'm with the boys today. We're going to the game and shit. You're not thinking about, yeah, I get to cuss now. No, you just talk because you're with your boys. It's a different environment.
That was the point I made yesterday, that you don't cuss around those people because you respect them. And if you respected black people, you wouldn't use that word around them. So
but not all black people feel that way.
So hold on, Max. Let me say this, man. There is no amount of reggaeton that can make me use the W word. No amount.
What's the
I don't want to say it.
What's the W word?
What's the equivalent of
with the back, the water on the back thing?
But
nobody calls each other that over here.
Fucking made that word a cool word.
This is what I'm trying to.
Y'all you can bring that into the concept of using the N word. Nobody.
That's the point I'm making, Reggie.
Has been.
That's the point I'm making, Reggie.
But let me say this, because we go wrong with
that's a false equivalent, is what Reggie's saying.
Yeah, nobody does this shit but us. They have used a word that's come out of offending you through slavery and then making it into some cool shit. Ain't no gays calling each other fags. We done got to where the women call each other bitches, and now that should become cool. And you certain words and even in this modern age, it's the same way how girls calling each other bitches have been romanticized. It was offensive. Even at this term, and when I was a kid, a girl will fuck you up for calling her a bitch. Now all of a sudden that shit has changed. So
I'm a bad bitch.
All this shit, like you see certain shit in accepting society.
Somebody gonna edit that clip out.
The N word ain't the same as what other groups. You can't say what they don't never fucking cool. Now they can start doing that shit, making wetback a cool word, or spick, which was offensive. No group has ever done this but us. Like, we have taken, and it's really taking the control out of you being able to offend us with certain words. But like I say, certain people are going to be offended by it. Now the thing out of respect, if someone asks you not to use it, you should be respectable enough not to use it around them. But that's just like cussing. You can't cuss around. I cuss a lot, but there's certain environments you wouldn't hear me say people cussing, especially around elder people or at work. I try to hold back on cussing. It may slip, but I don't cuss as much as I do because out of respect, because of the environment. Sometimes everything's environment, everything is audience. When you present to people, audience is everything, the type of conversation. So you can't, like, y'all have offense. I don't know where y'all come from, if that's a certain way, but certain environments, especially if you come from a hood environment, that can play a part in the use of this word. If he's using it in offense, then that'll be a different thing. But if he's using it as, like, somebody use the word lexicon, that's a different thing. But you can try to work a person out of the use of it, but ain't no over the night just stop the damn word type shit. Like, it ain't gonna happen for people who've been using it for too damn long, especially people come out of fucked up backgrounds like you hear when they probably been saying it since they've been a kid. Like, but y'all come from different environment. Like I say, as a California motherfucker, our use of the word is different in how we hear it. Now, older people don't accept that. It's even younger people may have said it, and as we mature in life, we don't want to hear that shit from certain people. And some people may look at a person of another race saying it who may not say it from offensive and take it offensive. But That shit has to apply when it comes to that. Now, all the other shit Mex be talking about, nigga way out of line, but he comes from where he don't have that knowledge. The background fucked up. The association with the groups is fucked up. But he'll learn as he grows. And conversations like that, he'll grow from it.
Yeah, you ain't let me make my point, Reg. My point was, I'm not saying the words mean the same thing, but they're both used as racial slurs, right? Like the C word for white people, right?
But they're never
They don't
used as
use
term of endearment, though. The other one.
they don't use the C word in country music, and no amount of them using it would make us start to use it. That's the point I'm making. If you start calling other Mexican people, hey ma, I wouldn't start using it because you're using it. So what I'm saying is, why do you feel the need to have to use that word if that word doesn't even have the same historical context as Black people have ownership of that word because what they've experienced. Like Reggie just said, they flip that word. The people who are oppressed normally get the word. Like gay people are allowed to say the F word and the Q word. They're allowed to say those things because they're the oppressed group. Women are allowed to say the B word because they're the oppressed group. Black people are allowed to say, you said, who made us the authority? I'm trying to put context to it, because we struggled to get that word. We died. Like, literally, ask Brandon about this. And there's something in Texas called the Waco Massacre, where a guy did something similar to Emmett Till. He was a mentally handicapped guy, and a white lady said he did something. 10,000 people from other places around Texas came up to watch him be burned in their Sunday's best. They were dressed to the gills. They had pictures of it, and then they made postcards about it and sent the postcards out. That's in Texas. But the only thing we have from slavery and Jim Crow is the N-word and the ability to use it or not use it. And then we have people show up and say, hey, if I can't use it, you can't use it. That's not fair.
Go ahead, Max.
I don't know, man. Like, it's obvious you don't understand the culture I grew up in, nor do I understand the one that you did. And so I think it's gonna be really hard to see eye to eye when you have experienced shit over here and I ain't experienced shit over there. And it keeps being presented as, why do you want to have to keep using it? Like I'm fighting for the right to use it. No, it's in my vocabulary. This is how I grew up. This is my everyday life. Even when I went to jail, even though I ran with others and I claimed others, like I was getting recruited by the brothers. They all told us, hey, Max, you can run with us in here. You can run with us in here. You know, I'm like, nah, it's good. Like, I don't want to be identified as nothing. I don't want to run with nobody like that. Like, when it comes to jail shit. But, like, if like, it was some penitentiary shit or some shit, I probably would have been the Mexican dude running with the blacks in jail. And we all know that jail is the most racist place in the United States of America. Period. When you're housed by your race. You're fighting by your race. Everything you do is by race in there, whether you know those motherfuckers or not. So, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to this shit, like, I understand you guys have a different connection to shit, but I've never said it in a derogatory way to anybody. I've never said it with intentions of hurting someone's feeling or being malicious to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Even in the sense if I do say, oh, this bitch ass woo over here stole my money or whatever, fuck, it wouldn't be because he's black I said this word. Nah, because it could have been a white person, Mexican, Asian, whatever. Like, I'm never going to use it in a term of like, you're black, let me pinpoint and say this shit to you. Nah, I have nothing to do with that shit. And at the same time, when you talk about taking the power of the word back, like, Mexicans don't, even if they did start with the whole, hey, what's up, my wetback? Like, they would also have to become the biggest culture in the world and then spread around and then call non-Mexicans that. They would have to go to white people and be like, yo, what up, my wetback? And then it'd be cool, because that's what happened here, is that black people, sometimes when there is a Mexican or a white or an Asian in their hood or whatever, they're like, yo, this is woo, this my woo, this my woo. And then they do let him be the past. Nah, that's my woo. I'm known as the sweetest fly. He's rocking with me. He's on, like, he's about it. That's how it is out here. Now, it might not be out there like that out there, but out here it's very inclusive, especially more so Northern California than Southern California. You go to the Bay Area, it's mixed cultures on every block. There's not even really Bloods and Crips. It's neighborhoods. So it's literally, if you grew up there, those are your people. And that's how they all talk. So it's like, it's a culture shock, just like what you guys are talking about is a culture shock to me. I've never lived in the South. I don't have these viewpoints you guys have. I didn't live in the time period you had in the environment you had. So I don't have the same mindset. My thing is, if it offends you, I won't say it around you. I won't say it around your people. I wouldn't say it around your children, your mother, your wife. I won't do any of that shit. But when it's me and mine chilling, no one is going to tell me how I should be talking to my brothers, how I should be talking to my people. That's just how it goes.
Okay,
let me say one thing. But Mix, when you say it's a part of your vocabulary, but you also say you know how to turn it off and on, though, right?
Yeah.
Why not just turn it off permanently? If you can turn it off and on, why not just turn it off?
What is the need to? For who? To please people that aren't around?
Why do you need to do it? Do you please?
It's not a need.
Do you please people by calling them that?
I would please people by not calling people y'all don't know that, obviously, because there's a hard push for it.
Do you please people by calling them nigga? Does it?
I mean, maybe slightly, yeah, maybe.
You please them. You make them happy, and does that make you happy when people call you that?
It does, but not in the sense of like they call me that. It's that the fact they're calling me that means that they find me close to them, that I'm rocking with them like that. It's not like, huh?
Why not just call your brother?
That too, the homie, whatever.
You ain't got to turn that off and on. But nigga, you feel like I got to turn this off and on because I know it might offend some people. That means you have knowledge of that. Let that knowledge be born, and just turn it off permanently. Why not?
But that also,
I don't have a need.
Yeah, that's an open direct, Reggie. I just want to get one more answer on that, and I promise I pass it. Go ahead, Max. Open direct question. Why not?
Because I don't see the need for it the same way that you guys see the need for it. Same reason I don't feel the need to ever stop cussing. I know cussing. I shouldn't be cussing everywhere. I don't think like I should never cuss again.
No. But we did say you can curse all night up here, but
and I have the power to turn that off and on too.
But you can turn that word off and on. Okay, go ahead, Reg.
But none of you guys say I'm offended by you saying fuck. I'm offended by you saying damn. So
they're not.
Exactly. So, but if you were, I would try not to. Also, if you were like, hey, this Marq Nash platform, we're a non-cussing platform. Respect it. I'll go. All right, I try.
But that's a different word. We're talking about a word can be considered a racial slur. Mix, and I think you're being disingenuous with that comparison. Go ahead, Reg.
No, I was gonna say it can be the same way with turning cussing on and off, but it's the same thing with should we use that amongst other groups, and that's something that Black folks shouldn't have been doing because now we've opened the door where others even like I say, you come to California, even Mexicans in Texas use the N-word. It becomes such a commonplace. We use it.
No, they don't. Not around Black people, they don't. Not around Black people. Mexicans here in Texas do not use the N-word around us.
Man,
they don't, bro.
Want me to debunk you right now?
Too. I didn't have that.
Want me to debunk that shit right now? Because they do it. The word is a commonly used word.
That's not the norm, Reg. What I'm telling you in Texas, hold on, Reg. Let me just. I know you lived here in the army and stuff like that, but I'm saying on a day-to-day basis out in this world, Hispanic people, they don't, even if they use it, they know not to use that word around Black people. I don't give a damn where they grew up at. It's a certain respect and they know that. So they're not freely using the N-word. Now, the culture probably is different in California. I believe it's a liberal state, that kind of thing. I do believe what Mex is saying. But as far as that happening in Texas, Hispanic people, no, that's a no-no.
So Mex just told us this story, you know what I mean? So he gave us perspective of why he uses the N-word. Now I'm finna give America perspective. Mex went through what he went through, so he feels like he used the N-word. Now we just had a discussion about the N-word and talked about our problems and how we're targeted, and Mex rolled his eyes. In the word of Paul Mooney, everybody want to be a nigga till it's time to be a nigga. Mm-hmm. You dare to use the word from the rap when it's cool, but whenever we talk about police officers killing us, it's all lives matter. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. It's a whole lot of finger wagging. But it's like y'all want to use the word just to be cool, but y'all don't actually want the stuff that come with it. Y'all don't want to be treated like niggas.
No, what you want me to say that? Because I've been treated worse by Mexicans. Got kicked with Black people.
So when I say treated like
niggas, you've been treated good. That's because you've been treated well by us. We're all inclusive people. You know what kind of we're loving people. That's why.
No, for sure. I'm not. You're absolutely right about that. Some of the people that looked down for me in my lowest times were Black people, for sure.
Yeah.
So we embrace you like that, man. Then why you roll your eyes at our struggle when we talk about our struggle, man? That's disrespectful, bro.
No, I roll my eyes when you try to inject it in every conversation we're having, man. We can be talking about ketchup and mustard. It's gonna be some fucking racial shit attached to it.
You did it tonight during racial conversation. You know we're talking about race. Like Max, you keep coming to you're like that right there again. That was very disingenuous, my brother. Like we're talking about tonight in this conversation. You bringing up other times. We're talking about what you did on the show tonight. victims, rolling your eyes, throw your head.
Mm-hmm.
That shit don't bother me. But I do know body language. I do know what that means. I know what that means when I see it. But that shit don't hurt my feelings though.
Yeah, it means what you think.
do know, but so it does mean what I think it means. But so even in a conversation about race, like it's not like they inserting race in a boxing conversation or inserting race and we're talking about a TV show or no, man. It was a conversation about race, and you still was like, y'all complaining, it ain't like that, yada yada. But I get it, man. Look, it is what it is. Gonna be.
I just feel as a country we're getting a lot better when it comes to race relations. So I think that holding on to this idealism is not going to help us go any forward.
We got better. We got
better.
In
general. I mean, 2022 is way less racist than any other time in American history.
Compared to what? So whenever they try to do critical race theory, when they were trying to investigate the difference in incomes for races, white people showed up and didn't want that to happen. They made it about something else. So according to what is it getting better? It's becoming more subtle, I'll give you that. But according to what?
Better. Wait, so do you, I mean, we can go with death. I think death is probably a good place to start.
Black people die more in the hospitals than any other race. Try again.
Thank you, Bob Scott. This where I'm saying.
That's a fact. You can Google that shit. Google that shit, Max. Like Deontay Wilder say.
Oh,
it's right there. Hold on, stop right there, Mix. That reaction right there. Now, Mix. That reaction right there. Hold up. Then what you just did right there. Do you know what he's saying is a lie, or you just don't want to hear it?
No, it's true for sure.
So why that reaction? Like, oh man, everybody out to kill the niggas in the hospital. Like why that reaction?
Because the comparison is now to then. Okay, cool. In 2022, that's a fact. Cool, right? We talking about death. I just said death. I didn't say anything specifically on how people die, where they die, anything like that.
Right.
Now look back. Let's go back 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. It's comparable. It's comparable.
Black people died more than compared to other races then too.
In worse ways, publicly, and at a higher rate.
So because
way more savagely.
Because they're not doing
you don't think that's worse?
Hold on. So because they're not doing a public lynching, and now they do it through other ways, does that make it better, Max?
It's not. I mean, it's sad to say because you're picking the lesser of two evils, literally. But you're gonna compare a percentile of people dying in a hospital to a time when you could just try to go get something to eat and go get dragged down the road and lynched publicly in front of people, and somehow they're equal. Is what you're telling me? They're equal. One's not worse than the other.
Do you die at the end? Do you die at the end? Do you die at the end?
What do you mean?
Okay, so you don't.
I'm trying, y'all.
You don't rate, but no. This the conversation is good. You don't rate or scale evil, motherfucker. Bad is bad, and especially when you got
that is bad, but some bad is worse than other bad.
So you don't rank it. You can't rank what's worse when it comes to bad or when it comes to evil.
You can clearly rank that shit, bro.
Max, there are more people in jail right now. There are more people in jail.
One at a time. One mic. Go ahead, Reg. Finish your point.
But you can speak of change. Yeah, change has come and it's different in 40 years, but that doesn't excuse the fact that these conditions still exist. A lot of this shit is covert. You look into shit that goes on with banking, you still deal with the same issues in banking and the way in which people have access to loans. You deal with the same shit within the medical system. And the medical system is deeply racist. And it's been pointed out about the institution of racism. You go into the military, you go into certain institutions of work, you're going to deal with it. And it's on a covert level. But like I say, it's about where you come from. You don't have a lot of knowledge to shit. And that's why these conversations are good for you, even when you turn your face, because they're reactions to where they don't fit with what you've been taught. They don't fit with what has become normal for you. Like I say, that background of where you come from has set you back on a lot of these topics, and a lot of the black folks you've been accepting in the groups, because you say you run with a lot of black folks. But even this is what I'm saying, like when talking with Mex and when we speak about that, the black folks that Mex has been around having conditioned him to understanding this shit, because they have no knowledge of where they come from, or they couldn't teach Mex. They couldn't, if Mex brought his black friends onto a conversation with us, this shit will be over their head with what you guys are speaking about, but it'll be good conversations for them. But that's my thoughts. The conversation's always good for people like
Max,
him
do you agree or
and for
disagree?
others.
Yo, so
Max,
and this is why I say it's the Victim Olympics, and it's selfish and disrespectful to even try to compare. Yes, there are atrocities today in 2022. I've never, ever once, and let me be very clear since everyone wants to put on my jacket, never once I've ever said there's no racism. Never once has I ever said there's no oppression and that certain people are getting the shit end of the stick, regardless of the demographic. But what I'm saying is to compare it and think that it's even, like, and I agree with Reggie, bad is bad, but some is worse. And we know that. So to even for like, because I know, and y'all from the South, so you should really feel it, is if your grandmother, grandfather, or great-grandfather went through some shit that you probably couldn't go through yourself nowadays. But you're going to tell me, oh, but I got it just as bad, Grandma. You don't understand.
Yes, I'm
I got just
explaining
bad.
why.
I can't get along, and I might die in the hospital, and I know that's just as bad as people leaving burning crosses in your fucking front yard and drag you down the street and lynching you in front of people and nothing happening. And like you mentioned earlier, showing up in their Sunday's best from a fucking another fucking state just to watch someone get lynched. But somehow this is just as bad. This is just as bad. I want to get the recognition for me living in a time that's just as bad as you did 200 years ago. No, that's crazy, bro.
So let me
crazy.
address
What Malcolm X said. Malcolm X said, if you stab me and pull the knife out of my back 6 inches, is that progress? Is that progress, Max? If you stab me and you pull the knife out of my back 6 inches, is that progress?
The answer is no, Max.
The answer is no, Max.
Yeah,
No. The
if I
answer
stick
is not progress.
you can pull it out 2
I
inches.
had to think about what you said, but
Basically,
So
the knife
basically-
is still in your back, Max.
Right. So basically, no. Progress is when you pull the knife out of my back, clean and repair my wound. That's progress. So when you trying to quantify this is not as bad, it's damn near the same. It may be a different time, but the effect is still the same. I'm explaining why. Because my children, because of the crack epidemic.
Max, right there, you got to listen to the man. You don't know his journey. Listen to him.
I'll be honest. I'm not listening because there's nothing you can say that's gonna.
No, he listening.
All right, if it ain't nothing I can say, I'll be quiet.
No, he listening.
Yeah.
Brandon, he listening.
Yeah. So what I was going to
Brandon
tell.
finish. Brandon,
Brandon.
what you about to say?
Okay, here's the thing. You are saying, oh, because it didn't happen to you, you shouldn't be affected by it the same way they were affected by it.
Never said that.
But that's what you insinuating. It didn't happen to you, so it can't be the same. Here's the thing. Because of what my parents went through in the drug and crack epidemic, and I never smoked crack in my life, it affected me because of what they went through. It had a bearing on my life. Did I go through the same thing they went through as far as experiencing the crack and everything they did? No. But we still end up at the same place with a fucked up life based on the decisions that were made.
Go ahead, Boston Scholar. Then we're gonna go back to Mex, and then we're gonna give final thought.
I dislike that he'll make blanket statements without any evidence. He'll just say, "There's no way that those people have it. You have it as bad as those people." And you be like, "What's the proof?" And he can't give you any proof. Then when you give the proof, he starts putting asterisks by the proof. So Martin Luther King and those people marched for freedom, right? Right, Mex? There are more people in jail now because of the war on drugs than when Martin Luther King. Did they make progress? Yeah, we could drink out of white-only fountains. It ain't no white-only fountains no more. But there are more black people in jail. There are more fatherless homes because of the war on drugs. So did it disappear? Did it disintegrate? No, it just went more covert, like Reggie said.
Go ahead, Max.
I mean, that's a fact. There's people in jail, more people in jail at disproportionate rate. That's a fact. I still personally
not more people, black people. Be specific. We're not talking about more people, black people.
Okay, more black people. Brandon Washington, is that better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a fact.
Okay.
And
All
that
right.
Okay.
That seems like that bothers you.
Let me land it though. Let me land it though.
Why
Right?
does
Let
that
me land
bother
it
you
though.
that he wanted you to stay on subject?
No, I mean, because every time I ask other people, y'all motherfuckers put a cape on. When someone says they, and I'm like, who's they? Oh, why are you asking that? So, but when y'all do it to me, I respond.
No, because you was a one. No. When they are you and you are somebody, that's like somebody saying who motherfuckers be
They say me. They say me.
And I'd
Then
be
say
like,
me.
who be wearing red bucket hats? And they be like,
Then say
nigga,
me.
you got on a red bucket. All right, well, who else?
Then say me. When you say that, you're talking about more than one person. If you only talk about me, then say me.
But my brother.
It's that simple.
Go ahead.
Either way, let me
design,
so
man?
yes, black there's more disproportionate black people in prison right now. Cool. I agree.
Cool.
Are they victims?
Factual.
Are they victims? What are they? How did they get there?
Not all of them. Not all of them are victims.
I got
not
this,
all of
man.
them are victims.
Okay,
no,
my bad.
Not all of them are victims. No,
But
not all of them are
the
victims.
point, but
yes, there's some innocent people in jail for sure.
So do you think that's by design that black people are like about 13% of the population or something like that, some crazy number, but they make up, what's the population in prison by race? Black people make
85%, I believe. 70 is either 75 or 85%.
That's not the
No,
number.
I don't think it's that high. I don't think it's that high.
It's not that high.
It's probably about 35, 40.
I don't even think it's
38. I'm looking at it, y'all. We ain't even got to get it.
good.
I'm looking at it. It's 38.4.
It's not even over 50. That's all I'm saying. But it's disproportionate compared to the percentile.
Compared to that, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with that. That's what I'm saying. Okay. See, but that's what I'm saying. Like the idea that, it's 75. No, it's not.
No. Because here's the thing. Like let's say this stat I'm looking at right here, based off this prison right here, they're looking at this prison. This is the BOP.gov. 90,000. Like this can't be right because there's millions of people in jail, so this can't be right.
No, I think the total prison population is probably like 3 million people, so it could be right.
So this can't be right. It said number of inmates, white 90. So whatever this stat is, 90,000 white, that's 57%, but 60,000 black, that's 38%.
That's disproportionate. Okay, that's damn near 3 times our population in this country.
Here we go. Federal.
So my point is
this the website .gov. Wow, this is. I put the screenshot on the screen. What is this? Statistics based. Oh, this per month. Oh, my bad, y'all. This per month. This per month, and this was last updated on Saturday, July 9th. So man, that's what I was like. This can't be right. Let me share my screen. Reg, this shit is per month. 60,000 black folks. That's a lot. Oh man, let me share the screen. Wow, this is U.S. You don't think this is by design, Max?
I mean, I do believe.
Y'all see this?
I do believe there were systems in place that led to pushing that toward that path. At some point in time, though, I understand youngsters being misguided. I get that, but at some point in time, some people are going to have to take personal responsibility for why they are in the situation they are in. Just like when it comes to smoking crack, how many people and how many years did it take people smoking crack to know you shouldn't be smoking it? So why is there still crackheads in 2022? Because they chose to go for it.
Hold on, you know what? Hold on.
Same thing with the opioids.
Real quick, Max.
Fentanyl shit.
Because you can pass that gene, but also you pass that crack gene on. Those 80s crack babies don't have babies, and their babies don't have babies. That's why, Mix. Simple as that. Does that make sense?
I mean, some, but I don't think that makes sense for the majority. I think people choose to go do this.
It ain't the majority, Mix. I don't.
Yeah, that can happen.
Majority of the people don't look. Majority of black people don't smoke crack.
For sure.
Fact. Majority of the drug people that use aren't out here just like I got to get some crack. Like, but
biggest drug share right now, the opiates.
Max, you got to listen to, man. You ask a question, receive the answer, my brother. That's why people might still be crackheads in 2022. Did you think of that? Because as soon as I say the answer, you're just so quick to be dismissed. Well, that's not the majority. Who said it was the majority?
Yes, Mark. Yes, Mark. I do believe that is the reason why some people still smoke crack in 2022.
Okay, fair enough.
But not a big chunk of the fucking pie.
We don't know. We don't know the stat.
So exceptions don't make the rule.
We don't know that stat, but we do know for a fact you can pass the addiction on to a fetus, and those people have had kids, right?
Crack babies.
Yeah. We don't know the stat number, so let's not do with the assumption. Let's do this. Let's deal with these facts right here. Y'all see on the screen. This is the BOP. This is the Federal Bureau of Prisons right here, right? And this is .gov. This is an official site. Statistics based on prior month's date, updated. I'm sorry, Saturday, the 9th of July. So this is very accurate. How many inmates in America in prison based off race? 90,000 whites, 60,000 blacks, 3,900 Native Americans. Where's the Latino people at? And 2,200
They
Asian.
grouped in with the whites.
They grouped in with the whites. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's possible.
So that's why they all 90,000.
That's a certified fact. Yep.
That's white and Latino. All right,
But whites make up a large portion of the prison population, though.
But look at blacks by
Not
themselves.
not based on their population rates, Reggie. They don't. Per capita, they don't. Based on the population that they are in this country, and per capita, based on the population, they're not as big as you think.
Yeah. 60,000.
But they should be the majority. If they're the majority of the population, then goddamn, it's more than to lock up. Then you would think they should be the majority in prison, based on statistics.
So I'm gonna say my closing statement. I'm gonna get up out of here, bro.
Hispanic and non-Hispanic, 47,000. So they mixed in with that 90 of the. They mixed in with the whites.
Yeah, Brandon, right on that.
Ain't that right mix? They're American, ain't that right mix?
And non-Hispanic is 109, and black people make up 60. Yeah, make up a lot of that. Okay, go ahead, Brandon Scott.
I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna get out of there. I feel like I'm chasing my tail now, man.
Nah, man, it's all good. We gotta have these kind of look. This conversation ain't about changing nobody's opinion. Like if you feel like, no. If look, you gonna feel like you chasing your tail if by the end of this conversation you thought Mitz is gonna say, you know what, y'all are right. You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna change my way. That's
he shook his head.
Yeah, I see you shaking his head.
Y'all reacted too much off what this nigga do. Like
body language. Yeah, it is what it is. But I'm telling you, I'm 1,000% right. That's why he's shaking his head. Like, nope, I'm not. You agree with me, right, Mix? Thank you. Yeah. If you feel like you chasing your tail, it's because you probably getting frustrated. Like he's not listening, he's not getting it, he's not seeing things my way. You're gonna feel like you're chasing your tail. But somebody's receiving this information, somebody's getting touched by it, and somebody's gonna learn something. But it's the goal of it is not to try to change Mick's opinion. The goal is to talk. You tell him how you feel, he tell you how he feel, and people hopefully in the chat can learn something, or if not, be entertained by it. And I hope you guys were entertained. But go ahead, Boston Scholar.
No, I don't mean by chasing my tail. I mean like I feel like his ears are closed and his mouth is open. That's what I mean by that. And I mean it's the same thing. If a black person wants to get somebody to stop talking about race or anything, just bring up they struggle. They're gonna be dismissive of it. Whoever you're talking to, whether it's an Asian, they're gonna give you the bootstrap talk. It's time to pull yourself up by the bootstrap. He just admitted that they targeted blacks. He just admitted that they're disproportionately jailed. And then after all that, he still turned around and pulled that American finger out and started wagging it and said, but at some point, he blaming the victims. It's like going up to a person that has been raped and be like, but at some point, you were old enough to run away. You should have ran away. See, and there you go. There's body language.
Who cares? He cares.
So you react to too much of that shit. The nigga hear your point.
I'll say this.
Like,
I'll say this.
He obviously hear you. Right.
When we have conversations about race and we want to include only black people, people get mad at it. And it's because they don't want black people to have anything that's exclusive. That's why the N-word is even a topic of conversation. We can't have nothing that's ours. Anytime we try to have something that's ours and exclude everybody else, we're called everything, a bigot, a racist, and all this stuff because they're obsessed with black people. This is not nothing new. Everybody's obsessed with it. You just said #1 genre in the world is rap. You know why? Because black people. We add style and flavor to everything. The only thing we can't ever get them to do is listen when we talk about race and reparations. Mex just said the victim Olympics. So you don't hear. So you use the N-word on your daily dialogue, and then you're up here with people who you consider your brothers. That's why you use it. Remember, it's a term of endearment. So you're up here with your brothers, and then the moment you admit about all these systems and we bring them up, you say the struggle. I mean the victim Olympics. So we're victims of the victim Olympics. Okay, Mex, I'm out of here. The Americans obsessed with black people. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. We can't talk in private because they're gonna always interject themselves. They don't like to be excluded. They like to show up and tell us how to be. But I'm out.
Who's they?
I love when they interject themselves.
Say me.
I love when they interject themselves because I think the thing with black folks, we get too emotional about what other people say. Like we reacting to it because he shakes his head. He hear all this shit. He listening to it, but the conversation is about holding power to what you speak, holding power to what knowledge you teach. Because I got brought up with even with Mex, and I understand where he come from. Even in the black circles he hang with, they don't speak like this. It ain't nothing they can teach and inform him about. So all this shit is foreign to Mex. And I guarantee he can bring any of the black people on here, and I guarantee they're gonna be on some lost, far out of touch, and can't stick to these type of conversations.
Reg, they
So
like,
it's all
nigga, put a beat on. Let's kick a freestyle.
exactly.
Drop that beat,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Exactly.
Y'all don't want my brother.
Fucking your bitch in yeah.
Y'all don't
Fucking your
want
bitch in
brother.
Exactly,
y'all think you're arguing me. You be arguing my brother way more than me. That's for sure.
But next, let me finish saying this stuff. But this is what I'm saying with people speaking about Meg. You got to understand the groups of people that he's hanging with. They ain't teaching none of this shit.
They
And
let
there
him
ain't
call
nobody
him nigga. Reggie,
and
they
there
let
ain't
him call
nobody
him nigga. Shit. What you
exactly. And they have created this, and there ain't nobody that taught them. So it ain't just about putting blame on them. It's about the blame on the people who taught them. And that's where the problem happened. But these conversations have to be taught because there's so many people in this country, in this nation, who are so uninformed with shit. Even with myself, I'm uninformed about a lot of shit. That's why I like these conversations. And I don't hide to where I think it needs to just be an all black conversation, because I think the conversations and teachings have to be done, especially with other groups. You want to hear where they coming from, what their perspective. And then when it's an ignorant thing, you must also understand where the fuck does it come from? Why does this motherfucker take and think like this? You have to understand. I hear so many people on YouTube speak about others coming to our conversations. No, address them. Put them in their place and teach them. That's the problem with black folk. We have allowed too much of other people to be in place to teach out our fucking history. And it's been wrong than a motherfucker. To teach out the history of America, and it has been fucking wrong. Black people have to guide these conversations even when others come in. It ain't the thing about chasing your tail, because it ain't just about Mexican shake his head when he was doing that. People get offended. I wasn't, but you got to also understand surroundings. That's even like people who act like suckers, don't know how to deal with women. We can go on women conversations. You must also think about, where do they come from? Who laced this motherfucker? Who taught them? A lot of people ain't being laced and groomed with shit, and Mex hasn't been laced and groomed. And it's also with when you just don't look at it with him, because he speaks about he comes from a grouping of nothing, a black influence in a group he comes from. But you look at those black folks he kicks it with and hang with, they ain't the most informed on this one, on these type of conversations, and that has to be factored. And that's why it's good to speak out about the shit, period. Because a lot of people don't know a lot of this shit, and you can't hide away or worried about, because a white person in conversation, they can be taught too. Like I say, in real life, I talk this way to white folks all fucking day. And some of them, maybe they this way and that way, but guess what? You done got the lesson, and it sat on your brain, and it's gonna make you think. And then sometimes they come back with, a lot of them been fucked up in their teaching. A lot of the circles white folks have been around, and the dumb shit they have been presented to themselves, they realize how fucked up, lost, and delusional their lives have been, based on lies to try to make them feel a certain way. But we gotta keep teaching, man. Don't stop none of this shit. Mex gonna give Mex 5-10 years. He gonna be a fucking, may have Mex on here with a bow tie and shit, clean from
Fuck
smoking,
out of here,
clean from drinking liquor. Watch, Brandon. He gonna adapt to Elijah, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad days. No
We
more
got
weed.
Hispanic, it's Hispanic people in the nation. It's Hispanic people in the Nation of Islam. We clean
he
them
gonna
up
be part
too.
of it.
We clean all of those people up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
You don't see them as equals?
Absolutely.
What you mean?
Are they considered equals? Are they your brothers?
Absolutely.
If they in the Nation of Islam with me, what else they gonna be?
Let me get a call. Let me get this call. JJ, go ahead, man.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Talk to me, bro.
No, I'm just I'm just saying I'm hearing out both sides, man. But on a one hand, like I hear what both everybody's saying. But I don't think that's a word that I think that the main point was like, should we both be able to use the word? And if I
should
think
black people stop using the word if they want other people to stop using?
Yeah, like if we're going to continue to use it, I don't think that we should see other people to stop using it. because everybody comes up different. How you doing tonight, sir? Doing all right. What's that?
That nigga making a drug deal.
Yes, sir.
Nah, that's a white man checking him.
Over, man. No, but I mean, everybody come up from different backgrounds, and it's like everybody's story is going to be different. Because I'm hearing everybody's story. Everybody's story is different. Everybody come up in different households and how they use things and what they say and things like that. And I think that's what we're missing. And I mean, and to expect somebody even after the night, because this is a great, excellent conversation. I'm glad y'all having a conversation.
Thank you, my brother. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to be different.
Yeah, I don't think that it's gonna change. You know how Mex or anybody would hopefully he does change his view, or at least he at least have a wider view on the situation. But I don't think it's going to change how he interacts with the people he deals with. Because I know people that that uses the word. I interact with people that use the word and everything like that. But it just depends on who it is and the situation. Like y'all was like what y'all were talking about.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, man. JJ, thanks for calling, man. Anything you want to plug and promote before I let you go? Are we trying to end this one?
Oh, no. That's all. I just thanks for having my call, man.
I wouldn't have it no other way, bro. Appreciate you. All right. Shout out to JJ. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead, man. Mix, final thoughts on anything we talked about.
Just to be clear, before people getting their feelings on some more victim shit, right? The whole reason I said victim Olympics, meaning that to try to compare your current struggles, even if they are valid, even if they are 1,000% valid, whatever it be, the percentage of people dying in hospitals, not being able to get bank loans, all the stuff that's going on now in 2022, which that Wells Fargo shit, clearly racist, right? We can all agree on that shit. They got taken down on that shit. The loan percentage of being lent out, all that other shit, right? Cool. All that shit. To compare that and try to say it's the same or just as bad as what used to happen is ridiculous to me. That's the part that I will never be able to grasp from anyone talking that shit, and that's why I close my ears off. To act like burning people on fire and dragging them down a road, having public lynchings, being scared to leave your house because you legitimately do have to fear for the white man, like that type of shit, not even being able to get in that hospital to die on the fucking street like a dog, to say that those two things are just as bad, to say like, oh yeah, all the stuff they dealt with back then, slavery, all the other shit, that's just as bad as the shit I deal with today in 2022, but it's no different. To say that shit, I think is absolutely selfish. I think it's some clout chasing shit, and that's why I say it's the victim Olympics shit. You trying to get that gold medal too, and be like, well, what about what I deal with now in 2022? Yes, you do deal with shit. I will never say that racism doesn't exist. There will never be a time racism doesn't exist, because there's always gonna be piece of shit people on earth that do fucked up shit to people, whether it's rape, murder, racism, pedophilia, all that shit. They're never gonna go away. We can minimize it to our best of our abilities, but to sit there and act like this shit I'm dealing with now in today's age on the cyber era, because I went online today and someone typed in an N-word at me, is the same as you scared to walk home or walk to the store because you might get dragged down the fucking street and killed and nothing's gonna happen. That shit is selfish, and that's the point I make by victim Olympics. Is to try to compare your current generation of the black struggle to slavery or pre-civil rights or a time when you can openly kill people. I think that there is a clear difference between the two.
What's the difference between Emmett Till and Trayvon Martin?
There's a big difference.
Go ahead, let me know. Go for it.
You just said Emmett Till literally had people freaking traveling to watch this shit. Like it was a fucking show. No, like
that's not what happened, Max. That's not what happened. That's not Emmett Till. See, Max, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest.
I told you he don't know. That's why I got to be taught.
Let him clean it up. Let him clein it up. What do you mean exactly? Okay. What do you mean exactly, man?
I'm saying like when Emmett Till got like it was more than one person. It was a group of people that were allowed to chase him down publicly with nobody stopping them to do anything.
That's not what happened.
No, he got to be taught. That's not what happened, Max. I told y'all, Max don't know the history, so he got to be taught.
I'm gonna tell you something, Max. The black people, see, that's why you think black people are niggas. So I guess you may be hanging by your definition. Let me explain it. By your definition, You don't come in contact with a bunch of black people if that's the way you differentiate. What you talking to now are black people. We not niggas, man. We're not niggas. We're people who are trying to advance.
I made that clear already.
Yeah. But let's get. I don't want to go.
So back to the Emmett Till. See,
brother,
Max,
more than that right now. Go ahead.
see, Max, I think you've been done a disservice. That's why I don't necessarily blame you.
Game me up then. Game me up, big homie.
Instead of beating him with the switch, Brandon, just
Teach me.
Okay, I'll teach you. Okay, Emmett Till was supposedly whistled at a white woman, right? He was not chased down. They went to his uncle's house, his grandfather's house,
and took
him. They took him, and then they killed him. They tortured him and then killed him based on what this white woman said. She said he whistled at me, he deserved to die, so they killed him. Okay,
and they got off.
No. And they got off, acquitted and everything. The white woman, matter of fact, I think the new Black Panther Party is looking for that white woman right now to fulfill a warrant that they just found in the old courthouse. And the sheriff was supposed to take her to jail because basically she was accessory to murder. But they didn't take her to jail because the sheriff said she's an older lady and she's raising her children. We're just gonna leave her alone. That's the Emmett Till story. He was killed, lynched, killed. Trayvon Martin was walking home from the store getting Skittles, and he was targeted based on what he looked like, his race, and he was killed.
And the guy got off.
And the guy got off. So what's the difference? If that happened then, if Emmett Till happened in the 50s and the Trayvon Martin thing happened in the late 2000s, around 2000, 17, 18, what's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference?
I agree with you, Brandon. I don't think there's much of a difference in those two situations. I'm talking about the frequency of those situations happening. And back in that time,
I'm out Arbery.
Okay, once again, we can point out one or two. There was hundreds every weekend at that time period.
Next, there's thousands of them, but there also what you don't hear is that black folks, where you talking about when we make these victimizations, no, it ain't victimizations, it's fights. The reason why you don't hear about the stories you hear from the past, because black folks have also fought. They ain't play victimization to shit. They have also fought. And we put the foot in the ass of white folks cried and wanted to kumbaya and bring peace. So there's something wrong when black folks get to fighting back and shit. But black folks have to always fight back when you're dealing with that shit. You just don't turn and hush up and let it go. These things ain't changed from just acting as if they don't exist. A fight has always been necessary. You gotta fight for what's fucking right. So you can't talk about what they say.
I agree, but you think you're in this fight alone?
Huh? Mexicans are new.
Fight alone?
Man,
Mexicans are
yes, I do.
Yes, I do. Let me say this.
Y'all didn't see that big go from Duce he just hit? What you drinking, man?
He, like I said, it's about who he comes up with. But Mexicans' plight in this country is new, bro. Your plight is new.
No. I'm not talking about Mexicans' plight. I'm talking about
Asian plights are new.
I'm not talking about plight. I'm not talking about complaining plight. I'm not talking about complaining plight. I'm talking about you like if you. I'm just saying, like, we'll make an example. Probably won't ever happen. But me and you were kicking it somewhere, and some racist shit popped off, whether it's attack, verbally, physically, or everything. You think I'm just gonna stand there and be like, well, he ain't black, I ain't helping him?
In some cases,
no, I'm gonna rock with you. So you think you're in this by yourself?
You have to come through that test and see. It's a lot of people who may not rock with it. There's a lot of people who stand aside. I've always said this to even other white folks who may come off and speak of me being racist, which is always a thing that makes me laugh. And I always say, so before you call me a racist, do you say this shit to your uncle? Because they know damn well they sit inside of family gatherings and hear racial shit spewed throughout conversations, but they stay hush. And these can be even people with friends. You hear this commonly where you deal with people who are white who have black friends, who are Latino with black friends, but they sit in family conversations, and because majority rules and they hear racial shit spurned. But so when you hear that shit, you can't play and act like people aren't fucking racist, because members of your family make up the world's population. So they play a part in it.
For sure.
So you can't. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add something to that. Mick said, you think they're gonna just stand around and you know what I'm saying, Mix? Your personal, we're not talking about your personal relationship, because you know Reggie and you see it. You know what I'm saying? You talk to him on YouTube, you might go to Vegas one day, boom, you're gonna kick it with Reggie. I'm sure you probably won't be that guy. You'll probably be like, yo, I'm gonna help Reggie, right? Because you guys have some kind of rapport. Okay.
But even if I didn't know him, though.
No, but that's why I'm telling you the difference. Now that's you. And maybe because you have a brown complexion. How about that? Or tan.
I'm just don't let no fuck shit happen in front of me.
Mix, that's
Period.
you. Listen to me.
All right.
I'm telling you, far as what I see in this country, the new way of people letting shit go is saying not guilty. That's the way they show you they with the fuck shit. They stand around and do this instead of trying to interfere. They stand there and do this. But more importantly, not guilty. They show you how they are by their voting, by the laws that are put in place improportionately. Get what I'm saying? But mainly that not guilty shit too, though, bro. Never forget that. That's how they show you. Oh yeah, that or the police would take justified homicide. He was justified. He shot him in the back. Justified.
I mean, I
don't know.
I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not gonna argue that one way or another because I don't know about what happens in you guys' environments. But I know here in my environment, I know plenty of people of color that got off crimes that they committed.
We're not talking about people of color. See what? There we go.
But you're talking about people of non-color getting off found not guilty.
I ain't talking.
Like it doesn't happen the other way.
I'm worried about no white man problems right now, bro. That ain't what I'm talking about. We're talking about the example you just gave, and now I speak to it, and now you're saying, "Well, I know black people that got off too." What the question was? The original question was, "Do you guys think you're in this fight alone?" Now, when I speak to that, your reply is, "Well, I know black people that got off on crimes they committed." You see the disconnect.
Because the way you were framing it was that non-black people get off, not guilty.
I ain't saying that,
and that's the biggest.
Go for it, man.
Right, I'm trying to understand what the point you were making. That you said the biggest thing was the non-guilty, right?
That's very crucial, man. Do you think it's more black people out there getting off on crimes that they committed?
No.
So why would you even do that, Mix? Is this?
You think there's none, and you think every non-black person gets found non-guilty? Because that's the way it seems like you're framing it.
I'm framing it like this. Final thoughts, Mix.
Final thoughts, man. Regardless of how these conversations go, man, I got nothing but love for everybody on this panel, and even the ones that left. You know what I mean? Whether you like me personally or not, I don't know you guys well enough to dislike you like that. It's just difference of opinion. Y'all grew up in a different time in a different place than me. I grew up in a different time, different place than you, different environment, different people. So I'm not hear what you're saying and shit. And like I said, I'll respect your guys' space and ears to not address you certain ways or have certain conversations that you don't like around you and feel uncomfortable around. But when I go home and I'm with my people, ain't shit changing, bro. Like those are my people. That's my people. That's how I rock. But
wise man change.
Brandon, please don't cut him off. Brandon, I'm gonna give you your final thoughts. Let me do my thing, man. Wrapping this up.
I'll let y'all.
Mix. Appreciate you,
man.
Thank you for your time and energy, bro.
Always, Mark.
All right. Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, every time I was trying to wrap it up another time, and he was trying to do his final thoughts, and you interjected, and then we ended up. We've been here another 30 minutes since then. So
my bad.
No, it's all good, man. You ain't got to apologize. Just sometimes just gotta let me move this thing forward, because if not, we'll stay here. We'll still be here. And I've been asking y'all in the private chats for about 30. I'm like, y'all ready to wrap? I don't know if y'all looking at private chat. I'm like, y'all ready to end this thing?
We see it.
That's about it. Y'all ready? Final thoughts? Anybody? Y'all want us to do that? niggas are not replying to that. I'm sorry, brothers.
Look, there you go.
my brothers. You know, people hate to hear black people call each other brothers sometimes too. Y'all know that, right?
Yes, I am aware. They don't like that. You know him? How that's your brother? You know him? I'll be like, I don't need to know him. How you doing, brother?
Who used to say that to? He used to say, he said, I don't say brother no more at work because I got in trouble for it. I was like, what you mean? He said, somebody pulled me to the side. I guess he was a waiter at the time, right? And he said, you know, he'll be sir and sir to everybody else, but then he'll see the black person, he'd be like, brother. And surprisingly, it was somebody else, a white person who got offended by that. Said something to his boss. Yeah. So he said, I just say buddy to everybody. I was like, what? He said, yeah,
But
man.
that's exactly what the boxing scholar said. He said, anytime we have something that's exclusive to us, people get upset. Like, why would that offend a white man that he's calling if a white man called another white man brother, I'm not gonna be offended.
On the flip
Why
side of
would
that, Brando, on the flip side of that, though, I've heard black people get offended by black people calling them brother. Like Mr. Rothstein comes. I was talking to boxing scholar about that today. I was like, Mr. Rothstein comes in, it's sir. Mr. Richwalski comes in, he's sir. Mr. Jones, Mr. Brown walk in there. Let Mr. Brown walk in there. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Hold up, man. Mr. Brown gonna be like, no, I paid my $1,000 a night to be here, just like Mr. Richwalski. Call me fucking sir, not your damn brother. Get my bags, boy. Look, then flip a nickel at him like we back in the 20s. Here, take this nickel, boy. Grab my bags.
And don't spend it all in one place.
Don't
That
spend it all
becomes a big, and that becomes a big issue as a use of the N-word. That shit right there need to be addressed.
What,
like
right
an
there?
N-word conversation.
What?
Like the way in which black folks greet each other. It seemed like when you had Ben Israel on the other day, and he was speaking about the way in which we see each other when we walk into certain stores, to where you can't even greet a motherfucker. Our tension goes up. Like that's the shit we got to address amongst about ourselves, or even in a corporate setting where you can't even say what's up, good morning, my brother, and shit without a person. You know him, and you like that shit is way out and crazy. Those are the conversations we need to have rather than going overboard about the context somebody saying the N-word. If we are to get those words retracted, like addressing that we should be open more to greeting each other, not worry, oh, you know that nigga? Where he from? Why you talking to him? And shit like that. Are you showing positive? Why you on that nigga dick? To even fucking be positive.
That's how we do it, man. That's a fact.
Need to be addressed about our people. So people crying about, people crying about the use of the N-word, like, no, it's deeper shit that needs to be addressed on the table. Everything can be addressed on the table at once. Everything gotta be singular.
Indeed. That was funny as hell. Why you always on that nigga panel or something? You a homo or something?
And you like him or something, and then they try to make you feel a certain way about like. If I do like the brother, why come I can't support my brother? What's wrong with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he pimping y'all, man.
Right.
But nah,
y'all followers, y'all dumb. That like, oh, that's what your boy on the barbershop does. He tries to shame black people.
Who?
Your boy on the struggle shop.
Heard of it.
He want to shame black people because a certain segment supports who they support. Y'all are dumbasses supporting look like supporting Al Heyman. Y'all are dumbasses supporting Floyd, and it's like, come on, man. So who you want us to support then? Give us who Bob Arum?
No, support him. That's it.
Man, fuck
He's
him.
the biggest thing in boxing.
Yeah, he's the biggest. He got the biggest voice. He's the most influential, but he got to do something about that struggle mansion he got. God damn, man, he's sitting around that mansion like he's proud of that in-ground pool. Look like his son dug that goddamn pool. Kind of shit is that? And the TV sitting on the damn. I'm like, man, you need to start, and you need to cut that fucking yard, and you need to remodel that goddamn pool house or wherever the fuck that is. You need to remodel that. That shit is not popping, homie.
I'm doing mansion talk tomorrow in my backyard. Look out for that pop up, yo. Fuck it. He got a mansion.
Your daddy backyard studied on him already, Mark. Your daddy backyard was fucking bigger and better than his.
Yeah, that got about like 2 acres. That's about 2 acres right there. It ain't no mansion, but it's about 2 acres. It's a mansion to me. I grew up without shit, man. So to see my dad have like a 6-bedroom house, some shit like that, I'm like, damn, man. Proud of him and my Aunt Betty, man. And my family, like my Uncle Saul, like, cause they actually bought that house from my Uncle Saul. You know what I'm saying? But they kept it in the family. See how they did that, Reg? When the brother sold the house, he sold it to the other brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
Hey, a good way to piss everybody.
I'm sorry, this brother came back.
Hey, the agent is gone, man.
He said
the agent is gone. I showed back up after the agent left, man. Hey, a good way to piss people off is what me and Mark talked about on the phone, man. I used to, when people would come in, I would greet them as brother. I would hold the door open for them. I was security, and if anything happened in there, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. So they was basically they got black privilege. Man, you should have seen how my employees that work with me that were white, they were so offended, bro. I didn't do nothing to them. All I did was do what they do to white people with black people. They were so fucking offended. Like I said, anytime we try to have anything that's exclusive to us, they show up with their white privilege card, and when that bitch get declined, they mad. Oh, this is racism. I'm gonna tell the manager. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, reverse racism. That's what they call it.
But you gotta learn how to be covert with it. I'm a covert racist motherfucker to the motherfucker.
Reggie ain't shit covert about you, bro. I hate to
Yes,
break
it
it to
is.
you, bro.
Reg finally admitted I knew you was coming on this side, Reg. Pause.
No. I'm not really like that, but I know when to open my covert racism, be open with it. Like even at Enterprise, man, shit, it was nothing for. That's why a lot of people are still cool with me from I ain't worked there in fucking 7 damn years, but a lot of people have been cool with me based on how I do. You black come in that motherfucker, I'll let you walk out of that motherfucker with an Escalade. You didn't pay for a little motherfucking smart car or some shit. Like, I'm gonna take care of mine like they would do theirs. Oh, you paying this much in your motherfucking rental? All right, I'm gonna reduce this shit. You want to keep it for a week? Or I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna do how they do. When they watch a black person walk in, they go sitting their ass down like they can't help them. They see a white person and wouldn't get up. It's perfect. What's up, bro? What's up, sister? What you need? Even Floyd and the people used to come to my branch. His oldest daughter's sister always come in there. I get cool with them. They come, I'm gonna hook you up. It didn't matter where they try to send me or move me. I took care of black folks. And when they move me somewhere else, I'm gonna hook you up. I'm out here. Come out here. I got you. When I walk into other stations and how you talking about with black folks don't greet each other, I walk in a fucking location. My name used to ring bells, so these niggas would know who I was, and these motherfuckers wouldn't acknowledge me. I walk past these black niggas, they be sitting at their desks, put their head down. I walk over there. Oh, what's up? I'm Reggie. Woo, woo. And then I leave out, stay black. And motherfuckers be looking fucked up. But I do that covert racist shit all fucking day at Enterprise and hook motherfuckers up. My fucking family came through. I didn't even know they was here. These niggas rented like a mid-sized car, and I see them, man, fuck that. I gave the niggas a Suburban. Like, they don't even walk and worry about this shit. I stayed doing that shit. Gave some motherfuckers the Samoan, no, he wasn't Samoan, he's Somali. And he used to come through. This fool used to give me like big ass tips because I put him in like a brand. We get a new brand new like Dodge Ram or some shit. It was fresh off the fucking truck. Shit probably had 40 miles. This nigga stayed in this shit for a year. And I took care of his shit. What they do for theirs, I'm gonna do for mine. I don't worry about what these white men. I'm gonna be covert. It's within the rules. It's within the guidelines. That always had this thing. What a white motherfucker gonna do, I'm gonna do the same goddamn thing. That's what we doing in this branch. This is what's gonna pop. So I was covertly racist than a motherfucker, and still can be that way. But I ain't racist. But when need to be, I'm gonna be covertly racist, just like they do. Or I can be openly racist as well.
But hey, that's a trigger for me. If I started a business today and I hired all black people, they would try to get that shit shut down overnight, bro. They would be hollering racism, all the stuff but that's me pulling myself up by the bootstraps and helping other people pull themselves up. But they don't want that shit, bro. They want black people to just shut the fuck up, not complain about how things are going, be accepting of it, so they can benefit from white privilege, bro.
And stay a lower class of people. That's what they want. They got us looking at other people like they taking our jobs. I don't want that fucking construction job. Well, is it an honest day's pay at work? Yes. I want the engineering job. Fuck that. I'm competing with the Asians and the Indians. Fuck that construction job. Let the people. I don't want to compete to see who's gonna be the working class people, who's gonna be the low end class people. The Mexicans taking our job. They not. They ain't taking my job. They ain't taking my job. I compete in the corporate America industry with them people, with the degreed people. Them the people I'm competing with. I ain't competing with no goddamn. I'm not saying it's derogatory. I'm not competing with a Hispanic person on a construction site or one of these hard labor jobs. Those are not the jobs for my people. I don't think we work those jobs. We work their fields. We are intellectual class of people. We are the engineers of this country. We are the doctors. We just don't know it yet. We already done entertained them, dance. We jump high, we dance, we done the sports, we did everything. We did the jigaboo. We did all that. Jazz hands, ta-da.
You
We
said we
do it
did the
all.
nigaboo.
Huh?
You said we did the nigaboo.
I said jigaboo.
Oh, okay, my bad. Man, I'm tired of saying, my bad. Okay.
So that's not us. So we need to stop letting these people bait us into certain kind. Like Reg, you made something clear to me. I was talking at first, not realizing I am on the internet. I was talking to Mex. I was just I'm not trying to change Mex's view. I just want to give Mex a certain view and some clarity. But you are right. We do need to recognize that it's a lot of us that don't know this stuff, and we are talking to people who are uninformed and don't know, because I dedicated my life to this. This is my
checkmate was the Emmett Till shit, my brother. The checkmate was that. The checkmate was the
Appreciate
Emmett Till. He didn't know who the Emmett Till story was.
Yeah, but
they chased him down. They chased
And that's why that nigga has
a lot of people. It was a lot of people. It was a group. They chased him down.
And that Emmett Till thing shows why he needs to be taught. Regardless of him shaking his head, he gonna learn from this shit. Guarantee it. But like I say, them black folks he hang with, he ain't learning from them niggas. And that's the problem.
But how you show up to a debate about the N-word and you're not even informed of the history?
I don't.
You're not
A lot of people ain't though, bro.
They don't have respect like we do. They don't have a respect. Like, see, we taught from a young age. If you don't know it, don't speak on it. And that's from street stuff, everything. We're taught.
Also, we're inclusive people too. We accept everybody.
Yep, we do.
We accept everybody.
Yeah, because you even listen to a conversation with a lot of younger black people, they may come off just as like Mex with the shit. A lot of people are uninformed. You have to teach them. This ain't just about other people using the word of other races. Motherfuckers, America's a dumb fucking nation. And it's a nation that hides knowledge from people. That's why they hide books from people. When you have knowledge, you gotta teach motherfuckers, regardless if they get
Critical
it today.
race theory.
Oh yeah, critical race.
Critical race theory.
But also too, it's entertainment. It's YouTube. Like anytime you watch people have these kind of conversations on TV, they're gonna have somebody pro this and somebody anti this, and you have a moderator and you let people talk and go back and forth. Like for all the people saying Mex shouldn't have been here, I tell you what, you should have been here then in the spot.
That's right. That's right, Mark. That's right, Mark.
You should be right. You need somebody to have that different opinion. If not, it's what we're gonna have a masturbation circle here or something. Ugh.
Ew. Pause. But you know what really pissed me off about it? It was the cultural appropriation shit. It was the fact that Mex uses the word. Okay, Mex, you say I can't change your mind, you still use it. But anytime we brought up our struggles, it was the Victim Olympics. He would acknowledge our struggle. He would say one thing and then say something else right after it. You know, people finna say some bullshit when they
do say to the head out the bottle. You ain't see him doing this. Taking the I'm like, damn.
Straight out the bottle too.
Gulps. So that's bro. I saw the brother take at least equivalent of 6 shots in one hit.
Who?
Yeah, and that plays a part into his ignorance.
Mex was pounding the Duce to the head, straight, no chaser.
Yeah, but if
you don't use with blunts, he drink Duce and chased it with blunts.
So is Mex out here doing nigga shit? Is Mex out here doing nigga shit?
Hell yeah, he is. Hell yeah, he is.
But what you said a while ago, Brendan, what you said a while ago, Brendan, you said that we didn't entertain long enough. So we didn't been to entertainment for long enough. But anytime we try to demand respect like LeBron, why don't you just shut up and dribble? Because they don't respect us, bro. They think we just the entertainment. So if you're gonna use the N-word when we talk about police brutality, support us. Don't show up and tell us how we need to act and what we need to do not to get shot. Show up and support us. Then we might look the other way if you use the N-word. But you want to use the N-word, and then when it comes to the struggle, it's the bootstrap talk. You know somebody about to say some bullshit when they say but. If I say Mark, I apologize, but you know that bullshit finna follow.
What about however?
Same
That's
thing. Yeah,
my
same
word,
thing.
Mark. However, or ultimately,
though, But go ahead, man. Boston Scarlet, man. Go and give me your final thoughts, man.
Yeah, I had to
You
pull
don't
back
fuck
up
with
with
Mex. You don't fuck with Mex. That's your final.
final thoughts is if Mex said y'all think y'all alone and y'all struggle, I'm there. But y'all need to stop being the victims. Y'all need to stop being the victims. You can't have it both ways, bro. You either support us or you don't. Because I have Mexican partners in Texas, and Brandon knows what the struggle is in Texas. I don't call them derogatory things as endearment. And if they ever had anything, I would support it. Now, I wouldn't go to the rallies because I ain't go to no Black Lives Matter rallies, but I would support it. I wouldn't show up and try to interject my feelings and thoughts into their debates with no information, no prior facts or anything, just feelings. Well, you're not being drug out of your house today. How do you have it better than other people? And then we bring up facts, and he starts to cherry pick the facts. He'll focus. You bring up 7 things, he's gonna focus on that one thing and then spit it into a question because he don't want to learn. But anyway, man, I say I respect every brother on this panel. Y'all just playing. I'm out of here.
Salute, brother. Peace, brother.
Salute, bro.
Boston Scholar, man. Make some noise for the Scholar, man. So, Brandon, Reggie, final
I
thought.
got it. I'll take it. Man, this was a powerful conversation, and it always is. And I know that race does this to people. Anytime you start talking about race or politics or religion, it's just polarized. It's polarizing. It's polarizing. And I think that I'm glad that Mex got a chance to hear us. Reg, you were right again, as far as people learning and hearing our voices. And then they get to see us have it intelligently. You know, I didn't cuss Mex out. I didn't call Mex a B or H or nothing like that. And I respect him for just sitting on a panel going back and forth. You know what I mean? So it's Mex thinks it's hate. It's not hate. We're just trying to, like I said, it's just about clarity. But Mark, I thank you for this conversation. It's powerful. And we need to do more of these because it seemed like this brings the people out. I mean, for some reason, I don't know what it is about these conversations, but these intellectual conversations, it gets us all thinking. So I appreciate it. You, Mark, for facilitating. Reg, I appreciate you, man, because you the other side sometimes. You really make me think, and y'all make me come back better. So I appreciate both of y'all. I love both of y'all, my brothers. And let's keep up
my
the good
book.
work. What's your book name? I bought Fred's book, I'll buy yours.
It's called Struggle Mentions and Kiddie Pools.
Hey, well, at least you ain't got a chapter in there called Eat Your Girl Like Candy, Eat Her Up Like Candy. So
you got a chapter in the book like that?
Man, I'm gonna send you screenshots of this bullshit.
Man, send me this shit, bro. They mail me this shit, man.
But outside of that,
I'm gonna buy that shit, man. I'm reading that shit.
Love y'all. Keep up the good work. Reg, man, your videos, keep it up, man. Just Mark, keep it up, man. I see the work y'all doing. Mark, I see you on your way to 10,000. Let's do the damn thing, bro. Great work,
man. Limits to sky, man.
Peace to y'all, man.
Ain't nothing. We trying to get that plaque, man. We want to get a plaque in this bitch, like right here. And one day I'm gonna come back to this video. I was like, right here, and I'm gonna go bing. It's gonna pop right up. But go ahead, Reg, talk to me, man. Reg could have been had a plaque if he just stay on code. I said you could have been had your plaque if you just stay on code, do what YouTube say.
Man, I know, man. You be fucking with me.
Look, Reggie, you might as well just do it, because if you look, the videos you got up, you doing what they say, and if you don't, they take the channel anyway. So what's the point of breaking the rules anyway?
Yeah, man, I'll be trying, but I'm like, like I say, I don't be giving a shit because they ain't gonna stop. The content is all that matter. I don't give a fuck.
But they take the channel down. You got to start from scratch, and the content, people, it ain't gonna get to the message.
That's the only thing, and that be the thing where I'll be right at 2 strikes trying to avoid that last one. I'll be like, fuck, I'm gonna lose all these videos. I don't give a fuck about the subs. It's the videos, man.
Make them all private though, right? And go through, click them all, make them all unlisted, except the ones you got now. Then once that strike fall off, you can bring them back.
Yeah, but I knew what the other ones was. There was this last one. The last one was over some dumb shit. Matter of fact, it was some shit. I thought last second, let me pull this shit. And it was the one with the donkey. I thought was funny, but they take it like it's some animal bullshit. It was a comical fucking video. So they hit me on some bullshit. But like I said, I don't be tripping. But the content. I don't give a fuck about the subs. I can always
that shit was funny though. That donkey when they got that dog.
Yeah, and the motherfuckers cheating on that shit.
Donkey.
Man, I was like, these motherfuckers, man. But they've been putting out a lot of strikes on shit that don't even fit the mode on shit. But
bro, they took down my comments on that video I posted with the little boy and the babysitter. They disabled my comments, but that video is on YouTube.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
The story is on YouTube, even with the same title. So I challenged them and I said, hey, look, man, I got the exact same story. Like, and I was talking to them because and they was like, well, we'll appeal, we'll send an appeal. Because basically she was like, nothing we could do. And I was like, what's the point of me having these being a partner? I have a partner issue right here. These channels got the exact same title, the same imagery. I'm using the exact same title, same imagery, but my comments are disabled.
But you got them on the phone?
I got them on the chat. I got 24 hours, 7 days a week
Oh,
support.
because the number of subs you got.
Yeah, because I'm a partner, YouTube partner. Yeah. So you
These
could
motherfuckers. I be wishing I could talk to a motherfucker.
You can't get them on, but you can get them on the phone though.
Oh man, you gotta give me that number.
They're gonna see your account. They be like, who? Oh nah, nigga, we been canceling you. Get off phone. They gonna hang up. They be like, how you get our number, yo? Who gave you the number, yo? But nah, they do.
They'll be like, how your ass get back on here from the first time, motherfucker? And you back about to lose it again? Like, oh hell no. Had to put that shit in my kid's name, man. My next channel gonna be in my kid's name, goddamn it. I'm gonna be on some real ignorant shit. Put in the kid's name. But no, yeah. But no, this combo, man, the combo was good, man. And like I always say, man, don't run people off because you just want to be exclusively a black conversation, man. Like I say, no one, and even when I talk to white folks, no one can teach the dynamics of shit without black people. And just because people hear Mex in the situation with Mex is he comes from, like I was speaking with the background, like he comes from to where knowledge hasn't been given. A lot of knowledge hasn't been given to a lot of fucking people. And that's the problem within the world. Knowledge isn't given. It ain't just that people, even the most hateful people, are people without knowledge and they have to be taught shit. These motherfuckers, I mean, you even in the military, when we was in the military, you see some of the craziest shit about motherfuckers who grew up in areas to where they have a hatred towards black people. And not one black motherfucker lived nowhere close to them, but they've been driven by the motherfuckers who are around them, preaching this ill, stupid shit. Maybe their uncle got beat the fuck up by a black motherfucker 50 years ago, and here they are preaching some shit and didn't have the nuts to fight the black motherfucker who whooped his ass. But here they have spread the shit throughout the little village or town they lived in, and these people have a hatred of people they never seen. And it's crazy. Then you get in the midst of them, and now they have to adapt to being around you. And how do they address that shit? And then they start realizing how ignorant shit was when you start to develop friendships with them. So it's just like an understanding. It ain't to run away from people and dealing with race shit. Is that some people come from such ignorant fucking backgrounds that they have no understanding. They have to be taught. Even with our young black folks, like I was saying, well, I don't take offense to the N-word like that, but I remember when the N-word was taboo amongst black people, and then seeing where it comes, and then you see the ignorance in which you talk to a young black kid about using it, why they using it. They couldn't explain this shit. They couldn't even explain their own history of being black because it's not taught to them. And that's the problem. Knowledge and ignorance is a big motherfucker that plagues America every day. And that's why you don't run Mex like motherfuckers off the panel. You teach these motherfuckers all day. And I hear all type of people, and that's why I'm always against when I hear people say that bringing outsiders to the outsider gonna bring his ass up in there. You let his ass sit amongst the lions inside of a fucking den, and you fucking put that motherfucking in a place. It ain't gonna happen in the first damn show. Over time, they're gonna get it. Over time, Mex gonna get it because Mex needs improvement in his own self. And that's the thing you gotta understand when he telling these stories about what kind of mother he comes from. That's a part of it. What kind of environment he was raised in, the type of black people. It ain't his mother who fed him this shit. It's black people around him who taught this shit with him, who have made this shit acceptable. And then on top of that, he drinks a lot and he smokes a lot. So you got to fix those shit.
In and out of jail too. So he has a different,
exactly. Yeah. So even with Mex, it ain't like you just throw this motherfucker away. because even with him, he got to be taught. I got a brother who got to be taught shit. I got friends who got to be taught shit. Like, we don't throw motherfuckers away when they don't need to, because that motherfucker ain't all the way thrown away. So he coming over here for a reason, because he's learning shit. And I think he was taught it with the knowledge that was kicked by people on the panel.
He
The
might have
chat
been
made,
though. Checkmate, right. Some
yeah,
people
yeah.
got insomnia and they just be up anyway. They were like, I ain't got shit to do. I know that nigga Mark, he can't sleep neither. So let's go see what he's talking about. But yeah, she
Yeah, I
said
was
he's
gonna try to get me a run in, but shit, the convo was good. I didn't want to leave and shit.
Karma said Mex is 40 years old though. With an 8th grade education, he ain't gonna learn shit.
But no, I've seen motherfuckers worse than that. I've seen ignorant, illiterate, killing motherfuckers who come back, and if you didn't hear who they were, you would have never guessed that. But it ain't like he doing just way out ill shit. But at some point, he can begin to learn and change things the more he hear, because it's all about the circle. It's all about who you group yourself with.
Right.
And when you're around more knowledgeable people, you group yourself and things change. Your the way you speak change, type of knowledge you absorb and pick up from people, it begins to change. So it's just crowding yourself around different people. And that's why he comes on here, come to listen to conversations, but you gotta have the right conversation and shit.
Right. He ain't gonna learn shit at that struggle shop, I tell you that. Other than to
No,
put
not at all.
down, and yeah, he ain't gonna learn shit over there. But yeah, man, like I said, it makes one, it's a healthy dialogue, because you don't want everybody we all agree to each other. But also it's an opportunity to have a teachable moment. If you disagree with Mex, you get to hear how people like him think. If you when I say people like him, take that with a grain of salt. People who consider themselves others, people who don't consider themselves black, white, Hispanic. I'm American. All right, well, let's have a conversation with your American ass, because by the end of it, we got to the end of it. What he said, well, shit, when the cops pull me over, they treat me differently. They don't treat me like them. They treat me bad. You know what I'm saying? So we did get to some resolution. It might not, but like I said, the show is not about changing nobody's mind or opinion. If you go into these episodes like that and these conversations, some people want to call them debates, but shit, it ain't no debate for me. Like, I feel how I feel, you feel how you feel. We can trade ideas. Maybe we can come to some common ground, but even if we don't, that's okay too. It's okay. Like, we don't have to agree all the time, and we don't have to change somebody's opinion, and we don't have to get mad when they're not seeing it our way, you know? Because tomorrow, the next thing they say could be something that'll make everything all right. You know, but with that said, yeah, that's why I don't even like to hang up on people, like, because the next thing they say could be the thing to make everything all right. Plus, that could be the last time you ever talk to him. Speaking of which, we still looking for our brother D Hodges. Where he at though? Somebody let me know if y'all seen D Hodges, man. I'm really thinking the worst, man. I'm really thinking the worst.
Right.
You know what? I'm such a fucked up person, man. What not fucked up person. I think so fucked up sometimes about people and the worst that could happen. I'm hoping that he's in jail. I'm hoping I'm hoping one day he gonna pull up. Yo, I've been in jail for the last 9 months. You know what I'm saying? I got caught with a DI, because you always used to be drinking and driving and shit. And I was like, damn. So I was like, maybe he gonna pull up one day and say he was just drunk, and that's what happened. But you know what I'm saying? But I hope he's okay. I hope that's all it was. Or maybe he just took a break from the YouTube shit. You know what I'm saying? But I hope he's okay. But he's one of those guys where he was just here all the time, that when you don't see him, just, oh man, just, I believe the rumors might be true, unfortunately, but we'll see. Shout out to Box Conversation with Reggie Owens 1 and 2. When you get your channel back?
Shit, I don't even know, maybe Tuesday or some shit like that.
All right, so damn, we're gonna definitely pull up and support. In the meantime, follow me at Box Conversations with Reggie Owens. Put the number 2, but also check out his channel Politics and News with Reggie Owens. He's very active on that. Are you still doing the reading with Reggie Owens, or they tripping on that, on you reading other people's books?
No, I'm gonna keep reading on this one. It was just that one book from the dude did the Outliers when they put a copyright on that one, but the rest of the books is good. Some of them make claims. I ain't tripping off the claims on they can take the money from it. But I'm gonna start to finish the Frederick Douglass one once that main channel come back, so I can have the content on all 3 channels.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your energy.
Yes, sir. Great talk. Everybody on the panel. Great shit, man. Great show.
Even
all right now.
Yes, sir. Even Mex, man. Even Mex provided something good. Mex provided something, even if it was nothing but some entertainment, some content. You guys able to get a couple jokes off, whether you agree or disagree with him, right? Because y'all show was roasting his ass tonight, boy. Golly, man. Could have put Everlast on his damn like I told Ben Israel, I was like, put Everlast on your forehead, nigga. You gonna be a punching bag tonight. You hear me, nigga? No, I'm joking. So my final thoughts, I'm gonna go with DL Hughley. He said, I'll stop saying it when they stop making them. I'm joking. I love y'all. Thank y'all for your time, your energy. Thanks for pulling up. Thanks for supporting the show. In so many ways you can support the show, whether you just smashing the like button, whether you just sharing the link. If you got Twitter, share it on Twitter, share it on Instagram. If you can't, just share the thumbnail and just be like, yo, this is where we at. Go to Marq Nash on YouTube. The name is real short. It's 8 letters, easy to type, right? So that's it for me, man. Go to marqnash.com, marqnash.com, grab your t-shirt, a sweatshirt or a hoodie or whatever you want to get. Got some merch out there for you. And yeah, man, I love y'all. Hope you love yourself. If not, guess what? God loves you, and so does Marq Nash and the neighborhood here at Breaking Beats. Always remember, dreams require sleep. Goals require effort. Go out there and get your damn goals. I'm going to get some sleep. Had some dental work done today. And the medicine is starting to wear off, y'all. The medicine is wearing off. So, yeah. Anything else? He said, okay, fellas, got to get up tomorrow and go to my construction job. Peace, Mark. Absolutely. Be safe out there. Be safe, though, all right? Yeah, that's it for me, man. I love y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Anything else? What am I missing? Yeah, that's it. Nothing else. If so, I'll see you guys. I'll put it in the community tab. So look for me to drop some videos tomorrow. Oh, sign up for members only, aka neighbors only. Like my guy Clips right here. I appreciate you, homie. Thanks for the support. And we got videos up there. But if you want to learn how I do what I do, sign up for the Patreon. We're doing the tutorials over there. Also, I have some videos over there that I can't put on YouTube due to copyright. So yeah, check me out. It's your man Marq Nash. Another great episode of Breaking Beats, where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else you and I feel like talking about. It's a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. I know the conversations get heated. I know people be wanting to argue and bicker up here. But always remember,
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
drive, nigga.
This that squad sound.
I knew I forgot one thing. Join the Breaking Beats Facebook group. I got a Facebook group, Breaking Beats Facebook group. BREAK apostrophe IN, just how y'all see it in the corner right here. Join the Breaking Beats Facebook group. If you got stories that you want to share with me that you think would be good topics, you can email them to me as well. But if you are a content creator and you follow this channel, you should be joined to this group by now, and post your content up there as well. And yeah, let the neighborhood help you just like you help the neighborhood. And like that, now we go. It's your man Nash.